Good morning, everybody. How are we today? Oh, I forgot to mute myself. That's better. I forgot to mute myself. Good morning, Vito, Becky, Chloe. How are you guys? I can... I don't know about you, bad lad, really. First thing in the morning. Give a half-crippled guy a break, would you? Morning, bad lad. And Viking Streaming, good morning to you too. Big Vito kicking things off with 5 gifted subs. Really, Vito? You are too kind. You are very, very kind indeed. Thank you very much for that. W-Boy the First, this is a single player save. I am doing beta testing for Dave's upcoming map, so right now it is not available to the public. Doing good, working on Uncharted while you were waiting for me to go live. You are welcome there, Viking Streaming. Just trying to wrap up some of the fertilizing contracts I had from yesterday. Morning, Dadson. How you guys liking the Uncharted so far? Oh, Aussie Wheels with a stretch. Thank you there, Aussie Wheels. They're unusually small this morning on the screen. Or did you shrink Dadson first? So, good morning there, Nutty Boy. I think there's gonna be like some buildings and whatnot right now. You and Chloe are in the middle of harvesting Field 5. Good to know. Good to hear. There it goes. Apparently Stream Avatars is a little slow this morning. So doesn't my wife, Becky. My wife loves Stitch. That's why he's there. Good morning, Matza. How are you? I'm doing pretty good there, Nutty Boy. Just trying to remember where I was yesterday. I got done streaming. I was kind of hanging out with some people and their streams, and then I ended up going and taking a nap, and then another nap, and German place 1 now. Nice there, Matza. Creme brulee in the oven. It happens, Vito. It happens. Alright, I gotta get up and do 2 and 4. So let's take a ride on up to those 2. Whew. Oh, thank you there, Matza. I appreciate that. I think Twitch is being pretty slow right now with the commands. Thank you for those biddies, Matza. You fixed your milling machine work area. That's good there, bad lad. Lately? You're not wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry there, Mr. Deer. They spawned in out of nowhere and I had to run them all over. Well, didn't have to, but couldn't stop, certainly. That's about usual there, isn't it, Matza? Actually, that reminds me, I need to... Oh, I forgot to turn on my... Yeah. Come on. There we go. Almost forgot to turn on my closed captions. There we go. Why am I not surprised, Chloe? Why am I not surprised by that? Well, I did just start, and I did not realize on the schedule that Mr. T. Miller was going for 24, or doing his 12-hour stream, so no big raid this morning, which is fine. That's not a problem. I've chased the deer too. I actually, at one point, without a vehicle, I chased a deer from this patch of trees that used to be here. I chased him all the way down here till he left the map when I was on foot. That's happened to me on occasion there, Vito. The worst was when I was on PV County, and I was transporting a load of stones, which, if you're unfamiliar with county, a couple times, Chloe. If you're unfamiliar with county, you'll know that these stones had to be transported in special trailers. And in the process of me transporting these stones, I was using a trailer that didn't have the auto-load stone script on them, so I had about 200 stones in the back of one of these trailers. And, I mean, aside from Lag Central, they were in the trailer, they were, doing what they were supposed to be doing, and I was transporting them back to my farmyard, where my stone crusher was, and on the last turn before my farm, I flipped the whole truck and trailer. And when I did, 200 of the little boulders went flying all over the field that I was trying to turn beside. That was a bit of a cleanup. Let's just say I was not happy that I didn't slow down enough to make that corner. Yep, that happens. Morning there, Sally's Hell. How are you? Yeah, it took me a good hour to clean up my mess. Especially since the more stones I got into one area, the laggier it got. I think I went down to about 5 frames a second. Because it wasn't on an auto-load script. Not yet, bad lad. Not yet. That's a pretty good length of log. Are you using a wheel loader or a telehandler to load them there, Vito? Uh-oh, I only got 2 of these left. I'm gonna have to refill that. I got a couple of things I gotta refill. Alright there, Dadson, 1 second. I'll use the actual water for the hydrate. Telehandler, nice, nice. Which telehandler are you using? Scaffer? I don't think I recognize that one. Oh, this one here? That's probably why you've only managed 2.2 ton. It's kind of on the small side. Or are you using this big one? Oh, you've got the big one and you still only managed 2.2 ton? Wow. Good morning, Space Vogel. You have a question. You found an in-game mod of a sugar mill. When it produces the sugar, the finished product comes out on pallets. They have an in-game skin, but you want to change that skin. Do you know how you do that? That's more of a question for Dave. Dave's done a lot of the stuff with the pallets, but basically what you have to do is you have to go into the map where the sugar pallet is located. It'll have its own i3D, and you have to open that i3D, change the skin on the pallet, save the i3D so that when the pallet gets loaded by the map, it has the new skin on it. It's a pretty extensive process there, Viking. That one's done. 2 more fields to go. You have to use Giant's Editor, Becky. You have to make an account on their Giants Developer Network, which it's free to do, and then you download the Giants Editor from there. It is related to the palette itself, but it's loaded in the map. Excuse me. Now with a sugar palette, it's probably calling a base game palette, which you'd have to change that one. And now you're modifying base game palettes, which isn't generally a good idea. In the case of a tipper, you're putting a skin on the side of the tipper. Vogel's your real name? Wow, that's small world there, Vito. Yeah, so let's see. If we go here, let's go to Wolf Creek real quick. I'll show you. SGA. Where are you? Why can't I find it? I'm not awake yet, folks. Give me 1 second. Where is it? There we go. Let's unzip this, because that's the only way to really see it. You'd have to call specifically for that palette. You could do it as part of the sugar mill, and I'll show you that in just a minute. Let me show you this here first. I've still got the old version of the Giants editor. Pop78, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? How you doing? So this is how it opens up. Oh, let me speed up my nav speed a little bit. There we go. So when you look at this SGA pace setter, it's going to be very slow. Under visuals here, you're going to have all of the different decals. See, like the DadgeNet icon is a plane with a decal on it, and that's how it's being called. So what he's doing is he's creating a plane under the primitives. He is skinning it with the different images, and then he's moving those images until they're in the right spot on the trailer. Does that make sense? That's how you would do that, Becky. When you're trying to do this to a mod, though, you need to make sure the mod is unzipped, otherwise it won't call all the files properly, and you get a big old mess. Now, as far as the Wolf Creek, let's open up Wolf Creek real quick. I sure can. You're going to look for the Giants Developer Network. You'll have to create a password, and you'll have to register. And then once you log in, you can go to Downloads and download the Giants editor right here. Alright, now we have Wolf Creek. Now you'll notice when Dave is doing a lot of his different palettes for the map Viking, all of these palettes exist as separate palettes. So like the barley flour is its own separate palette. Not a problem, Becky. And don't let me forget to show you the VCA. So here's his barley flour he did that exists as its own separate palette. So if you wanted to reskin the sugar palette, you'd have to open up the sugar palette, or reskin it, and resave it. Now what you can do is change the path. Not necessarily. If you look, the palette, nope, undo that. Somewhere in here will be, see, each one is its own separate box of flour. So it's literally just 12 boxes of flour. This is done and loaded as an object. So when you go to the, let me undo that quick, window, material editing window, it'll be this material here is what's being loaded that has this look to it. Sometimes that is done in Blender, yes. Sometimes it's just done as an image. So if we go back here, palette textures, here's some of your palette textures. And we were looking at the bit of a barley flour palette. I would guess that flour box, rice, sorghum, wheat, oat millet, paint.net, there's the barley flour palette. So this here is what Dave uses as a image to get skinned over the top of this object. In a lot of cases, yes. Bye, Michael. What did you even say? I don't remember. Good morning, Zodiac. How are you? So you would have to, essentially what you'd end up doing is finding the sugar palette, which is going to be a base game palette. And you'll be able to tell that because inside of the... Yep, go away. Wolf Creek, here, data, objects, palettes, here, BQRS sugar palette. Here's your sugar palette diffuse. What you would do is take this file, reskin it the way you want it to look. Depends on the fill speed of the trailer, Aussie Wheels, and what source you're trying to get it from. But I'll show you that in just a minute. No, it wasn't. Wrong again. You know how this game works. Bye bye. So what you do, Viking streaming, is you would open up this, you would reskin the box the way you want it to look, and then save that image separately. And then basically copy all of these files into the sugar factory, and then in the XML for the sugar factory, like concrete small. We'll open up this one so I can show you what I'm talking about. Inside the inside the XML for the sugar factory, in here it will call the palette. Is it in here or is it in the mod description? Somewhere in here it's going to call the palette. Actually, it might not be in here. It might be linked in the actual map itself. You need to find where it's calling that sugar palette. If it's not calling the sugar palette from the mod itself, Viking, then you're going to be... once you're done placing the image on this, do I once again zip the files? Yes, Becky, you would zip the files back up. So you need to find where that particular palette is being called from. That's the tricky part, Viking, is where is that palette being called from as to where you need to replace the files. Not a problem, Becky. Do you know which mod it was? But do you know? And what map are you on, Viking? Alright, Aussie Wheels had a question about the, let's go MK32 modded. I know this one will have the file I'm looking for. So inside the water trailer you're trying to fill up, it's a map your friend is making. Well, inside that map, it's going to link to that sugar palette. And you will have to, 1 second while I finish this up real quick, and we'll jump back to that. And I should be able to find how Dave linked it, and that'll give you the idea. Inside this water trailer, you'll find somewhere in your XML, Aussie Wheels, a water trailer fill unit index. This is how quickly it's going to fill that trailer. So if you change this number, it will increase the speed at which your trailer fills, Aussie. Now, that's if you're filling it from a pond. If you're filling it from a water tower, that water tower is going to have a specific fill speed that it will fill at. So you might have to go into that one as well and change the fill speed on it potentially. So just double check where you're filling it from and what this speed is at for how quickly you're going to fill your trailer there, Aussie Wheels. Well, that's what we do, Becky. That's what we do. We love to help the community because as we get better as a community, everybody gets better. Alright, so Wolf Creek. If I go into not mod description, it's going to go, no, not in here. Maps US. Fill types XML, I believe. Yep, fill types XML. Oh, I appreciate that, Becky. Your friend Viking is going to be looking in this fill types XML. And here, if I go sugar, for example, not sugar beet, not sugar beet, not sugar cane, sugar. Fill type sugar. Here's all of your information. Here is where it's calling that palette. So what you would do is make your new palette, put it in with the map like Dave did. So if we go back here, Dave has all of his palettes in their own separate folder. So all of his palettes, this is where he's calling the XML and the i3D for his sugar palette. All right. So what you would do is you would do the same thing, and then you would make this directory here match the information on this palette. You would make this link to the palette XML, which is in here, and the palette XML is going to call that palette i3D right here. Does that make sense, Viking? Oh, I don't want to hear it. It's like 10 in the morning for you, bad lad. I'm the one that's only been up for an hour. Not a problem, Viking. I learned something new, too. This is literally how I've learned XML modding. I've been doing it to video games for years. How do I change this value? And I just start digging for the values. And I guess it helps having a programming background, but that's how I've done it in the past. So, yeah, I hope that helps. Just double check the fill type XML file. It will link you to where you need to show it. And then just include, again, the palette i3D with the skins and everything that you would need as I showed you, the PNG files, all of that stuff. And once you get it all linked up properly, it will load in with the new palette type. Another good source of information is if you guys use Uncharted, you can look at how things are linked in Uncharted to help find and make sure you have everything in the right path. And once you get used to doing it, it'll be a lot easier for you to do in the future. Oh, it's not quite empty. I hate having pallets at my store. Oh well. Alright. Field 54, first left. Alright, now, I apologize, folks, but Miss Becky wanted a rundown on vehicle control add-on real quick. So we're going to give her a quick rundown on vehicle control add-on and how it gets set up. If anybody else would like to know, this is how I've got things set up. And what I do with it is there's a lot of extra functions to vehicle control add-on I don't use. But the first thing you're going to want to do, yes, do the whole savey save thing, Becky, is come in here to your keyboard controls. It's at the very bottom, your vehicle control add-on. These are all of your different button configurations and key bindings. So if you ever forget what button does what, that's where you're going to find your key bindings. Alright? The primary buttons you're going to be using are Control C for the settings, Control W for your lane guidance, Control Alt W for your work width, and Alt W for your resetting of the lane guidance. Now if I click on my gamepad and I scroll down to the bottom, you'll notice left bumper and right bumper on my steering wheel are my reset and my lane guidance. That's why I can just hit it right from my steering wheel and do that. But those are the only ones I have bound on my steering wheel. Everything else, I just reach up and I hit the buttons on my keyboard. And then Alt A, Alt D are your reversing, so you'll automatically reverse and come back the next lane, or whatever you have set. I'll show you that in a minute. And then you have Control A and Control D will be the previous or next. So if you want to shift over one lane or the other lane, you can do that with Control A and D. So when we open the Control C menu, you have some camera functions in here. If you wanted to automatically look backwards as you start backing up, you can do that. There's some steering functions in here. I don't do anything with these steering functions other than they're just the way they've been left. What I concentrate on is this section right here for track guiding. I keep lane guidance every 90 degrees turned on. And by the way, this is a per vehicle setup. So each different vehicle you get in, you'll have to set these up once, but it will remember it per vehicle from that point forward. So I leave my lane guidance every 90. The draw marker of the lane guidance, I leave mine always on. It just helps me double check in case things need to be shifted a little bit as I'm going down the field. I can do that. Especially in my sprayer, I leave it always high for things like corn and sunflowers and such, where they're a much taller crop. I use that. Viking Streaming, if you do exclamation Discord, it's going to bring you to the SGA Discord. I don't have my own, but I'm over there a lot. Snap angle. I leave this at 15 degrees. If you set it too fine of an angle, what ends up happening is as you're trying to lock into the field angle, it's not going to snap direct to the field angle itself, and you'll have trouble. So if you leave it a little bit higher, I mean, you can set this all the way down to like 1 degree if you want to, but it's going to be harder to snap onto the actual angle of the field. I find 15 degrees is pretty good for Wolf Creek, Elm Creek. You might be able to go to like 22 or 45 on if you're playing on Uncharted, because the fields are a lot squarer there. They don't have the angles that they do on Elm Creek. This working width is what gets set on the vehicle for how wide to make the lane. Now, if I hit detect width, it's going to jump to the full width of my sprayer right now, which you can do that from in here, or you can do it from outside with the Control-Alt-W function. And I'll show you that in a minute. Offset of the tool, this will normally come for like when you've got a moldboard plow behind a vehicle. The moldboard plowed comes off at an angle, so that offset tool helps keep the thing so that you're actually using the tool instead of the tractor. Good morning, Mr. JWB. Yeah, see, I find if it's at 90 degrees, it can be nice for nice square fields. But on a map like Elm Creek or Wolf Creek where there's a lot of fields with angles on them, or that run at angles, if you lower that number, it seems to help. And it's all preference. It's all personal preference. So find what works for you and go with that. By no means do you have to leave this at 15. I find that to be a very good number for this map, and that's what I use. So this is all a personal preference thing here. The invert offset, again, if you're using one of those moldboard plows that will come off at an angle, that will flip back and forth for when you're plowing, this invert offset helps, because what it'll do is when you flip the plow, it will invert the offset so that it'll line up with the plow properly. I don't typically use this or the offset tool because I don't ever really use those offset tools. Then you have your left and reverse guidance lanes. If you're using, for example, like a 4-meter implement, and it's really tough at the end of the row to be able to turn around and make that next row, you can set this to 2 or 3 or however many lanes you want to, and what it's going to do is when you do the Alt-A or Alt-D to automatically change lanes, it's going to skip lanes and come back however many you have this set to. And I can show you that with a tractor in a little bit to show you exactly what I mean. But that's how I set this up here. I don't ever really mess with this throttle control or anything like that. And then again, I don't use any of this traction control stuff down here. You can mess around with it if you want to, like if you're using if you want to have to swap your 4-wheel drive on and off, you can turn it on. So you actually will have to activate the 4-wheel drive and things like that to be able to get yourself unstuck from fields. I don't mess with that. The only thing I use the vehicle control add-on for is this track guiding. That is why I have it. It helps me keep straight lines. Like I said, there's a lot of other functions it does. I don't really pay attention to those. I'm after this function. So, as I said, Control W, boom, it locks in my line. Now, my line, if you notice, Ginger Hulk 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? If you have any questions, make sure you pop in a chat. I do appreciate the follow. Currently, we are going over vehicle control add-on for somebody real quick. And we'll get back to the game right after. But if you notice, my track is currently offset a little bit to the left from the edge of the field. If I hold left control and I hit the arrow keys, you'll notice right and left on the arrow key, I'm shifting this track over a little bit. So I can bring that track right over to the edge of the field, and then I'll back up just a touch. It will bring my vehicle in line with that new track. And now when I start going down the field, I'm going to be right down the edge of that field, and I'm not wasting my sprayer. I'm not wasting my fertilizer on the ground. Or, you know, I can make my line up nice if I'm extending a field with a plow or something like that. That's very handy for that. Now, if, for example, I start coming back down the other way, and what we'll do is we'll turn the spray on, we'll go down the field quick, and I'll show you what I mean. And we're going down the field. I don't do course play, bad lad. So I have no idea about course play in 22. Alright, so we completed that pass. Now, if I spin around, it's going to... That's that lane snapping every 90 degrees. Very handy. But as I come around, you'll notice if I line up right now and go, I'm going to be spraying way off the edge of the field. So if I shrink my spray a little bit, I can get myself to a point where I'm right here, and basically now I'm going to only be a certain width. I think he's just being funny, John Seeger, but good morning to you. So if I hit Control-Alt-W, it's going to re-snap my line to that new 26.5 meter width. Now I'm going to hit Alt-W, Control-W, and it's going to snap me in on the new line. Now, I shrunk my width too much, so I'm going to back up, go here, Control-Alt-W, redo it. Boom. Now I've got my perfect width on the sprayer to cover it. And that's just the Control-Alt-W will automatically resize. Yeah, see, I have no idea about the course play on 22, bad lad. I have not touched it at all. So, as you can see now, I made a nice pass down the field. I was able to complete the field a little bit early, but now that I'm gone back to a full width, Control-Alt-W, boom, it automatically resizes now to that full width. Did that help there, Becky? I love it, Dadson. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Well, if you would stop breaking things, bad lad, your field wouldn't be a mess, would it? There we go. That sounds funny, hilarious there, bad lad. What version of course play are you using? Not that I know anything about it, but... So now that I've completed that pass, if I hit Alt-D, you notice my line snapped over there, and they're going to do the next pass over. That's a much harder thing to do with a vehicle as wide as this, because typically you're going to collide with things. But if you do like a headland pass and then do that, it works out fairly well. But now I can go down the field. Get to the end of the field. Shut that off. Control A. And it's going to vip, vip, around it goes. And it would be going down the next lane. Not a problem, Becky. That's what we're here for. If you ever run into any more questions, let me know. I will do my best to help you guys out. Alright? Not a problem, Becky. That's what we do. It is not a problem at all. There we go. Good morning, Bread. How are you? There we go. Those two are done. Thank you for that host, by the way, Bread. I do appreciate it. Are you having tummy issues from all the sugar yesterday, Bread? It wouldn't do headlines or anything. Just... Well, Chloe, if you have any questions, or your mom has any more questions, don't, oh, poor Bread. Poor Bread. Nice there, Dadson. Sounds tasty. But as I was saying, Chloe, if you or your mom have any more questions about VCA, don't hesitate to ask. I don't mind taking the time to help everybody out. You still haven't gone to bed yet, huh, Bread? And now it's a Monday morning. Yay, I finally finished off the pallet and I don't have to worry about leaving it there. Son of a bread sandwich. Yep. Yep. You know what's going to happen when you do finally go to sleep, right? You're going to be sleepy time for a while. Good morning, Dahlia. Hi, sweetie. Well, hello, Kiston. You were quick to come in here. Let me drive myself in a straight line down the road here real quick. Is Uncharted a production map? Yes. Uncharted basically has all of the same productions that I have on Wolf Creek. It just doesn't have the latest crop type yet. But yes, it is the same level of productions that Wolf Creek currently has. So all of the same buildings that I have in my menu here for things like the grain mill extended, the sugar mill extended, bakery extended, the spinnery extended, all of these things are the same factories that will be on Uncharted. See the small loom, the government building, these are all the same buildings that you would have on Uncharted. Notice on the SGA website there was an update for the mods or something of an update to... yeah, basically what happened was when the map got updated to include the hemp product, it caused the... Not a problem, Viking Streaming. I hope that helps you and your friend with the map. If you have any more questions, pop on back. I appreciate you coming, hanging out, and I hope you have a good day. But what I was saying is when the hemp got added to the map, it did something weird to all of the grass on the map, and it was causing it to treat it as a field. Basically, it rearranged the order of the grass types. And because it rearranged the order of the grass types, people were suddenly plowing way outside their field boundaries and having some issues. So JD had to do a quick update to the map where he pulled hemp out until such a time as it can be straightened out, I believe. Good morning, my wife. See? That's what happens, bad lad. When you first learned about VCA, I asked all my questions in here. They all helped me out figuring out everything. They're really helpful. And now you're basically pro. That is awesome to hear, Nutty. Um, it depends. I didn't follow all of what was going on because I was in and out of sleepy time. Uh, but I believe what ended up happening was if you've mowed your grass around all of your fields, there was an issue where it was causing that to happen. If you hadn't mowed yet, I think you should be okay. Um, but don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure what was going on. If you haven't mowed, you should be okay. Let's unload the sprayer back into the thing here. The notes say to repaint if you, yeah, basically what happened was if you mowed, um, like if you look at this texture here on the ground, you'll notice the dirt underneath the grass looks like dirt. This grass here is meadow grass. But if you mowed, what happened was when the update went in, it changed all of the meadow grass you mowed to field grass, so suddenly the ground will look like this. And if it looks like this, when you go to cultivate or plow, basically it thinks this is a field. So it treats that extended area like a field now. So you would have to repaint all of this with the um, with the grass texture to make it back to meadow grass instead of field grass. So as long as your grass doesn't look like this around the fields, you're fine. If it looks like that around the fields, you'll have to repaint it so it looks like this texture here. That's basically what ended up happening. Was for people that had mowed, when the update came in, it changed all of the ground texture to thinking it was a field. Ah! Alright, let's park the sprayer. Sprayer is parked. Now I'm curious. I was looking. I don't know if I want to do the tailor shop down here, because this is going to be for my animals. So I think what I need to do is I wanted to buy a piece of land that I could start turning into a manufacturing area. And I think the one I'm looking at is this one here. I want to be able to try and put the government building in along the road over here. And then I can take out the buildings that are in this area and use it as um, an area for things like the sugar mill and the tailor shop and stuff like that. So I'm gonna see if I can't. I know I was trying to pay my loan down, but I can't help it. I'm gonna see if I can't bump my loan up to around 470,000 for this. The area north of 25, this area? Or are you talking about this area? Because this one here is this one. This is 1.1 million dollars, almost 1.2 million dollars. There's no way I'm going to afford that. This area here is not a bad one because it's fairly flat along this edge. And then eventually I can look at expanding into this area here for the start of my neighborhood. along this road. What I can do is take this road, extend it out, and I can start putting my neighborhood in along this area, is kind of what I was looking at. If I do this one, you now have the stream bed, which is very unusable. This is a very small area here, and you do have an area over here, but it's at a weird slope. Um, so, I trust me, I spent a long time looking at where can I buy this fairly decent price and not crazy expensive to have to do this. Um, I had also thought about maybe doing over here too, where the and you know what? Maybe we'll go jump back over to the grocery mart real quick, and we'll see. Because the main goal is I want to be able to get my government building place down. And it's not going to fit over here, but I might be able to do some smaller productions there if I can put the government building over here. And it looks like, believe it or not, I could probably stick the government building right in here like this. Yeah, it would fit in there. I could either stick it right like that. Yeah, I could fit it in here just barely. So if I can't get quite enough money, I could always put it in over here. That might be a potential. But I can't take out these signs, which will be annoying. Because it'd be nice to get rid of these signs, because then I could extend this road. Maybe I'll talk to Dave about getting rid of these in the map. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very expensive plot of land over there, because it starts the forestry area. And because of it, it becomes a large area, and it gets expensive. See, it includes the forest on Elm Creek, plus all of this area around here, and because it includes that forest, it becomes very expensive property. So this might be an option, but it's very tight along here to be able to fit the government building. So I think I'm going to go with my original assessment of trying to save up for this piece right here. Because I do know the government building will fit here. I'd have this area then for being able to put a few of the smaller production mills. I could scuba fan, but I'm trying to play this through as an actual career. So I'm trying to earn all of my money for the land and things like that. Um, pardon me. So let's see if I can borrow, or how much I can. Oh, no. Looks like I'm not doing anything yet. I can't get near enough. I can only get to 1.56. So that puts me about 200 grand. So I guess we're not doing any of that yet, which is a bummer. I would like to get the tailor shop at some point. But perhaps we will just have to wait until such a time as I can get some additional income. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Now I know where I'm at, what I've got for money, and we'll just keep going. I'm going to put some of this stuff away quick. Now that I've updated the Winston's cat pack, he's got his the issues with those collisions fixed, which is nice. And I don't mind parking these into the garage where they're supposed to go. So we'll do that quick. That is a mower, yes. 18 meters. Oh, looks like he also updated the tines on that too. Those tines were coming in with a funny graphic, so it looks like Winston updated those too. They're a bit large, but I've got a very large area that I gotta mow, so. Be back in a bit. Gotta take out the trash before the garbage man comes. Not a problem, Becky. There we go. Alright, last chore before I rush off to do things. Is there more downloadable content coming soon? Are you talking from Giants or from the SGA website, Scuba Fan? Because Giants should be back to work today. They've been on break for Christmas and New Year's, so they should be back to work today. I would imagine we'll start seeing more downloadable content from them today on the in-game mod hub. If I see any of that drop throughout the morning, I will let you guys know and we'll go over it. Giants downloadable content in the game, yes, it will. It should be resuming today. They've been on holiday since the Wednesday before Christmas, straight through last week, and they'll be back in the office today. Normally, mods will drop on the in-game mod hub about 3 o'clock Giants time, which I know happens around 9 or 10 in the morning Eastern. Not sure where you are in the world, but those are the reference points I use. Let me drive on into the pond here and fill up my water trailer. Uh-oh. This trailer gets heavy when it gets full. Let's go get the greenhouses all topped off quick. Look, Brad, it's giant and purple just for you. And my wife. My wife likes purple. She likes shiny purple things. Alright. It's a bank holiday here in the States because it's New Year's Eve observed, but in Germany, things are a little bit different with the holidays. I believe they're back today, but it might be tomorrow that they're back. We'll just keep our eyes open throughout the day, that's all. Alright, there's that. Spin around, come back the other side. I should have put these just a hair closer together. And I might actually sell off one whole row and do that. Because it's a little bit easier when I'm coming down this row and I can do both sides at the same time. They'll probably have some mods start coming out today, though. There we go. That should top off all of those. Good morning.
Morning.
How you doing, Mr. Lewis?
Oh, just fighting a headache today.
That's no fun. That's no fun indeed. Alright, let's make sure I get all of my... You're full, full, full. Full, full, full. Oh, I missed one greenhouse. Missed 2 greenhouses. No big deal. Get them on the next
Morning,
one.
bad. Morning, bad lad.
I've been slowly but surely filling that water tank up. I'm gonna have to add a pull-through shed somewhere for my header trailer and my water tank and the like. Maybe I'll do one of those ones with the solar panel roof on it at some point. Perhaps, perhaps.
Too bad there isn't an option to lock that front axle so it doesn't spin.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. That would certainly help. I think I'm gonna go sell off this mulcher since I don't ever use the thing. I literally bought it and haven't used it at all. I'm not really worried about the 2% yield boost from it, so let's go sell this off quick. Always best to do your selling directly at the store. You do get a bonus when you sell it back at the actual vehicle shop. Welcome back, Michael. Thank you for that host, Michael. I appreciate it. All right. I need to trim some of those trees at some point. They're gonna bug me. I don't know why, but they are. Alrighty. Alright, what else do we have? Wrong button. This button. What else do we have going on? Not a lot going on right now. We don't really have anything good coming up for harvest for a while yet. Oh, hey. Back on my own side of the road, please. I could do that to increase my income, but no, let's worry about property first. I want to be able to get that government building down, because I do need to have an area expanded for that stuff. There we go. Let's sell that back. Nice little extra payday. Nothing wrong with that. The only contracts we have right now are these potato sowing contracts, and I really don't want to do potatoes. I will accept them and cancel them to try and clear them out. Yes, did you finish Mr. Pig there, Mr. Lewis?
No.
No? Did you take a break?
Yeah, I gotta redo the whole motor section,
Oh.
and that's something I have no idea how to do. So,
Suggestion? Go to the in-game, one of the in-game pickups, and just copy the whole thing out to the pig.
that would work.
Well, I hate the motor sections too, but that's what I would do. Alright there, Vito, you catch some rest. I appreciate you coming hanging out this morning, and those gifted subs. I do appreciate it, and you have yourself a good one there, Mr. Vito. Yeah, or use something like the Gator. The little Gator, the Mahindras.
Oh, sure. I'll have to look at that.
That's probably the easiest way to do it, is just do that. Of course, if you use the pickup truck, you could always get like a custom pig squealing sound with Funman's help, and put that in, so as it's going, you hear this squeeze. As it's shifting up through the gears, you'll hear the pig squealing.
Yeah.
That's more of a comical side of things, though.
You gotta get the pig squealing from that. What commercial was that where the pig was sticking his head out the window, going
Yeah,
wee wee
yeah,
wee?
yeah. Yeah. It was wasn't it a Geico commercial or something?
Something like that.
But I know exactly which commercial you're talking about there. Yeah. He's got his head out the window like a dog and wee! Wee wee wee!
Yeah, with the pinwheel.
Yep, with the pinwheel, yep. I know the commercial, I just can't remember what it was for. I think it was a Geico commercial. I want to say that's what it was, but I can't. Alright, no available contracts to do. Nothing else going on, because we don't have any grass to mow yet. So let's advance a day and see what happens. Perhaps there'll be some more fertilizing or spraying contracts, or maybe something else. You want us to be a bunch of big people for a while, don't you there, Billy? I'm making a fair amount of money day to day, which is nice. Back to those potato contracts. I hate potato contracts because they just take so much money in seeding. It's one thing if you've got potatoes to use as seed. It's another thing entirely if you don't. See this sold products income? This is literally my greenhouses right now that are set to auto sell. What do you mean something is wrong? Well, it's one thing if it's a big size field and it's an expensive contract. Now, seeding them on the other hand, not anymore, Remedy. I did a bunch of math, and you're only losing about 11% of the total value of the sale, Remedy. I did a lot of testing. How much it costs you to auto-produce, how much it costs you to transfer things back and forth between factories, what you make and lose selling-wise on your different products. You're only losing about 11%. So if I go in here to my, for example, on my lettuce, whatever this price is, take about 11% off. 11% is still a loss, yes, but I have 16 greenhouses. That's a lot of pallets to move back and forth. And all I have to do is water them, and it's free money. It's not like I'm putting a bunch of product in and then having to wait for that product to produce other other items. This is just automatically selling the product. So I'm not as concerned about an 11% loss on something that doesn't cost me anything to produce because I'm just filling it up with water. Now, if I were to do cotton into fabric, fabric into clothes, then yeah, I'm not going to auto sell these clothes. I'm going to wait and I'm going to hold on to those clothes all year long till this hits the best available price it's going to hit. Then I'm going to sell it. So that's how I would do the, something like clothes. But as far as, thank you for that follow there, Remedy Does Gaming. I do appreciate it. How are you this morning? If it's one thing, like if I'm dropping off a bunch of products to make flour, and that flour is going to bread, then the bread I'm not gonna auto sell. This I will save for the best time of year because it's something I've had to put a lot of product into. But the greenhouses, to make 30 grand a day just to auto sell, you know, it's worth it because it's just throwing a little bit of water into them and they produce. But initially, prior to the patch, yeah, you were losing about 35% of the value, and you were losing a ton of money. Now you're not losing near as much money because of the fact that they've adjusted that pricing. And there will probably be some additional changes to that down the road as they balance things out. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that changes in the future while they continue balancing economy. But well, and that's why I did a bunch of math because it's like, are you still losing 35%? Did they adjust something? Stuff like that. I wonder if these started growing yet. Nope, no growth on my forest yet. What about the other end of my property? So I wanted to test it before I set all of my greenhouses to auto sell. These aren't growing yet. Oh, my willows are. Slowly starting to get my trees growing. Nice, Mr. JWB. They do. I have a mod called Player Speed. It lets me change the speed my character moves. I can go to a little itty bitty crawl, or I can speed up to 20 times the speed. I forgot I planted those two. I shouldn't have planted this one. Ha 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 ha. So if I have to run someplace real quick and I don't have um a pin to be able to jump to, or I don't want to jump into a vehicle, then I'll use that. It's handy to get around. Yep, that's pretty much it. I really don't want to do potato contracts. Because, see, the problem is 1.17 hectare. If I borrow the equipment, that 1.17 hectare is going to take so much seed, I'm going to, like, lose my hat. If I come into Introduction to Crops, and I come down to root crops, potatoes. Potatoes are going to take 3,800 seed per hectare. So 1.1, I'm looking at 4,100 seed roughly, more like 4,200, because it's going to be an extra almost 400 on here. So 4,200 liters of seed in order to seed this field with potatoes, because I don't have any potatoes. 4,200 liters of seed, plus the $234 to do this. If you look at the price of 4 big bags of seed, I'm looking at $3,200 plus so $3,400 to make 5. I'm losing my hat. Now, if I see a potato harvesting contract come up available, and I take that potato harvesting contract and get some potatoes that I can store for doing things like those, it depends, Josh. Have you done a lot of mowing on Uncharted? Or are you talking about the save files for base game fields? Or like base game maps? I have a lot of mods, Remedy, but a lot of them are map dependent. Millet growing. Base game. Most of the items that they changed, you should not have to start a new save. It's recommended in some cases to start a new save, but you don't have to. I kind of like that Schaefer that somebody was mentioning, because you won't have that big arm off to the side that you have to look around. Do you know why Winston's mower will only mow field grass you can plant, won't mow meadow grass? I didn't catch that, but that's a curious thing. I didn't know it was doing that.
The 18-meter pull behind works great. It'll mow meadows. That's what I'm doing right now.
Apparently the 18-meter one will work just fine. I didn't know there was another one. Which mower from Winston's mower pack? Aussie Wheels, if you're still here. Oh, the one that mows and collects? I don't know. I got plenty there. That explains it. Yeah, I'm curious. The one that mows and collects. What map are you playing on, Aussie? I'm wondering if something changed in the fill types. Yeah, what map are you on, Aussie? I think I might know, but possibly what's going on. Because you're on Wolf Creek, right? Same?
Yes.
Yeah. If Aussie is on Uncharted and he updated... Oh, he's on USA Plus? Alright, well that answers that. I was going to say if he was on Uncharted where they added the fill type, it might have tweaked the fill type. So it's not recognizing it as grass. And you're using the Cat Big... Which one? The Cat Big ZX550. Do I not have that one in this? Oh, it's in his mower pack, not his... Or not the other pack, I think. Alright. Do some playing around, bad lad. See what you can figure out. If need be, I can always hop off, grab the mod, and take a look at it myself. Has there been a recent update to that map, Aussie? You're on 1.4 version. Field 37. Which one's 37? This one over here. It's a little ways from the store.
Yeah, I got that trailer. I got 4 million liters of grass in it.
Huh. Let's get that one there. It takes about 3,000 worth of potatoes. What the heck? Let's do the contract. Let's do the contract, shall we? His water trailer's really slow. Well, did you look in the XML to see what that water fill rate was? I'm going to do this so I skip on, always work with, like that. You don't know where to look? Alright, give me just a minute. We'll go get a worker started on this, and I'll show you again in the XML where to look. Hi, Drake. Hello, Kiston. No. Okay, they're gonna stare at my wife and not look at me. I don't exist to them. No, I do not use auto drive remedy. I haven't, found the need for it yet. Oh, my wife's cat's got himself stuck in a bag. He's now stuck in a giant paper bag. Oh, this is hilarious. My wife's cackling like a fool over there. Oh, that's hilarious. I love cats. Yep. Well, I find that most of what I would use auto drive for, Remedy, is getting from place to place on the map, moving my equipment. And the base game AI, once you learn its quirks, does that fairly well on its own. So I don't really find I need it as much. Good morning, Bodie. Alright, Aussie Wheels. Look in the XML for Winston's water trailer. You're going to go down just near the top of the i3D mappings. There's going to be this water trailer fill unit index, fill liters per second, fill node, and so on, right here. Pardon me. This fill node, or this fill unit, this liters per second is how quickly that trailer is going to fill with water, Aussie. So if you increase this number right here, it will increase how quickly that's going to fill. If you're filling from something like a pond or a stream. Does that make sense, Aussie? God, he's making a lot of noise with that bag. Kirsten, what are you doing, you silly cat? What a weird cat. You're filling from a water hydrant? Well, the other thing you'll have to do is in that water hydrant XML, there's going to be there will be a section that's going to be fill trigger vehicle, just like this. It'll look very similar to this. You're going to have to change that liters per second on the fill hydrant, on the water hydrant. See, I don't ever really use it for that. What I would do in my case, Remedy, is I would hire a worker. Good morning, Gadzooks. What I would end up doing is, in my case, Remedy, is I'd just hire a worker, and I would chase them around with a grain cart, and I would have a trailer at the edge of the field that I would unload the grain cart into, and alright, give me 1 second, bad lad. I will download it. And I would use the trailer on the edge of the field as my, just to run back and forth to the grain silo. Alright, it's under Winston's cat Winston's mower, Winston, it was the cat mower pack. No, that's not it. The Cronin cat mower, right? Yes, that's the one. Alright, download that. Yeah, unfortunately can't time out a moderator there, Gadzooks. There you go. I'll refund your points on that one. Alright, there's the cat and chrome. He's using the big ZX5. That cat is making an awful lot of noise over there. Work areas, the cutter areas, enterable, motorized, motor configurations, drivable, animations, foldable, cylinder tools, moving tools, fill unit index, fill type categories, bulk. It should work just fine, because bulk would be any type of fill product. They mass faults. There's your diesel def air. That's the heap index. Empty. It's not working on the base Elm Creek. This might have to go to grass windrow. Let's take a look at the Crone one. I think what happened is with the bulk category, the way that's registered, not a problem there. Remedies, they'll be able to be done. Course plays out. Of course. Yeah, not a problem, Remedy. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate it. We will catch you hopefully in the next stream. Loading an editor. No, the cutting node is not the problem, Bad Lad, because it should be cutting the ground. It's just what happens is the fill type where it's registered in the map, if grass windrow is not part of this bulk category, then it's not going to pick it up. Tired having 3 dogs, they'll come up. Yep, that's one way they'll wake you up there, Gadzooks. At least they wake you up to be let out and they don't poop on the ground. It's not even cutting the grass. Interesting. Ugh. So it just cuts out front here. Crone. That's the ZX2. Green rolls, fill, volume, effects, cover. That's the collection. Where is the work area? Hmm. It's half in German, of course. Rolls, fill volumes, effects, cover, particle effects, the attacher joint. It's not in any of these. Those are the collection points. That's not it. Yeah, I'm guessing the Krone Big M is set differently. Alright, so it's not this. Front arm. Those are attacher joints. That's the cabin. That's where the player sits. Huh. There's no i3D mappings? Oh, that's a pain in the butt. Direct cutter. Mower. I'm guessing there's something set wrong in here. Let's go over to data, vehicles, Krone, Big M450, open this up. Wheel configurations, let's get down to the bottom where this is. Your i3Ds, your washables, AI, default. There's no fill capacity on that. Suspension. Turn on vehicle, wind blowing. Drop effects right here. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, because these are effect type mowers in the Krone Big M. Yeah, this is yeah, see, this is trying to cut it as a forge and convert it. Winston's gonna have to look at it is the only thing I can tell you. Because it's got something's going wrong where it's not cutting the mower. Or it's not cutting the product. Oh, you're in use. Zip it. Now you're not in use. Go away. Alright, one more thing of seed. Yeah, well, what Billy's trying to say, bad lad, is it's supposed to be acting like one of these direct cutter headers and turning it into chaff instead of picking it up as grass. So basically what he's trying to do is he's trying to use the header on it the same way this one is, and then picking it up with the mower directly. And somewhere in there, he's got it set wrong. Alright. Going down the field. Wonder if Farmer Becky's back yet. Get to the end of the field. Lift. And down. Morning there, Sogwick. How are you this morning? Good morning, Tim. Uh-oh. I'm empty. I'm empty. I have to go get something else to drink here in a minute. More caffeine.
Teach your dog to go get you a new can.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. Besides, it does me some good to once in a while get up. You know what I mean? Well, at least we only got a little dusting of snow last night. We didn't get a major amount. Just a small dusting. I'm back. There we go. Well, hey, where am I? I took too long. Too small of a field. Little bit of potatoes. Into the next field. My bad. Fine, thank you. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. You're trying to make a 3D model for Farm Sim, which is a lot of fun, but I have no clue if it'll work in the end or not. Well, good luck. Big pot of tea next to you. Nice, Gadzooks. And MacGyver subscribing with his Prime sub, 3 months, currently on a 2-month streak. Good morning, MacGyver. Thank you for that Twitch Prime. I do, excuse me, I appreciate it. How are you this morning? And what are you working on there, Sogwick? A wheel loader? Nice, nothing wrong with that. We are out of seed. Time to go top off. And come on back. Hopefully I get a contract for BM 4200. Nice. Alright there, bad lad. Warm Pepsi. Should have put it in the fridge. Good morning, Drake. Come here. It's okay, Drake. Why are you looking at me like that? Neighbor has one since you were a kid. You've loved it. Oh, nice. impact size, though we were so close to... Ah! Sorry, Drake. I don't know why you're so afraid of the closet now. Yeah, it's some treats. Not you, dog. Go away. Go away, Houston. Go. Now you made me scared off the cat. Go lay down, dog. Time for the second cup of tea. Nice. Come on, Drake. Well, looks like I scared the cat off because the dog was being a dub. There you go, Gadzooks. And now one of the other cats came and cleaned up the treats that I'd set aside for Drake because he won't come in here anymore. I don't know why he's suddenly so afraid of the closet where I am, but you know, hey. Well, he's trying to keep track of where I'm driving. I've trying to feed the cats treats, make sure they all get some, and there isn't just one cat hogging them all. It's not working out quite the way I want it to. That's funny. In my case, my dog is currently acts like a mother hen to the cats. Yeah, what's the issue, bad lad? Aha! That'll do it. That'll do it every time. Not it will be a while, Sogwick. Probably a month or so. There's a lot of issues anytime there's a fill type added right now. If you're interested in getting into the map though and starting to learn the productions, you can go to Uncharted, the Pompey's edition. A lot of those same productions have been included in there. That's about how it happens, Farmer Becky. Yep, I hear you there, Sogwick. Yes, Kirsten, there is a treat there. No, dog, it's not for you. They're cat treats. Go away. Uh-oh, Billy wants to challenge Bad Lad with something. That sounds like a scary thought. What do you want him to break now there, Billy? He is good at doing that part, Billy, so what do you want him to break now? Billy's got a challenge for you, Bad Lad. See, Becky, this is what I was talking about by the skipping rows. So every time I skip to the next lane, it's jumping back one, or it's jumping two instead of one. You see how I have it set to 2? So it's skipping a row. It makes it easier for the turnaround. How's it going there, Buy Tacos? No production line for them yet. I'm just doing this as a way to keep myself busy, do an extra contract, and I'm hoping I can get this field as a harvest contract, so I can turn around and instead you know, stockpile some potatoes. No, Becky, they're automated. It's just fight one against the other until one wins. So now I'm going down, and I've set myself up this way. And when I get to the end, I'll just lift. Alt-D. The guy will spin around, grab the next row. Down it goes. And off he goes on the next set. Alright, you wanna be on puppy cam? Come here, Houston. You have to jump up. Come on. Up. Come on. Up. Come on. I am lifting it automatically just so it doesn't drag through the ground, but you don't have to. Like when I get to the end of the row, if I just hit Control A, he'll spin around and grab the next lane and keep going. Come on, Houston. There you go, puppy cam. Say hi to everybody. You big baby.
Aw, puppy.
You gonna say hi? Come on. You gonna say hi? Over here, Houston. Over here. He did. But that's why, like, if I lift, let him drive a bit, spin, and then when he goes back, have him put it down, he doesn't miss any. And all I do is have the cruise control set, and I'm just, when it gets to the end of the field, lift quick. And then it lets me pay attention to my pathetic dog. You're supposed to look at everybody on the computer. You're supposed to look at the computer. Houston. Computer. Look. Look. Over here. Over here. Houston, over here. No? No? Okay. Go lay down. Yes, I gave you attention. Go lay down. Come on. Not right there. Go lay down. We should be getting pretty close to completing this contract, I would reckon. Yep, very close indeed. Who was it yesterday that suggested more female NPCs? Because I went looking for a couple for Dave to see if I can't get him to add a couple extras. Because there really is only one. Yes, Becky. It's recommended you only use one or the other. I personally prefer vehicle control add-on because of how easy it is to get my lines and then do the auto field flipping and stuff like that. I like it a lot, so I typically I've stuck with vehicle control add-on. I know I saw the cat come in. Where'd he go? Well. There we go. Contract is complete, so let's bring this over to the farm. I will keep that little bit of potato. Yes. Right now they're set. This is where the always is. Right now they're set to always, so they're very short. If you go in here and you select through always high, you'll get that taller set of lines. So then when you lock in, they become much taller and easier to see. Well, that's not good there, Gadzooks. Oh, was it updated? I know it's been a couple weeks since he'd last updated it. How's it going there, Space Vogel? Oh, that's right. You can't unload the planter. That's what I hate about the potatoes. Yep. Yeah. RC8. Wow, he jumped. You download the new one. Newest versions. Hmm. Yeah, he did some updates. Nice. Good morning there, Mike Streams. Yeah, I remember doing the same thing there, Gadzooks. I used to have a bunch of chickens myself, and I did get kind of, attached to them after a while. Always best to be on the latest version. Alright. Contract is complete. Let's sleep through the night. The grass cutter head was not working on JD's map after last night. Know why? The meadow is not in the fruit. Ah, there you go. Well, MacGyver, that actually might solve the issue that Bad Lad was just looking at a few minutes ago. Potatoes, soybeans. I don't mind doing soybeans, corn, sorghum. Alright, we're into another month. There's a whole lot of contracts, because it is April 1st. Nothing is harvestable, but we have contracts to do. Probably go and do some of these baling contracts here. But before we do this, let's do some of these sowing contracts, not the potato ones. Sorghum, corn, not potato. That's a pretty big potato contract for 42. Definitely taking that one. We will probably borrow the items. Yeah, because this is a big one here. I can fill that thing right up and just set it to town. So we're going to borrow items for that contract. Soybeans, sorghum. That's another big potato one, so we're going to accept that contract too. We'll do them both. Accept. Accept. A lot of spraying contracts. Good money spraying contracts too. So we're going to get right to town on this stuff. Let's grab this thing first things first. We're going to get this guy set off on the potatoes. On the taters. The taters. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. And incoming DMCA strike. Is there a way to sort the production menu? I wish. Good morning there, Big Tim. I wish there was. Big update last night on the SGA website. We are learning. Indeed, we are learning. I wish there was a way to sort the productions list. Yeah, I've got to sort that out at some point. It's probably because I don't have stream elements actually doing anything point related. Would be my guess. Alright, so first things first, field 42. Well, no, we're going to do... There was 2 potato contracts. 42 was the one we borrowed the equipment for. So we'll do that one second. It was field 53. So where's 53? Right here. So we're going to go do field 53 first, so I can complete that contract and clear it after this guy is done with it. And then we'll go to 42 second, so when I complete it, the tools go away. So 57 is down. It was 57 or 54? 53. I'll get it right one of these days. Yeah, I don't know if there is or not, Dadson. Dave has been looking into a lot of that because one of the things he was hoping to do was like collapse them or have them well, that's right, this one's wider. we go. We'll set him off to work. No, it's never a problem, Becky. Ask your questions, please. But as far as the production menus, and this is one of those things where it might require a script of some kind for additional functionalities, but like being able to close these so you don't have all of this stuff in the list would be very, very handy. But it does seem to be the order in which you buy them. And it would be nice if we could like close these down so all I saw was herb greenhouse, herb greenhouse, herb greenhouse, instead of all of these different things showing all of the time, and then I could click on the herb greenhouse and expand it to see it. But that's one of those functionalities that just currently isn't in the game. And Coco Agri, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this fine morning? And I need to go jump in another tractor while this guy is working. Let's go grab my planter. Right time to disappear. Alright, you have yourself a good one, Dadson. I appreciate you coming and hanging out, and we will hopefully catch you in the next stream. You can for most of them, Steckheads, as a matter of fact. Noticed either on your stream or someone else's, when they went to their map view, they had the trackers create a job. I was wondering how to do it. Your harvester needed emptying and you wanted your track with the tipper to come to you. How's it going there, Rodleaf? I'm doing very well. Stream is going fantastic as always. The only way you can do that is you go in here, and if you have the vehicle, you can do a create job, and then depending on what they have for an implement on them, they can it will change what they have available for a job. So if you have a tipper on it, you can do you can change the job itself. Oh, I have to bring the tractor down into the vehicle workshop trigger. I see how you are. Going great for you? Nice. That is awesome to hear there, Rodleaf. Oh, let's repair you. You're expensive to repair, aren't you? Yeah, auto drive is typically what you would use for doing that, Becky. I don't know how well the... Well, get out of the way. Yeah, see, it's not going to work that way necessarily. What you would want to do, Becky, is have a worker doing your harvesting, and then you run up to it with the tractor and empty it, and then what you could do is use a grain cart. 1 second, Steckheads, I will show you that. Use the grain cart to fill a tractor on the side of the field with a tipper, and then that tractor can be doing a job. It's like fill and return, where it would take product from here, drive to your silo and back. You could do that. But when you come into the build menu, like I can come over to this one, click on it, and space rename. So I can name this one 1. Change. So now this is greenhouse 1. I can name this one greenhouse 2. Greenhouse 3. Greenhouse 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I can do the same thing. I can come over here, large greenhouse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does that make sense, Deckheads? And you can do the same thing, by the way, with any of your productions that are renameable. Like I could click on the stone mill and rename the stone mill. I can rename, not that, but on these, like I could rename some of these, the liquid fertilizer tanks, the herbicide tanks. I could rename, my silo. I can rename my chicken coops. I can rename quite a bit of the vehicle workshop, my farmhouse. I own the spinnery, so I renamed that one. When you look in my menu, it's called Wolfie's Wool, or Wolf's Wool, or something like that. Yeah, Wolfie's Wool. So now when I come in here, Herb Greenhouse 5, I can go find Herb Greenhouse 5 and know exactly which one it is. 4, 3, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1. Unfortunately, they're not alphabetical in here, which would be very nice. But I have a feeling there may be additional changes to this coming from Giants themselves, because there's been a lot of community feedback on being able to do different things to the production chain list. And that would be one thing that they could potentially change in the future. Alright, so we need to do field 68 with corn. Let's get the corn out. We are going to unfold this cedar. Glad that made sense to you, Stackcats, and hopefully that helps you out. Yeah, I'm glad we found it, and yes, it does help a lot. I'm sorry to hear that, Bread, but I warned you. I tried to warn you anyway. That you weren't going to feel good because of all of that sugar. It was going to keep you awake. I'd say come about 10 o'clock, maybe lunchtime, you are going to be passed out for the next couple of days. Or at least until sometime tomorrow. You're just going to be out. Potato contract on 53 is moving along well. Well, that's going to be the problem. Don't want to be doing that. Right now, with the limit breaker mod that Dave did, I can have 10, I think, going active at a time. I might up that to like 15, just to have a little bit extra going. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Apparently I've got 12, but I might bump that number up a little bit. Base game is 3. There is a mod out there called multiple contracts, or I think it's multiple missions, something like that, that will allow you to do an unlimited amount. But nope, the hired help will do the contract, and you will get the earnings for it. Like right now, I have a hired helper doing my potatoes on field 53. So when I look at my map, I have a hired helper doing 53 while I'm doing this one. And if I decided to, like if I hadn't taken all of those contracts to fill my list, I could then get this part done. So now I've done a headland all the way around the field, essentially. I could then come over here, hire off another worker on this field, and then have a worker doing this field, a worker doing this field, and then I could grab another piece of equipment and maybe go do some spraying contracts or something like that, where I could then be, or I could be working on one of these baling contracts and getting additional income from doing all of those contracts at the same time. Or I could grab a bunch of these spraying contracts and do these spraying contracts with another piece of equipment. And then the only thing you have to watch for is in the event of this worker, say he gets almost done, he'll actually get the contract complete before he finishes this field. I can then jump in, complete the contract. Yes, limit breaker mod. Well, Gadzooks was probably a little bit easier to do, but I'm going to call you Donkey instead of Gadzooks, or the full name, because I want to try and keep things as PG as possible. And now you're stuck with that name for, what, 60 days, I think? You did, bread. There is a Oliver Douglas, Jack Bartlett from Heartland, J.R. Ewing from Dallas, James Stewart, Clarkson, Lloyd Pierce. I appreciate you not using the S word there, Donkey, yes. Bo Bennett from the Ranch, Colt Bennett from the Ranch, John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, Kevin Costner is John Dutton from Yellowstone. Keep going. You've seen all these names. Rip Wheeler, who's also from Yellowstone. Caleb Cooper from Clarkson's Farm. Could dump JR for Sue Ellen. Who's Sue Ellen?
That was his wife.
Oh, what, in
Dallas.
Oh, in Dallas?
She shot him.
Oh, did she? Nice. It's only for this map, Becky, as far as the NPCs, but the limit breaker mod will work on any map, Becky.
Spoiler alert. Sorry.
Oh, I'll probably never watch it. But I was telling Dave, because somebody yesterday was saying that we needed more women on there. And he goes, yeah, well, you try finding female leads from those shows without just using all of Heartland. Because Lou Fleming, I think, from Heartland is one of the ones on here. So I went looking at some of those different shows that he'd already linked to, and found some of the different females, and I linked them into his. I sent them to him in Discord, so I don't know if he's gonna add them or not. Chillwill coming in with a tier 1 sub 2 months in a row. Thank you very much for that, Chillwill. I do appreciate it. How are you doing this morning? I looped around way early. Golden Girls. He was trying to keep it farming related, and there's only so many farming shows. Um, though one of the things I was looking at was like top farming shows and stuff like that, and number 5 on the list was Letterkenny. And I'm like, Letterkenny doesn't even... Yeah, they always sit in front of a farm stand and things like that, but they never really do any actual farming. But I was like, well, I could always do farm, Letterkenny. That one would be a funny show. Green Acres, yeah, that's an older one. I did hear that, Donkey. I did hear that. You're doing well, Chillwill? That is good to hear. I do like hearing when people are doing well. But I tried to, what was it? Dutton's wife from Yellowstone. I linked her picture from Yellowstone and stuff like that. Is it just you getting follows with a lot of numbers? No, Bread. I've been getting a lot of them too. Yes, I was thinking that too. Like, why can't we throw in some of the YouTube people that do farming? More than like John Wayne. Thank you for that hydrate there, Aussie Wheels, and the stretch. So maybe we can talk Dave into doing that, like throwing in Millennial Farmer and stuff like that. Laura Farms. Or like Clint Eastwood. Take Clint Eastwood out and put in somebody newer. Because I'm sure he'd throw in like Laura Farms. Millennial Farmer's another big one out there. Stuff like that. Once the map gets to a point where it's not updating as frequently, I might even make my own NPC list. The only thing is, just every time it updates, I would literally have to go in and rewrite the NPC list. That might actually be something I might do at some point, Add a... Chet Duggo and the Big Swede. Yes, Bodine. Hey, Duggo. Duggo.
Fellow Minnesotans.
Apparently, Duggo started getting his, the video yesterday, he started getting his porch in finally.
Yeah, nothing like waiting until the winter time to do that.
Well, yeah, but I guess because of COVID and everything, it's been literally, like a year and a half he's been waiting for those concrete slabs, so if they're done, get them there, for crying out loud, you know what I mean? There you go. Always nice when you set yourself a challenge there, Donkey. Yeah, custom NPC list might not be a bad idea. Throw some of the different YouTubers and stuff like that in there. Some of the people more recognizable. Because there's like half the NPC list I don't recognize. But again, they're older shows that I never watched or something like that. Welker. Yeah, Welker Farms.
Yeah, Mike Mitchell.
Mike Mitchell, yes. Him and Ashton. I mean, Ashton's a farmer. She's not obviously the star of the show, but she's in it enough. There you go, Becky. Made your own farm back on 19. Took you 3 months to get it done. It does take a lot of time to get a map complete. It takes a very long time, and especially for people that don't do it every single day. How's it going there, V-Braid? How's my contract on 53 coming? He's getting very close. So I'm going to hire a worker in this. I'm going to go jump over to this one. Fire this worker. I'll flip around and start doing this myself. So that as soon as this completes, I can go contract complete and off to the next map. Well, if you think of it this way, V-Braid, I fired him from here and put him to work in the other tractor. So I just switched places with him. Cali Simulator, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this fine morning in January 2022? And V-Braid, thank you as well for the follow. I do very much appreciate it. Fold the planter up. This contract is complete, so we will go in, finish that contract. Ho! We're going to accept that one quick. Maybe we'll do 81 and 24 while we're at it. How's it going there, grumpy old nerd? Darius, bit of a random question. Is there a way to increase the speed the pallets spawn at factories? No, because basically what happens is the pallets are going to spawn every time there's a full pallet. So, oh, Miss Aussie coming in with a raid. Welcome, Miss Aussie. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. How is your stream, Miss Aussie? Could I get a shout out from Miss Aussie, please? And thank you for that follow there, Wimmer17. How are you today? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you found each other. And thank you for that follow, grumpy old nerd. How are you this morning? Playing some Farming Simulator 19. Nice. How you liking Oh, come on, really? How you liking 19 there, Miss Aussie? It was good until you found Aussie Wheels. Nice. Anonymous Gifter coming in, gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, Anonymous Gifter. Thank you very, very much for that, Anonymous. And thank you for that host there, Chloe Gaming.
Good morning.
Good morning there, Winston.
Hi, Winston.
I'm at Super, and thanks for helping. Oh, not a problem, Wimmer. Are you the one working on the map that he was talking about, that Viking Streaming was talking about? I say he, it's just a force of habit. I apologize if it's... Alright, we're going to complete this contract. We are going to We will pick up both of those as well. It's you? Nice. Nice. Glad you guys, glad it was an easy catch for you guys to get that done. You played 22 as well, but you still have 19. I take it you're waiting for certain mods to come in. 36. Corn. Corn is good. We will get him shifted over to the other side, get him working on that field while I go do... Yes, Aussie. I was going to talk to Winston about that in just a minute. Apparently, the mower pack you've got, Winston, where it's the crone and cat mowers that do like the... they've got the header and the wagon built in together. They won't cut the meadow grass.
I have to take a look at that because usually there's just one setting for that for the mowers.
Yeah,
But
well,
I'll have to take a look and see.
it's doing the
Oh,
field grass, but not the
I
meadow
know
grass.
why. I know why. It's not. It's because of the way we had to set it up to get it to work. It's set up as what's the vehicle type? It's a certain vehicle type we had to set for to get the mower and the pickup to work as one unit.
Yep.
So the meadow grass in the map is under a different category than it's not set up as a mower. It's set up
Yep.
as I think a direct cutter or something like that. It'll cut. Yeah, you're right. It'll cut the regular grass, but it won't cut any other grass because of that reason. And there's nothing I can really do, but because I can't unless I can figure out a way of another what do you call it, another vehicle type that I can put it into that will.
Well, somebody was saying if you
specializations.
add meadow grass next to the bulk thing instead of it just being one fill type. Yes, MacGyver said, Winston, try food type category name direct cutter, and you have to add meadows to it. That might be worth...
I think the direct cutter is what I got it set at. So okay, so just add meadows to next to bulk then.
Yep.
Okay, because see, the worst thing about 22 is in 19, in my notepad I had 3 or 4 files open all the time. One was vehicle types. The second one was the when you're doing color select or colors into it, I have all the listing of all the colors plus all the sheer colors, and then I had another one that was all information like that. Unfortunately, I have that. There's an HTML file in there for vehicles that'll tell you. It will open up an HTML file. It's a massive file, but it'll tell you everything you can add to a vehicle XML, but it doesn't tell you the actual vehicle types or something. And I can't find any XML files with all the information I need. So, but I'll try that and see. Is there another mod that has that into it that I can look at for reference?
I don't know. I was looking at some of it this morning trying to figure out what was going on to see if we couldn't figure it out. And MacGyver had thrown that in there. Aussie is also saying apparently your TGX semi freaks out when it drives into a long shed. The camera does. But that's Giant's fault for not putting in no collision cameras. So. Yep. This is an in-game potato planter, Kumar. Yes. And which mods are you waiting on, Miss Aussie? For before you kind of like switch over to 22 completely. Or was it more of a map thing? You're waiting for certain map type to come along? Yeah, it is kind of pretty cool looking, isn't it? Shows the potatoes coming up. All the potatoes coming up, going around, flipping down in. You see it opening up and making the different rows. It's kind of cool looking. Contract on 36 is complete. So let's collect that one. We will accept that sewing contract. What else is nearby? Field 38. We need to do soybeans in 38.
I'm just so glad I finally figured out how to fix the issue with fill planes from when you're converting mods.
Yeah, it's always handy.
Well, no, in the new version of Blender, there's an add-on called 3D print add-on, and when you activate it, it basically you click one button and it'll show you all the issues with your mesh, because when you're getting things ready for 3D printing, it has to be literally perfect.
Aha.
And it gives you the option of looking at it, and then you can just go in and click on what you need, and it'll actually you can auto fix most of the issues. And that's what I did. It's basically it's the same thing as what the thing is, simplifying the mesh.
Yep.
I finally, after searching like several, I don't know how many days on videos, I finally found one that explained exactly how to fix the one issue that was coming up in the log file.
There you go. And yes, Henry, that is John Wayne, and I'm assuming it's No Man's Land you're talking about there, Miss Aussie, which is a fantastic looking map. I had a lot of fun on No Man's Land back on FS22 when I was on console. I played a lot of No Man's Land. But yeah, it does struggle to get you going because there's no contracts to be able to do to help money out in the beginning.
No, bad lad. I'm just a figment of your imagination.
He is the actor that plays Winston in Discord. Voice acting is still acting. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. Go in a straight line, would you? Thank you. Yes, bad lad, we've already mentioned it. As soon as he popped in, MacGyver was all over it. Or actually, Aussie Wheels was. And MacGyver both. Alright, let's get a headland pass done quick, so we can set a worker off on this field. We'll jump back to the old potato harvester. Get that rocking and rolling. Oh, brr. It's chilly where I live today. Alright, Tadpole. When did you sneak in? I didn't even catch you there this morning there, Tadpole, but welcome in, briefly as it is. Do Bart Simpson. I didn't do it. Whatever I did, I didn't do it. But I do have a suggestion that I'm going to do a custom NPC list, Henry. I just need to do it in such a way that I can import it into the map every time Dave updates, so I can just keep track of it easier. I do a lot of contracts, so I think especially with Wolf Creek, where I can now expand outside, I'm going to leave most of the fields alone. And that way I have, the voice actor playing Winston. I don't know if he can do a Bart Simpson, Henry. Can Winston do a Bart Simpson? Or sorry,
Nope,
the voice actor that plays Winston?
No. I used to actually be able to do a few voices back when I was younger, but because of my throat issues I have now, I can't do pretty much most of them now.
Yeah, it happens.
No, I ended up getting strep throat one time, and it was really bad. So
Aha! Yeah, yep, new mods are coming out all the time. You're not wrong, Miss Aussie. You are not wrong at all.
Yeah, I'm actually making a snowblower in Blender right now.
There you go. Yeah, he does do a pretty perfect Winston. You're right, Henry. He might not do a very good Bart Simpson, but he does a good Winston. You know what? We're going to switch this to 2 and 2. We'll do it that way. Billy might be doing a school run or something. I don't know. He's been kind of MIA for a few minutes. Ah, stone walls or crop circles. Oh, Billy's lurking. There he is. It would be cool if you could do like a stacked wall look using the new fencing. That would be pretty awesome. I know, actually that reminds me, there was somebody that put out a fence pack. I want to see how they did that so I can... About to start blocking people in Discord, getting too many DMs. That happens there, donkey.
And I barely get any.
Oh, yesterday I was getting them like crazy. Ding, 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 ding. It's like, oh, why? Ali Bongo resubbing 2 months in a row now. Welcome, Ali Bongo. Thank you for that resub. I do very much appreciate it. How are you today? Yeah, VCA is so nice.
I still gotta learn how to use it.
Once you do, it is actually a really nice little mod. You know what? I might actually buy a potato planter at some point. No, maybe not. That's expensive.
Yep.
I'm doing pretty good this morning, Ali Bongo. Glad to hear you're also doing well. I was thinking they could make them similar to Dave's sorter on PV County. Wire mesh pallets, just stretch them out. I don't know how it's being done using the field stones. Yeah, I don't know how it's actually being done. You have a modded direct seeder that's 5 meters. I've got plenty of direct seeders, but I actually like the way this looks. So I don't mind doing it. I just might give it a little bit higher capacity and stuff. Maybe make it colorable. I don't know, we'll see.
Make it cost half the price.
No, I'll just save up and eventually buy one, that's all. I don't mind spending the money on the equipment. I've paid accurate pricing for all of the equipment so far. But the other nice thing is with the sale thing is a lot of times when you lease equipment, or like if I were to lease a potato harvester, do a bunch of these contracts and then turn it in when I'm done, chances are it's coming up as a used piece of equipment after that. That clip from one side to the other with the vehicle control add-on, I haven't used it with articulated tractors.
I mean, I've been modding since FS13, and I only started getting into courseplay at the end of FS19. So,
Yeah,
'cause
I did a little
I
bit of
started getting
course play auto drive in 19, but not a lot. And when vehicle
auto drive.
control
I did a lot.
add-on,
So, yeah. I did a lot of auto drive because I had between me and my buddy in the UK the VEG Sternberg map I converted over to 19 release. That said we
yeah, see, in my case, I didn't use much of auto drive because I came over from console really late in the process.
oh okay.
Um, you can't drive them with VCA. Interesting.
And I still use keyboard and mouse for my game.
Yeah, yeah. No, I came over a year ago, so for the first 2 years of 19, I was on console. All right, that contract is complete. Yeah, well, when I came over from console too, I was using a controller on the PC, and then I finally got the wheel, and I was still using the controller on what was the other potato one? 42. 42 is the one I borrowed the equipment for. I have to go do field 81 first. Let's go do field 81, then we'll come back for 42. But in my case, I bought the wheel, and I wasn't familiar enough with the keyboard controls in 19, so I stuck to using the controller, and I was only using the wheel for the like ATS and stuff like that.
That's what ATS and ETS2 I use Xbox One controller.
And
Mind
then
it took me a long time to get the what do you call it, the adjustment for steering properly.
mhm.
Because you had to dial it in. I said to when you need it, but I said after that I said it's great.
Yeah. And then when 22 came out, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna use the wheel right from the get-go. I even wanted to use my shifter too, but there's not really a whole lot of room on my desk, especially now that I've added the joystick. I do want to maybe look at getting that one of those HOTAS controller holders for the joystick, but again, because it's a custom-built desk with a weird angle on it, there's not a whole lot of room. And I'm right-handed with the joystick, so that would be the direction I'd be leaving the closet when I get up to go places, and I'd just be smashing my knee into it all the time. So I need to actually do some cleaning of my desk and get rid of this giant pile of paperwork that I've got over on my left side. And that way I can shift my keyboard and things around a little bit. And then I've got some tidying up over here to do in my pharmacy, if you want to call it that. 81 is potatoes, which will be the one in the back over there, okay. Wheel is pretty much a controller. Yeah, pretty much. It works the same as a controller does. It's just a little bit easier as far as the steering goes because the controller tends to be more of an all or nothing thing. There's more range to the controller, to the wheel.
I just wish my controller had more buttons on it.
Yeah, I mean, my wheel's got all kinds of buttons because it's got all the same buttons that the PlayStation controller has on it. I just don't use most of those buttons right now because now I'm used to the controls of the keyboard and mouse and all that stuff, and I've forgotten a lot of the joystick you know, the PlayStation button combinations. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. But I want to rebind a lot of the buttons. I just haven't taken the time. But getting rid of the pile of paperwork, I'll be able to shift the keyboard over to make it a little more easier for me to not reach around the I won't have to reach around the wheel so much. Alright, let's fold this up. Let's head this direction. We're going to go grab another contract on our way towards the store, because I will have to fill this thing up with seed shortly. Oh, field 42. What's 42 is potatoes. So that's going to have to wait. 47. What is 47 going to have putting into it? 47 is soybean. Well, I'm already on soybean, so let's head over to field 47. Hire a worker there. Back over here. And away we go. Yeah, I meant to clean my desk yesterday, but after I got done streaming, I went on a jump scare rampage with people, and I didn't get around to cleaning my desk. I had a pretty good ratio, though. I went, what, 10 of 12 on diesel and 4 for 4 on Reyes? No, you didn't, Henry. Most people come in here, then they kind of lurk, chill, hang out, watch they play their own farm sim, and that's perfectly acceptable. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And they're probably bored to death of watching me do potatoes. This is on this is a vehicle control add-on, Coke. If you do exclamation VCA, it will bring you to the direct website download for this. That's the one that Bad Lad just linked right there. It'll bring you to the direct download link for this website, and it works fairly well. If you have any questions, make sure you let me know. I don't mind answering at all. Let's make sure we don't have any other potato contracts in here. Sorghum, potatoes is 42. So we will head up to 42 and start doing that. You're seeding sugar beet on Elm Creek. Nice. I will probably need, on my way, we're going to head up to the store. I will top off with about 3,000 more liters of potatoes. I don't, Henry. I do not have a YouTube video for that. There is, I think, a YouTube video for how to use it and set it up and do everything with it, but I have not linked that to mine yet 47 is complete, so let's collect on that. Whee! There goes that sign. It happens, bread. I'm almost done with the potatoes, though. We will set this guy driving this direction. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cancel job. I want this guy. Okay. That's done. Let's head to 52, which should be just across here. It is. Who is up next? Billy Alpaca will be on in about 4 hours. 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time he will be going live. As we continue our way through day 46 now of SGA coverage. My word. Oh, 52 is on the other side of the creek. Sorghum.
Getting to be like Big Daddy.
Yeah,
Crick.
once in a while. Creek. Starting to sound like scurvy. You're on a break from 22 until there's a new update on it that does... You don't have to start your save game over every day. Why do you keep having to start your save game over, champ? Is it a bug in the game, or is it something specific that's happening that's causing you to start over? I'm curious. I would like to try and help if possible.
Possible mod corrupting the save game?
That's what I'm not like. Is it a logging thing? Is it a like what specifically is? As I get myself hung up on every single sign and everything in sight here. You. Oh my, Billy, what did you do? You're fired, Billy. Help if I turn the cedar on before I take off. Yeah, I mean, it could be any number of things. That's why I'm curious. Like, is it something we might be able to help with, or? I mean, I know there are still some bugs out there, but I hadn't heard of any that are that bad. It's possible. That happens. Are you on PC, champ?
I would imagine, since he uses Alt F4.
Well, yep. No, never mind. Brain's not working. You said Alt F4. Duh, that's a PC thing.
I thought the same thing.
Brain's not functioning at all. You've got the game on Steam, so what's happening is you play for a few hours, you save your game, then you try saving it, and it just hangs. Do you have a, by any chance, a virus, like an antivirus program you're running? You've turned it off against FS22. Alright, I'm curious. Open up one of your save game files and let me know if you have a terrain height detail PNG file in your save game. Good morning, Silas Major. You're looking for this terrain, sorry, not height detail, terrain.heightmap PNG file. You do? Okay. And it's sync. What mods are you running? Are you running anything like, oh, what's the name of that mod? Sim Dashboard. Because I know Sim Dashboard was causing issues for a while. Especially with saves, it was causing them to crash and hang.
It might be a Steam thing.
It could be, but I haven't heard of too many people having issues outside of like specific instances.
I was getting it yesterday doing the autosave.
It's doing autosave, it was doing it to you?
Well, that was my guess. It would. I had it set for like every 5 minutes, and I could go in, and if I didn't manually save to start with, every time I hit to an autosave, I could play for 5 minutes. It would kick out.
Yeah, I don't know about that because I turn off autosave as soon as I go in, and I always manually saved it. So I've only had an issue once or twice where I had to in Steam to re-verify the files. As I said, because sometimes when I go to exit out, it would say you would come up with that corruption screen thing. But I think that's just only because where I'm doing so much modding is the reason I get that one.
Yeah, probably.
And like I said, I had it turned off today, and I probably played for 8 or 10 hours, and I never had an issue with the autosave turned off.
The autosave turned off. Yeah, are you using the autosave, champ? And do you have the latest version of Sim Dashboard? Because I know there wasn't, this was probably a week or so ago. They were having a lot of issues after that smaller hotfix patch they did, where Sim Dashboard was causing issues on the saving. Alright, so 42 is potatoes. 73, 79, 80. I have to come up to 29, 26, 3. Alright, so this guy is going to get sent in the direction of field 3. Get him over here. Set destination, field. There. Don't use autosaves, having issues. Have you tried verifying files on Steam? I've also seen people with issues because they had their whole documents folder syncing with OneDrive. Yeah. I mean, it could be any number of things. That's why I'm curious. I'm trying to help narrow it down as to like what might be causing the issue, because I hate to see people that are having those kind of issues. Are you still on Windows 10, Windows 11? I'm just trying to get as much information to help maybe narrow down what the trouble might be. I mean, it's entirely possible. It's a giant's, some weird giant's bug that they will get taken care of. But if I can't help narrow, if I can help narrow it down and solve the problem, so you're not having to deal with it, you can play and enjoy the game, I would love to try and help. I would almost be certain that he's got some mods of some kind bred, and it could be a mod conflict. It's hard to say, but I mean, have you tried checking your log file? You have to cut your visit and your stream a little short. You need to get some sleep before you have to take Chloe to her doctor's appointment. Alright there, Becky. You have a good one. Get some sleep. Chloe, let her sleep. Animals can come later. They won't go anywhere. I promise. And we will catch you later, Becky. Hope everything goes well for you guys. I will probably be live for a period tomorrow. I don't know for sure. Because Tuesdays and Thursdays I play bus driver for my son in school. Beyond that, I'm not 100%. I will for sure be live Wednesday morning. I can guarantee that much. But probably for a little bit tomorrow, some. Ah, wrong crop type. What needs to go into field 3? Soybeans. There we go. Yeah, definitely for sure. Send your log file if you want to, champ, and I'll take a look at it. That's good. Alright, Becky. You take care, and we'll catch you in the next stream. No, bad lad, you don't get to send me your log. I don't think I want to look at 2 million lines of code when you wreck your game.
I was about to say I'd be afraid to look at his log.
So would I. Are you on the SGA Discord by any chance, champ? No, I don't want to look at yours either there, Michael. You are? Send me your log file, and I'll take a look at it. Like I said, if I can help figure out what's going on with yours, I will. You're welcome to ask. I can try to help you out the best I can. If I can't figure out an answer, we might be able to help you narrow something down. I would almost undoubtedly say Michaels there, Bodine. Can you send me your bill? No, no grabby. I've got enough of my own. But if you want to send me your log in Discord, champ, I'll take a look at it. We'll see if we can't get to the bottom of what your issue might be. I was gonna say, Bad Lad is slowly starting to figure out his log file and how to fix things. That's why I would say undoubtedly Michael's would be worse. Now we just need to train Michael on how to do it. That'll probably cut down 70% of Billy's work. Yeah, he wants a lot of money, doesn't he, there, Aussie? I try to avoid Bill. He wants a lot of money from me. Field 26, taking the on-ramp in the wrong direction. You want to be able to fix mods, not remove them? Well, it depends on what's wrong with them, Michael. Sometimes they're easy fixes, sometimes it's just not worth it. Thank you there for that hydrate, David. I appreciate it. Beep beep. Hey. Make sure you eat some breakfast and take your pills, huh? You and your friend can't dump your silos when playing co-op. But when you leave, it works fine for him. Literally can't dump anything in your placeable ones. Change positioning to see if it was being covered. Nothing. Are you on the same farm, Will? Had one error this morning. That's getting fixed by Winston. Been trying for the last few months to cancel your subscription to pills, but unfortunately without success. Yep. So you're on the same farm in multiplayer. You can't dump anything in when you're playing co-op, but when you leave, it works for him.
Do you still have to be like a farm manager or anything like that on multiplayer?
I think as long as you're on the same farm, it should work okay. Are you both farm manager? Does one of you have higher permission levels than the other? Next question, is it a base game silo? Or is it a modded silo? So when you're in there, it shows the grate being covered, and when you leave, it becomes uncovered. Interesting. I didn't know they could be covered. I believe so, yes, Bad Lad. Yeah, that's typically why I don't think mod manager would matter, Viola, but, you know, everything you said was correct, but it's a modded silo. You've tried 2 different modded silos. Are you doing, I'm assuming you're doing a, where you're joining him on a dedicated server. Is it a hosted server, or are you joining more like a dedicated on his save game? I'm using vehicle control add-on Iron Pudge. Exclamation VCA will get you the direct download. So you're just joining him and it won't work. What silo are you? What silos are they, Will? Because like Bad Lad said, they might not be multiplayer compatible, and that's causing it to not work. Once again, field 29, wrong crop type, sorghum. Dummy me. Here we go. Yep, how's it going there, Selfie King? I realized that there, bad lad. 16 million silo. It's a modded silo, though. And you're on console, right? Turn on the cedar, dummy. My brain. My brain. That's not a problem, Will. We're just trying to help get to the bottom of it. Oh, no, it's the new year. So happy new year to you as well, Selfie. Nothing wrong with saying happy new year. It is a new year. I wish joy and happiness and a good year to everybody.
Might have a stupid question.
Well, I will warn. Ask a stupid question. I might give you a stupid answer, but go ahead and
Okay,
shoot.
well, no. What is meadow grass by chance?
Meadow grass?
Yeah, because I'm used to seeing grass as grass to me. It's like
Well, in 19, yes, grass was grass. In 22, now you have field grass and meadow
And
grass. Meadow
so
grass
field grass is what grows in a field, like on an actual
on
plot
a
of land.
plowed
And
field that you plant grass
so,
into.
so say after when you're going up the road from the main farm up toward the
Yeah, up in the corner there, you've got
the section of grass between that road and the highway. Is that meadow grass?
in between the highway, yes, because you'll see the meadow grass
Okay.
grow up. It's got the little flowers in it and everything else when it's
Okay.
fully grown. That's meadow grass. Field grass is when you've plowed the field and planted the field with actual grass. That
Okay.
becomes field grass. It won't get
Oh,
the
okay.
flowers in it when it's fully grown, and it allows you to fully fertilize it, roll it, do things like that for the bonuses.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Tried two different ones. We will try. Yeah, try a non-modded one, Will. My guess is what's happening is they're not set for multiplayer, and when you join into the game, it's denying access to the to that one because it's not set for multiplayer. Play it on console, but you have no idea how to make money on a start from scratch. Start from scratch is going to be difficult regardless of what platform you play on, Selfie. My best suggestion is do a lot of contracts. Contracts are a good, easy way to make money, even on a start from scratch map, because you can earn money work your way up towards getting fields. Is that you I heard there, X-Man? For making baling less labor intensive. Not really. And cutting down trees only works if you own the land, Jeff. It is a good way to make money, but you have to own the land, and on a start from scratch, you don't really start with anything, so it's hard to build your way up from nothing. Just had a pig in a blanket sandwich. Nice. Sounds tasty. But one thing I would recommend, Iron Pudge, to help make baling a little less intensive for you is... Where are my balers? I don't have it. There is a mod on the in-game mod hub called the Vicon Fast Bale. It allows you to bale without stopping, and if you're doing silage baling, wrap all in one shot without actually having to stop constantly to offload the bale, doing things like that. It saves you having to run back around with a wrapper to wrap the bales. The only downfall is it's a round baler, so you might have to pick them out of tree lines and stuff if it's a hilly or sloped map. You could try that. It might help. But baling is unfortunately a labor-intensive job. Getting larger equipment so you can windrow a bigger windrow together does help out a little bit because you've got less lines to have to run around and pick back up afterwards. So that's another option as well if you've got a larger mower and a larger windrower. Or if you use in the Vicon mower pack or on the in-game mod hub, there is a Vicon mower. This will windrow while you're cutting. If you use this extra, or sorry, this Vario BX, it will windrow the grass as you're cutting, and then you don't have to run around and windrow it. So that is, that's typically why they do pay a lot of money, because they're labor intensive. It's the same thing with sugar beet and potato contracts. They're typically a lot more labor intensive, so you get paid more money for doing them. Yeah, that's true without the lumberjack mod, yes. You'd appear offline whenever you play this map. You get non-stop messages asking if you want to play a multiplayer. Yep, I can understand that. Not a problem, Iron Pudge. And I'm curious, did Champ send me his log file at all? No, he did not. Alright, I'll go hit those ones and grab 73 on the way back. Yep. Yeah, start from scratch is a good way to learn it, but starting on New Farmer is also a really good way to learn the game. One of the things I recommend when you do a New Farmer start, if you're trying to learn the game, is don't be afraid to use something like the government subsidy signs. Give yourself a bunch of money and play around with all the different types of equipment. It can be very helpful to learn what equipment does what works best for you, what you like best, and then you can start your true game out however you want to start it and play it the way you want to play it. Yep, that's one way to do it, Will, or you could also just set yourself to appear online only to your friends, I believe. Alright, what's going into field 79? Sorghum. Okay, we're already on sorghum. That's good. My wife's cooking something and it smells fantastic, and she's gonna come in here and she's gonna eat it right in front of me. I guarantee it. It's gonna be just frustrating. I use the Logitech G29, Jake. It's the one for PlayStation or PC use. That's preference. It's what do you have for money, and what do you want to use for equipment. That's why I recommend, if you're starting out just trying to learn the game, don't be afraid to use something like those government subsidy signs to give yourself all the money you need to just buy whatever you want to buy, and then you can play around. Do you want smaller, older tractors and play that way? Do you want bigger, newer tractors and play that way? It's a good option to check out. Big Double D22, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Field 80 is also going to be in sorghum. Dang it. I ate breakfast already, and now she's making whatever she's making, and it smells awesome and fantastic. And because of that, yeah. You certainly can. I will do my best to answer. You've done small equipment playthroughs, Jeff? Yeah. It can be fun doing small equipment playthroughs, especially on a map like Elm Creek where there's a lot of smaller fields. Starting out, like with this farmyard down here, for example, with all these nice smaller fields, could be a really fun way to start the game out and play. Because it's kind of set up that way. There will be more maps coming, Selfie. The game's only been out for a month, and it takes a long time for maps to get through Giants testing. So I would imagine that starting this month and moving forward, you'll start to see a lot more modded maps coming. You're on Xbox. Would you know if there's a button box so you could detach and all of that? The only thing I can think of button-wise would be the Logitech side panel, but I don't know if it's working for the newer ones and whatnot. I know that there was support for the older generations with the Satec side panel, but the newer generation consoles don't necessarily have that support. My wife is amazing. She must have heard me talking about the food that smells awesome and fantastic. She didn't hear me. But she's still awesome and fantastic, and she made me some breakfast. Even though I had 4 pieces of toast earlier. She made what she calls a breakfast mess. It's some smaller home fries, apparently some cat hair. Eggs, green peppers, yellow peppers, red peppers, some onions, and some chunks of bacon, and some cheese.
I'll be right over.
No, this isn't going to last that long.
Is he making all of us hungry, I think?
Yeah, it'll only take me like 20-some hours, 24 hours to get there.
Yeah, you know.
She could make more by then.
Yeah, she could. There you go, Big Double D. Sometimes that's the best. I thought 73 was supposed to be... Oh, soybeans, you dummy.
And heck, as long as he's coming, might as well grab X-Man and me too.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yep, I'm going that way.
Just in time for breakfast tomorrow, yep. Yeah, just in time for breakfast tomorrow. I'll let her know. Whereabouts do you live there, Big Double D? She does like to travel. Road trip. Thank you for those 200 biddies there, Anthrax24. I do appreciate it. Northern Ireland. Big Double D over here said that he wants to you to go cook him some. He lives in Northern Ireland though. I think so, Jake. Yes. And Big Double D, my wife's answer is where's her plane ticket? She's always wanted to go to Northern Ireland, so you might have just stolen yourself a cook. So you've got the stones turned off, but you're still getting the them on when you're plowing and stuff. When did you turn the stones off, and how many days have passed since you did it? Because some of those settings, like weeds and stones and stuff, won't take effect until you start the next season. What I mean is, if I were to turn stones off here in April, they wouldn't take effect until like June, potentially. So that could be part of that problem, Jake. Don't tease me now, Big Double D. That sounds fantastic. I'll just have to set up babysitters for my kids. How many days, how long should you set it? I set mine to 3-day months, Selfie. But, that's all preference. I have 2 kids, Big Double D. At the very beginning, it's been about 2 game years, but the problem's only specific to one field. It could just be an issue with that field there, Jake. Oh, I don't think I'd trust you to babysit the 2 of them, Michael. They would eat you up and spit you out. There we go. Potato contract complete. I'm just gonna finish this one up here. Well, believe it or not, Bad Lad, my eldest son would probably fix his log file for him. And yes, day 46 DIY. We are now a little over 5 hours into day 46. I'll have my camera back on in just a few minutes. I just don't want you guys having to stare at me while I eat. It just changes how many days in game will pass per month. And as far as even if you turn seasons off, the crops will still take so many months in order to grow. And you can find that under the tutorials page. Introduction to crops. Let me just stop my worker here real quick. When you come to the tutorials page, which is !Academy, will get you to this page here. Under Introduction to Crops, you'll see wheat, for example, is going to take 10 months to grow. Now, it's planted in September, harvested in July, if seasons is on. If seasons is off, and you plant in January, you're going to be harvesting in October, because it's still going to take 10 months for your wheat to grow. So if you've got 3-day months turned on, that means you're going to have 9 days per season, but it's going to take you 30 in-game days for this wheat to grow. Now, if you've got a lot of fields and a lot of production buildings and stuff like that, increasing your days per month gives you more time to deal with things like planting, harvesting, seeding, fertilizing, and so on. But this is a good page to look. Like oat, for example, with seasons off, you could plant in January, harvest around April, because it only takes 4 months to grow. Not a problem, Big Double D. That is what sets the SGA apart. We make sure we take all the time we need. Even if it interrupts stream, whatever we're doing, we don't care. We want to help you guys out. We want you guys to get the information you need. I'm even going to link this right here in chat for you there, Big Double. Go through here. There's a lot of really good information, a lot more information coming soon. They've been adding to these as they go, and it really does help explain a lot of things that have changed in 22 versus 19. And the big thing to keep in mind, this is a video game, so plowing and things like that work differently in the game than you would see farmers do in real life. Doesn't necessarily make the most sense versus what farmers do in real life, but this is based off how the game is coded. And again, it's Giants is based in Germany, so a lot of the coding is based off of how things are done in Germany, not necessarily how they're done all the way across the world. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Oh, well, farmers don't do tillage like they do in Germany in the Midwest, so it's not necessarily going to follow exactly how farmers would do it in the Midwest. That's just one of those things to keep in mind. It is, at the end of the day, still a video game. Right, X-Man?
Correct.
X-Man's like, well, we don't roll where I'm from. No, but there are a lot of farmers that do roll, so, gotta keep in mind, it's, not everything's gonna... it would be nice if it was able to really kind of go that way and recognize more of that information, but it's just too much, I think, for a video game without having like 18 million lines of code in there. Exactly, that's why you've got the choices. You can play with weeds on if you want, play with stones on if you want, or off, or whatever, plowing on versus off. It's a lot of options for how to do things. Alright, that contract is complete. We are now done all of the seeding missions that we had available. So now we can start doing some of the spraying and fertilizing contracts while we wait for our fields to grow. When seasons are on, will the contracts you get auto give you ones for the correct season? I don't know for sure on that one there, Double. I've only played with seasons on, and I know obviously like you're not going to get planting contracts for sorghum in June because you can't plant sorghum in June. You won't get harvesting contracts until there's things that are due for harvesting at that time of the year, stuff like that. Exactly, Rod. It looks pretty good, and there's a lot of good things about it, but at the end of the day, it is still just a virtual video game, And how's it going there, Sweden? Good evening to you. Hope you are doing well. Things have been going great so far this morning. Not a problem, Big Double. Never apologize for questions. That's the only way we can learn. And you never know when you're going to ask a question that's going to make me or anyone go, I don't know. I haven't checked that yet. And then we'll do some figuring out and we'll learn together. And just because I might not know the answer, yes, it does take a long time to grow there, Brad. Doesn't mean that somebody in chat or somebody here in X-Man or Same Lewis or TC and me or any of the other streamers that hang out and chats with us, they might very well know when I don't know. And that's how we all kind of learn. Yep, that is the SGA Discord there, Big Double D. And also, exclamation SGA will bring you to the Sim Game Alliance website. Very good in place to ask questions. There's forums there. There is a list of all of the SGA streamers. We have mods for PC on there. We have a calendar to let you know who's streaming and when. We do ask that you register and verify your email address. Make sure you check your spam folder for the for the verification email. A lot of times it ends up there. But if you have any issues registering, make sure you just pop into one of our chats and ask us. We can take a look and see what might be happening to your registration emails and stuff like that for you. Yep, exactly, Aussie Wheels. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask. An oilseed takes the shortest amount of time to grow because its purpose is an organic fertilizer. You let it grow 1 month, and then you plow it in, and it'll give you a fertilization state. Alright. Spraying or fertilizing? Which one should we do first? Spraying or fertilizing? Spraying or fertilizing? Probably spraying would be my guess. Get some baling contracts we'll get to. A lot of spraying contracts, holy cow. Lot of spraying contracts. I think we're going to start with the spraying contracts. We'll just work our way right through. If you look under the Introduction to Crops section, that's where you'll find that. So on the Academy page, tutorials, Introduction to Crops under Crops 101. Well, that's just it. Oilseed isn't actually meant to do anything other than just be a cover crop. So you would plant it and then till it in for oilseed. That's why there's no yield or sell price. You don't actually harvest it. You just literally will plant it and then plow it into the ground. Nope, nothing there. I wonder if there's been any updates to the testing list. Nope, Chalky must still be on vacation. It's just as a cover crop. It's not actually used as anything, Bread. Let's buy another 10,000 liters of herbicide. Not a problem.
Well, I finally got the mower to mow the meadow grass, but it's not picking it up in the trailer part. Because
So now it won't
get
pick it up?
In order to be able to get it to cut meadow grass, I had to put in the line mower fruit type converter equals mower in the XML.
Yep.
Because I'm currently, the way I'm doing it, I'm using cutter fruit type category direct cutter.
Mm-hmm.
But I tried to just change that to put in a couple of the other fruit type categories for one. The grass I think was a couple of different ones there, but I think it's pickup, and I tried putting pickup into it now as well, but it didn't make any difference because I've been looking at the big M450 and a couple others, and it needs to be set to mower in order to be able to cut the meadow grass.
Yeah.
And that's what was missing. That was the airline I was getting in my mower, was missing fruit type category. And it was coming when I put that in. That error disappeared out of my log.
So now it'll cut the grass fine, but you're having an issue with it picking it up.
Yeah.
I would guess, and again, this is a guess on my part. Does it picks up How do you have it set to pick up in the XML?
Well, see, it's hard because because it's a direct cutter. It acts like the forage wagon.
Yeah, it's just gonna drop it.
Well, no, the forage wagon has a capacity.
Oh, yeah.
It has a built-in capacity. That's how it's done. But this way, it's using the boxes. And because I do have a fill, because I have a fill.
Yeah.
I have a
Bad
fill
Lad said he was
capacity
getting a
with-
fill-type converter issue, too.
Well, yeah, the fill type convert. That was what was missing. Was I had that line and that got rid of that line. That's I knew about that warning since the beginning. That wouldn't make any difference to doing regular cutting. But so I have a fill unit capacity of 70,000. I said that's for the trailer itself, and that's just basically the same the normal fill type. But I said because it's set as a direct cutter, it acts like a forage wagon where it has a built-in capacity amount, so that it stores it there until it can empty it out. But because it doesn't have a pipe output, it's using the trailer. Basically, your trailer and the box ends up being technically the pipe, and then you go tip it out. So it's more of a Frankenstein piece than anything else. So.
Yeah, the fill type on the box, is it set to like chaff? Because that's probably what it's doing with the direct cutter, is it's chaffing the grass.
Well, the fill unit on here is actually set to bulk.
Yeah, I don't know if chaff would be part of the bulk fill. How's it going there, Amira?
Yeah, because basically the fill unit is set to bulk, and then the cutter is just basically direct cutter. It's just it says ignore collision mask equals true, and then allow forage growth state equals true, and then fruit type converter equals mower. So it's basically using the direct cutter to mower rather than the direct cutter to forage. Because the forage wagon is actually set to forage. I think the forage harvester category or something.
Are you seriously about ready to try and drive up that bridge, you stupid worker? Hey, stop it! Okay, fine, be that way. I was getting ready to tab out of the game, so I was letting the worker do it while I was talking to Winston here. Good morning there, Bad Babe.
That's a bad thing to do.
Yeah, what does the forage harvester use for its fill type when it's doing the direct cutter? Because you said the forage harvester has a little built-in capacity for the pipe.
Well, yeah, but see, the forage harvester, the regular forage harvester is set to turn. It's basically set to turn. It turns corn into chaff. That's it.
With the direct cutter, it's turning everything else into chaff as well.
Yeah, depending on the header, because you have the what looks like a mower head, which turns pretty much anything into grass. Or into chaff. It'll turn like wheat, barley, corn. It'll turn grass, whatever. It'll turn it all into chaff. Chaff, because that's the way it's set up in each of them. But it's a different cutter for each one. But technically, you're still making chaff out of everything with the headers. But we use direct cutter because direct cutter can, and then over to basically mower. So you're on a regular crop or regular grass, it'll actually cut it and then just turn it directly into, and then go to the fruit type converter, and then mowers turns into that list, everything listed to turn it into grass. Now I know meadow is already in this list, but for some reason it's still not picking up meadow grass because it's not underneath direct cutter. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you look under fruit types in the under mapped fruit types, direct cutter has grass, wheat, barley, oat, canola, soybean, sorghum, and sunflowers. So basically, this thing should actually technically cut all that. But but if you add meadow grass into that direct cutter fruit type category, then this mower should technically be able to cut it. But that means having to add the map to do it.
Yeah, that might be unfortunately the only way to take care of that right now. I'd have to look at it a little bit closer when I'm done streaming. I can give you a hand and see if we can't get to the bottom of it all.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, and then Amira, as far as the pallets of bread at the bakery, they will start coming out once you have 1,000 liters of bread. So once you get yourself to 1,000 liters of bread, it will pop out of the bakery. BFE to do the do. You lost me there, Poke Salad. You lost me on that one. Bad Lad is saying Billy's harvester is set to chaff and windrow grass for his forage harvester, fill type 7. I don't know if that 7 was meant to be something else and is a typo or not, but... Let's kill some weeds. Type error? Okay, yeah. So Billy's is set to chaff and windrow grass. Interesting. Field 7. Aha!
The only other option I would have would be to take the mower head and make it separate from the actual truck, to make it an attachment, and then turn it directly back into a mower like the big M450. But then the truck itself would be an
Would have
actual,
its own separate pickup.
would have to be, so that way you would turn on the mower and then you'd actually lower the pickup and turn on the pickup to pick up the grass and do it that way.
Yep.
That's the only other option, and that would be my last resort. So.
Yep. Exclamation VCA there, Jeff. Oh, nothing there, Double. We're just trying to work on one of Winston's mods. It's having some issues. These crop protection machines, if you have crop destruction, does it still damage your crop? Only if you have certain tires. With crop destruction on, if you have like a twin narrow or a row crop tire, it won't destroy your crop on the machine. Doesn't mean the trailer you're pulling won't necessarily. But for example, this sprayer has row crop tires on it, so it won't actually destroy your crop with the crop destruction turned on. Not a problem there, John. Good morning, Georgia. How are you? Oh, and I'm sorry I missed this bit ago there, Hydroxine1. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I've been all over the place this morning, so I do apologize for missing that. I'm doing pretty good. Just taking care of some contracts here on the farm this morning. I'll take care of this chunk of fields. We'll grab field 11 while we're up here. And we'll accept a few more of the spraying contracts while we're at it. Dave got a window on Wolf Creek yet? Not yet. We're still experiencing issues with new saves. Anytime there is a crop type added, so a lot of the delay is in the crop types. If we can get to a point where Dave can do some tweaking to maybe do some dummy crop types in the meantime and things like that, that might be a workaround. We're not sure. A lot of it's gonna primarily be based on how long it takes to convert the fruit types, unfortunately. Because every time one gets added, it seems to throw issues.
But there is Uncharted.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, there is Pleasant Valley Uncharted if you want to play on that, Amira. It does have all of the same productions being added to it that you get in that you'll be getting in Wolf Creek. So Pleasant Valley Uncharted Pompey's Edition. Thank you for that reminder there, X-Man. I usually do point people in that direction. No, double, because unfortunately with my back, if my wife doesn't cook, I probably wouldn't eat, or I would be 600 pounds from eating even way more unhealthy than I already do. Besides, after 20 years, she's finally starting to understand me better. Actually, she's understood me pretty well all the way along, but 18 degrees for you guys, minus 15 Celsius in Canada. Ah, that does not sound fun at all there, John. What is my temperature here? What is my local temperature? 18 degrees where yep. I'm not too far away from Bad Bake at the moment this morning. 18 degrees, what's on the forecast? Just very chilly today. Only into the 20s today and tomorrow. And chance of frozen mix on Wednesday. Lovely.
I don't know where he's to in Canada, but minus 15 is, I find that warm here in Canada.
Gotta get back to work, snow to your knees. Ooh, that doesn't sound like fun at all. Well, Canada is a big place.
Well, I suppose living here on the island, we have a different type of cold. We have a damp cold. If you're over in central or toward the mountains, you get a dry cold.
Yeah, well, you can keep all of it. 15 in upstate New York.
No problem sending you some cold weather and some snow if you want it. I mean,
no. You can keep it. I don't like cold. Cold and I don't get along very well. Not anymore. I used to love cold when I could ski. I skied all the time. Now well, it's been probably a decade since I last skied. Alright there, David. 1 second and I'll get that stretch in for you. Did I miss like a huge chunk of this field or something? Why is this thing not being done yet? Like seriously, how did I miss a huge... This is in single player right now, Pokey, because I'm doing a lot of closed beta testing on the map for Dave. Alright, okay, so I was about to say, seriously? You're not going to complete yet? Come on! Arthritis and cold does not mix, no. Not at all. You'd be happy if you didn't have to go to work again till spring. Well, yeah, but isn't the crabbing season and stuff like that mostly in the winter? The fishing and a lot of the fishing stuff you guys do. I should probably be more cognizant of that stuff, but I tend to never remember. Alright. Head on over to field 22. If you first started, would a wheel or Xbox be best? If I were just starting out, a wheel is handy, but it's never anything that's required to get into the game. The game can be very enjoyable on a keyboard or a controller, PC or console. I started playing on the PS4 on the console in 19, and I put thousands of hours on the console and enjoyed it just as much as I did when I went to PC. So a lot of it's your personal preference. If you've got the money to spend on a wheel, I would recommend it. It feels a lot better. If you don't have the money, it's not needed. And is that... I'm guessing maybe like Easy Money? KKS? Sazzy Money? I apologize if I completely butchered that 100%, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? I'm struggling with your name right now. Apologize. 18 here feels like 8. That's no fun, Bodine. Oh, whoa, 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 what the heck is going on? I've got a car stuck in the back of this thing, don't I? Really? Are you... Thank you. What in the heck?
Free ride.
Yeah, except for I wanted to turn like 3 hours ago. You got a 920 for Christmas? Nice. Track IR. Yeah, it can be extremely expensive for the racing rigs and stuff like that. That would be in-game carpooling, yes, Sweden. Yeah, that's pretty cold, Bodine. You can keep all of that. I really wish the AI drivers were better at. I appreciate that there, Bad Bake. Yep. Free carpool. Aisle 7. New shorts. Aisle 10. Cattle 4536. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? Yep. Parking available at any yellow pole in the parking lot. Oh wait, that's Walmart. Put it this way, one of the local Walmarts is so famous, even Bad Bake halfway across the state knows about that Walmart. I don't. I've played some ATS, but I have not played any of the Euro Truck Simulators. That John Deere Farmer, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing this fine January day, kicking off 2022? I was thinking Farm Sim 22 for some reason. Been playing too much Farm Sim 22 since we're into day 46 of SGA coverage. Oh, that's not fun, Billy. Your computer keeps shutting down on its own. Is it overheating or something? Twice? Is it Windows 11? Windows 11 and it's shut down. Is it Windows updates coming in and it's just rebooting, or is it shutting down completely? Because that is completely strange that it would be doing it that frequently. Nice there, bad lad. Yeah, it sounds like a mod conflict. Check your log, Billy. Yeah, computer's completely shut down. Must be a mod conflict. Yes and no, Kumar. You will get more yield in that the weeds are dead, but you'll get a yield penalty for the weeds having grown in the field. Now, you'll get a 20% bonus yield for having taken care of all the yields, but depending on the size of the weeds, you'll take up to a 15% penalty. So you'll get more gain out of it than you would if you didn't spray, but you could potentially see a negative for the weeds having grown some. The best bet for weeding is to get them in their very earliest stage with a mechanical weeder, because it will remove the weeds without the penalty. Oh, I hope it's not. His computer was very, very new. Double D. It was actually built, believe it or not, by the SGA community, donating parts and getting it shipped over to him. The best way to say it, Kumar, again, I love to refer to the tutorial page when it comes to this, because this is how the game is coded. Whether it makes sense or not, it's how the game is coded. So you've got your, again, the different weeds and how to get rid of them. So now you can see the weed states, and it's one of their recent changes, which actually helps a lot for being able to see which weeders will work and things like that. You'll have your mechanical types, the weeder and the hoe, and the sprayer. But if you see with the sprayer here, it will work on the large weeds, but you will get a yield penalty for having used herbicide. So it's better to use the weeder or the hoe, because you'll get your bonus, but they'll only work on certain size weeds. Oh, I'm fully agree with that. They're never back down, and same with Big Double D. I'm just hoping it's not in his case, because it's fairly new, but anything is possible. Yes. I think it is Amira, but I'm not sure. Problem exists between chair and keyboard. See, if I look here in the field info in the lower corner, it says weed small, use a weeder. If I've got that option, the weeder is better than spraying, because it's not going to cost you money for the herbicide, but at the same time, then you have to have the weeder. Why are you rolling backwards like that? That was random. So when you come over to spaders, planters, weeds. Wasn't there a weeder category? Right here, weeders. So these will pull out small weeds. A hoe will pull out small and medium weeds. So this one's a hoe, this one's a weeder. Weeder. So this is the only actual hoe in the game right here. But they can only be used in the very early stages of crop growth too. So that's something else to keep in mind. for the game documents, etc. Yeah, I've got a 2 terabyte hard drive. I've got to swap out a couple of hard drives at some point, but before I do that, I have to transfer a bunch of data around in the computer, and then I'll be swapping over to a 2 terabyte hard drive with my 1 terabyte M.2 that has a lot of my like it's got my operating system and a bunch of that stuff on the M.2 drive. No other way to avoid the penalty. If you use the mechanical stuff, Kumar, it will avoid that penalty. The other option, especially in your own fields, is if you plow yield improvement. It's the best place to show it. If you use a plow, it will prevent weeds in that growing cycle. Same with the spader. It will prevent weeds. So you'll boost your yield for plowing, and you won't end up with any weeds in that growth state. If you use a subsoiler, you will get weeds. But if you use these, you won't get any. And the same thing with the sprayer is it says up to 15%. People have been saying you can spray before you plant and it will prevent the weeds, but I have not tested that myself. I don't know for sure how that works. I just know I use the sprayer for contracts, and as far as my own fields go, I plow every single time I harvest. So I don't do the mulching for the 2.5% anymore. I will just plow every single time to prevent the weeds, and then I will pick the rocks. I will use my shallow cultivator to get the seed bed, and lime if I need to, and then I will plant and roll. And then I'll make sure I fertilize twice during the growth cycles. Could the cable be coming out of the wall? We'll just check the cable first. Yeah, I hope Billy gets it sorted out. And yep. Yeah, the M.2s are fantastic, but they can be expensive. Why the seedbed state no longer gives a bonus anymore? It's just force of habit. That's what I do. It doesn't take me long to cultivate things like that. They can be. They very well can be. No, Mr. Van. I've been through this with you. Go away. I don't need any more probing today. The prices are finally starting to come down on some things. There are some things, though, that are still very much outrageously expensive, especially graphics cards. No work for you today there, X-Man?
What?
No work for you today?
Oh, no. I don't go to work till tomorrow.
Observed holiday today for you?
Yep, because the first fell on a Saturday, so
Gotcha.
for 22, today is the first.
Depends on what cultivator you're using, Double D. If you're using the smaller cultivators, they're considered a deep cultivator and they will produce stones. If you're using a larger cultivator, it's considered a shallow cultivator. It won't produce any stones, and you can actually use the cultivator after picking up your stones. And rolling isn't needed until after you seed. Yep, M.2. Oh yeah, the M.2 drives are starting to come down a lot in price. Yes, you're correct. I know a way you can get that. Turn traffic off. I like to keep it on. It makes the map feel a little more lived in. But if you do exclamation order, Double D, It will give you the two orders I've found to be the most useful, in my opinion. Not necessarily the end-all be-all, but it's what I use. Now, rolling before seeding will only give you a seed bed. Rolling is required directly after seeding, in the case of the yield bonus. But again, the cultivators, if you look at these, they say cultivator prefers fields for next sowing, and then once you get to a certain size, basically this Cokerling and larger, it'll tell you it's a shallow cultivator used for seedbed creation and shallow cultivation. It was implemented during the first patch for the yield bonus. Where am I? Which is why you'll now see the seedbed state has been here, but now you see needs rolling and mulched on this list. So this field here, 10, never got rolled after it was seeded. And because it never got rolled, it won't get the bonus to yield for this rolling. But that's why I have two separate orders listed there. If you're using the smaller cultivators, they'll actually pull up additional rock, which is why I recommend picking up the rock after you've cultivated the field. But the rock picker also gives a cultivation effect. I don't know if it counts towards seedbed or not. I haven't tested it enough to be perfectly honest. I just know in the case of the large cultivators, they'll give you the seedbed state. Prior to the patch, it would visibly give you a seedbed, but it wasn't actually giving you any bonus for rolling until the first large patch that gave that look, or gave that option on the minimap. I'm doing pretty good to this morning there, Slow Swede. Alright there, bad lad. I appreciate the lurk. We'll catch you later. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm doing fantastic so far this morning. Now, that said, you can roll prior to seeding, which will give you the seedbed state, but the actual seedbed state doesn't give you a bonus, necessarily. Just for getting the seedbed state. Ooh, I'm starting to get some good baling contracts up here. 17, 18, 13. I'll probably pick up all of those and go do them all at once. Once we're done our spraying rounds. Yes, grass will need to grow after it's been seeded onto a field. It should only take a couple of months to get to full growth. They can be very nice indeed there, Sweden. There you go, Selfie King. Did you get all your painting done last night, X-Man?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder, if you play on a map that has field planted as grass, do you need to plow and all that to get max yield? If you have periodic plowing turned on, I don't know 100% how that affects grass. But I think you will have to plow every so many times for the yield bonus. I have not tested it, though, to see as far as planted fields go. I do have some planted grass fields, so I'll keep an eye on them for sure, because I've got the periodic plowing turned on. Sweden is saying it does need to be plowed every so often to get the yield bonus. Any root crop will require plowing after every single harvest. But if you've got periodic plowing turned on, if you plant soybeans, for example, after every third harvest, you would have to plow that field regardless. If you plant corn, you have to plow every single time you plant corn. Same with sugar beet and potatoes, because you're breaking up the root balls. Michael says, good morning, X-Man.
Good morning, Michael.
Yep, that's called farm science. We will test until we get the answer. Jeez, Michael, you're almost as bad as Bread, though. I haven't seen Bread in a bit, so she might have finally fallen asleep. Pastor Taco, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today there, Pastor Taco? Not really, Sogwick. A lot of us just use whatever logging mods we tend to fancy, but nobody specifically aims for those, I don't think. I think FDR is probably the king of logging mods. Your friend is more into logging than farming, and he's waiting for FDR to get some mods. I heard they're coming soon. Somebody said yesterday on one of my stream, I think, that FDR's logging mod should be coming in the next week or so, I think.
Yeah, they're slowly getting everything ready.
Yep.
Because I'm waiting on a few of them too, so.
Yep.
Okay, I think I got it fixed. We're in the line for cutter. It was fruit type categories. I changed it to fruit to fruit types, and then added in grass and meadow separately. I also noticed too, because I had it set to direct cutter, if you got wheat and barley in there, you could actually cut it down and turn it into straw with this.
Oh, nice. Yeah, well, and that's probably what it was, is the category wasn't registering it, but as a fruit type, you can register them individually and just keep it that way.
Fruit type category direct cutter is literally in that XML, and it's only got grass and then wheat, barley, whatever other crops that can be turned into straw or that's listed in the bottom.
Yep.
And so because I tested it by adding the meadow next to the grass in there first, being very careful not to. Because I know how to edit the file. I keep the file open in Notepad, and
Yep.
when I'm done my test, I just undo the file so that it keeps it to stock. And then I started cutting grass, so I decided to go in and change categories to fruit type category to fruit types. And now I'm mowing. I just gotta finalize a few issues here now. So
there you go. There you go. Good morning, Amethyst Neon. Yeah, I was gonna say January 7th. I think is the date I heard as well for FDR's logging mods. Which roller do I use? You've tried both the Dalbo, but if you use the PW640 last spring, then you get a seed bed at once. Is that correct? And which equipment do you need to use? Good morning, Pastor Taco. I have currently this 1230 HD for when I'm doing my seeding and rolling, because I haven't been able to afford the really big one yet. I will eventually get this one because it saves a lot of time, but typically I'll just hire a worker and have them roll. But these are the two you would use after seeding to get your rolling bonus. This other one, this 630 green line, is only for grass. And what it does is after you cut the grass, you can roll it and it will give you a free fertilization state. So you'll get to fully fertilized just by rolling the grass after you cut it. I don't know about weeding as well, Pops, but it's possible the grass one might weed when it's doing its thing. I don't know. Hey, Drake, are you going to come in and say hi, or are you still going to be scared as can be? Come here. No, you're still going to be scared? You're not going to come in and say hi to me, Drake? I see how it is. Oh, that, I mean, I could see how it would weed for the grass one because it's got the tines on it. Alright, looks like the rest of the spraying contracts are down in that lower corner there. Not a problem, Slow Swede. I'm full of information. Most of it's pretty much useless outside of video games, but hey, I'm still full of information. I believe that starts today, Bodine. FSL practices were supposed to resume, I heard Monday, which is today. And that should be this evening, I believe. As long as NBC can beat Big Daddy once in the first bail, then Big Daddy will have to get a face cam. 1 try out of 5. As long as he can beat him once, then Big Daddy's going to have to get a face cam. It's a possibility. I mean, it only takes 1 try. It should be pretty entertaining. That's a good question there, Bad Lad. Because if NBC can't beat Big Daddy, the other part was based off of Boom getting a camera. If Boom gets a camera, then Big Daddy's other excuse to not have one goes away. So I got a badoomp in Discord, so 1 second, let me check what that is in case it's from Billy. It is from Billy. That is a message from Billy. He's still having issues, so looks like he may not be streaming today. I told him to get some mental rest if he needs to. And I'm sure we'll find somebody to fill his space, either myself or anybody else, Wheels or others. Maybe even X-Man if he's feeling up to it since he's got the day off today.
Yeah. I got running to do
yeah.
today.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Unfortunate.
Thank you there for that, Bad Lad. Excuse me. Alright, you have a harvest contract, sell the grain to small flour mill. It won't take it all because of the small flour mill. So I'm assuming what's happening is you hit the fill capacity on the flour mill, so you can't finish the contract. Is that what I'm guessing what's happening to you there, Kelser? You hit the capacity of the flour mill and now you can't put any more to it for the delivery. The only way that's going to complete is eventually you'll use up enough in the flour mill to complete it. Are you on Uncharted, I'm guessing? Good morning, one for you too. And thank you for going down through them there, Bad Lad. Bad Lad is currently shouting out every member of the SGA here in chat. So make sure you go give those guys a follow. They're all great streamers, all members of the SGA, all worth hanging out. And certainly if you have any questions, any single one of us would be more than willing to help answer your questions for you. X-Man and Boomhauer are great sources of information, especially when it comes to Courseplay and auto drive, if you have any of the questions related to those two. X-Man loves himself some Courseplay. Oh, you stupid thing.
Is there any place to sell grass, just by chance?
Grass? Animal
Yeah,
dealership,
just
maybe?
yeah, but I'm just trying to find a place where I can see it. Because right now it's got, except for tipping anywhere, I just really have, because there's no silo I know that can hold it. So.
Did Casket Man go back to Twitch, Bodine? I thought he was still on YouTube. I saw him live yesterday on YouTube.
Oh, what about the biomass?
What?
The biomass, would that take grass?
Maybe, question
Or
mark.
is it the BGA?
The BGA would probably take grass. You're not going to get squat for money for it, but it should
Oh, no,
take
no,
it.
this is a test, that's all.
Yeah. Regular grass. Animal dealer.
Oh, okay, thank you.
He's back on Twitch last night. Ah. Well, we'll have to make sure we go give Casket some love on Twitch. Yes, don't forget to put out his Twitch link now there, Bad Lad. I know he did have some regrets going to YouTube because of a lot of the Twitch integrations he was using for things like 7 days and the Troll Casket days and stuff like that. Were they? That's what I get for trying to sleep. Guessing that's Billy again. Yep, that's Billy. Good morning there, Papa55. How are you today? That's good to hear. That is good to hear indeed. How has your New Year's kicked off there, Papa? Any productions using straw? The only productions that really use straw, Zodiac, would be like TMR mixers that I'm aware of at the moment. Yeah, unfortunately that tree bug is still there, never back down. Somebody was talking about it yesterday. They think it, and they might be right, is that it is something to do with the occlusion mask causing an issue with the cutting of the trees and them going wonky. So that one might be a tricky fix. I hope they do get it, though, because it is fun cutting trees occasionally, and I actually just planted a whole bunch of trees to be able to cut down. For the sake of, like, the carpentry and stuff like that. Causes lag or makes your game crash. No, unfortunately, it's a known bug that the trees will occasionally go football shaped, as it's been termed. It's a giant's bug. They are aware of it. They're looking into it as exactly what causes it. But it's unfortunately one of those things that I think it's going to take some time to figure that out. Alright there, Amethyst Neon, you have yourself a good day at work. I hope it goes by quick for you. You take care as well, and we'll catch you in the next stream. There's a few on PV Uncharted, it's annoying. Yeah, unfortunately it happens. I know in some cases, if they've already been cut down, you can use the brucks to kind of cut them up and grind them up. But there's some that kind of freak out when you're cutting them and they get stuck in the air. That's why I've been using pretty much primarily the brucks to just take things down. But I did plant some actual pines for the sake of the carpentry. Hopefully we've got enough herbicide here to finish off this field. That'll be our last spraying contract, and maybe we'll go do some baling. Oh no, there's a lot of fertilizing contracts for some good money, so we'll run around those and then do the baling. Who knows, maybe between the fertilizing contracts we'll get to a point where we can afford to get that piece of property I want and get the government building place. Yeah, the brucks might be a good way to do it. Especially if they've already been cut down and they go wonky. The brucks will just cut them into wood chips. The other thing you can do is use like the lumberjack mod, so you can at least activate super strength to pick them up and maybe still get them into your trailer and drag them off to the sawmill. Ah, gotcha. Well, you know, it was just me offering out solutions. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed Mel. Well, thank you for that follow, Selfie King. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. And Mason22213, I apologize. I completely missed your follow. Welcome to the channel as well. And I apologize for missing that follow earlier. Alright there, Selfie King. You have a good one. And we'll catch you in the next stream. Welcome to the Farm Sim community. Moans, Bad Lad knows who you're talking about. Aha! I'm surprised Bad Lad hasn't got him on some big old, like, super cheaty mod yet. I know Bad Lad. He's kind of like that. Hi, Kiston.
Give him time.
Yeah, give him time. That's right. I don't think I'm going to make this swing. Yep, I'm going to catch all of the trees. I saw that coming.
Now, the only disadvantage of this mower is that when it's full, you can't use the you can't set them to have them to deliver anywhere because it has to be you can't fold up the mower while it's full.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That's the only disadvantage of it. Other than that, yeah, I mean it's working good there now. So I still got that one missing fruit type converter line, but I mean it's only a warning, not an error. So.
That was some good money right there, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you what. Nothing like getting 20 grand for a spraying contract. Yes, hi Kiston, I see you. Why don't you jump up here so my camera can pick you up and you can say hi on the kitty cam? What do you think, Kiston? You can come up here. You can be an annoying little black kitty. You're the one that appears on the kitty cam most.
Just trying to
Morning,
remember
Vortex.
the other one they mentioned was they mentioned this mower and they mentioned something else. I don't remember what the other one was now.
The wonky camera on the TGX, but that was a Giants issue.
Yeah, well, I think what I might do is just redo the I might export out the interior and exterior or the exterior cam from one of the in-game tractors and just replace it completely on the mod itself. That should help at least a little bit.
Yep, there you go. Well, welcome in Sweden's staff and kiddo. Welcome, welcome, and good morning again, Vortex. How are you this morning? That's why we keep it PG, folks. We have a lot of younger folks, nieces, nephews, kiddos. I mean, I got my 9-year-old sitting right here, and we all like to enjoy the content. So, Pimp of the Dead 77, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? All right, yes, come on. I know you're anxious to pop your head in and say hi to everybody. Say hi.
Hi.
You're able to find out about deleting the buildings on Pompeys. Yeah, as soon as you own the land, Papa, you can delete the buildings. So one of these is vanilla, the other 3 are mods. It didn't work for you, huh? Are you sure you own the right piece of land, Papa? Some of them are on funky pieces of land, so... Never Back Down says hello from the United Kingdom. So this one here is off of FS22modhub.com, Machini. This is a water tank. Actually, I think that one might even be on the in-game mod hub. This is the herbicide tank that I got off of FS22modhub.com. This one's the in-game liquid fertilizer tank. And this one is a map-specific lime and storage silo. Dave's got a spelling mistake. Lime and storage. Yes, he got an extra vacation day because of the observation of New Year's Eve. Lime and storage. Lime, fertilizer, gypsum. See, he got storage right there, but he got it wrong there. And I have to give Dave a hard time for that. Of course, I've been telling him about a spelling error on one of his Streamlabs notifications for how long now, and he still hasn't fixed that. Tell Dave he needs to go back to school. Lyman storage. So this one's not an elm. What kind of tree is that? Because that's actually a cool looking tree. It should be Nanic. If you've already cut, though, you will have to repaint all of the grassland with the in-game grass texture, and then repaint the actual grass with the meadow grass texture. Or meadow grass plant. That's what you ended up having to do right there, X-Man. If you start over, it should be completely fine if you start with a brand new save. I don't even think every single school district in my state in the state of Maine followed the same rules. I just know my particular school district, that's what they ended up doing. I completely skipped field 68, the really expensive one. Ran off to go do the other fields. Wow, it's already 10 a.m. I've been live for 5 hours. Holy cow. I'm going to do this field here, 72, by hand real quick, because it is a funky shaped field. After this, I'm going to go over to 73, set a worker while I go use the little boys' room quick. If Billy's not on, I will keep going. If somebody else wants to take over at noontime, then they're more than welcome to. But with Billy's PC having fits on him and him being just mentally beat up today, I told him to take the day off if he needs to, and we'll get it covered. I know T. Miller should be ending around that time with his 12-hour as well, so somebody should probably let him know Billy won't be on. Maybe not my youngest. My oldest, maybe at some point I might do something like the Danny Cam. I'll use one of my phones as a Droid Cam setup for him. Once this map is released, I do want to try and do some streaming where my son joins me for some multiplayer, because I think that'd be pretty cool to do. But that's a little bit down the road, obviously. Well, that's a nice thought, Bad Lad, but there's one problem with that. You don't count as an SGA member yet. And it's the SGA members that are keeping the streak alive. I'm sure somebody will be along here before too long and won't mind getting in a couple of hours streaming.
I'm not even a member.
You're an unofficial non-streaming member.
I'm the token hanger arounder.
Well, then what's that make TC? Because there's more than one of you now.
The mascot.
I can play a mascot.
Alright, they're never back down. Thank you for that. You're not PG enough to be Bad Bake? Well, we don't require anybody be PG for being a member of the SGA. That's never required. One, you have to be willing to help people. That's like numero uno. Even if it interrupts your stream, you have to be willing to help people. That's like numero uno. If you are a non-PG member, just make sure you have the right tag set. You know, if you've got the mature tag set, that's all we actually require, you know. And then when you join us here in chat, make sure you can be PG in chat, because the rest of us are PG, and we don't need you coming in here dropping F-bombs and everything else. I mean, Casket's not PG, but when he's here in chat, he can be PG, and that's, you know, that's all we ask when you're in our streams. Play nice.
PG-ish.
Yeah.
Oh,
as
come on,
PG
it's not
as
that
possible.
bad. We're PG-13.
Yeah, we're PG-13, exactly.
Sorry, I had a phone call. Work called me.
No worries. Work called you on an observed holiday day off.
Oh, I purposely set that up that way, though. I have my phone forwarded to my cell phone because we got people working. People are volunteering the work today, so if they're volunteering the work today, then I definitely should pay attention because, you know, nobody... I'm one of the support crew.
Yep.
So it's just common courtesy that if they need something, I can access it for them. I can do everything at home, though, so...
I was the same way when I did the FDA compliance because I was the only person that really knew all of it. So my work phone was forwarded to my cell phone, and if anybody called my work phone, it went to my... So even if I was wherever, it came to me, and I would then sit back and, all right, what do you need? What can I help with? Da 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 da. So.
Holy contracts! How'd you get so many contracts?
Dave's mod allows up to 40 to show up in the list. Obviously on Uncharted there's only like 10 fields, so there's, you know, only so many contracts that'll show up in the list.
Yeah, true.
But then I can take like 12 at a time. Because of that, it's just one of those things that, you know. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go use the restroom. Yep, Dave's Limit Breaker. It'll have 40 of them show up in the list, and because there's so many fields on Wolf Creek, you know. Alright, I am back. Thank you guys for waiting. And as I said, Pepito, welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Alright, let's head on up to field 56. Get that one sprayed, and we'll continue our way around the map. I remember I can borrow about another 160 grand, so that'll get us up to...
You might want to change your screen.
I did.
Only just changed my mind now.
Takes a minute. No, I've been struggling to get my setup working to be able to do the remote live stream. If I do the camera off of my phone, it doesn't seem to pick up the audio. So that's one big issue. And then I don't have a good enough tablet to be able to read and interact with chat while I'm doing it. So what may end up happening is this time it might just get died this afternoon. And it'll be red at that point. Thank you, Aussie Wheels, for that hydrate. Is there any difference in the greenhouses if all lines are on compared to one line? No. If, yeah, unfortunately, Bad Bake, it's, my kitchen is 30 feet that way. And I don't have that many extension cords for the USB. As far as the greenhouses go, thank you for that stretch. If you turn all the lines on, they will all produce at the rate in the greenhouse. So it doesn't matter if you only have one on or all three on. You'll just go through more water if all three lines are turned on. It's not going to produce lettuce faster if you only have lettuce turned on. You just won't be getting any strawberries or tomatoes when you're doing it that way. Starting to fall asleep, so you're heading off to get some sleep. Alright there, Aussie Wheels. Get some rest, bud. We'll catch you in the next stream. Thank you for the hydrates and the stretches. Keep me from falling asleep myself, so I appreciate that. Not a problem, Kelser. My youngest is now off playing on his tablet, so he won't be stuck right up my side. Not that it's a problem with him standing there, but it's just, I don't know, it's something unnerving about him standing right here next to me the whole time, staring at my monitor like breathing in my ear.
It's like your boss micromanaging you.
Pretty much. It's like, you know, well, it's that feeling of just being watched directly over your shoulder, like, you just want to say, like, back up! Personal bubble! You put your Twitch in moderator mode. How is it confusing, Bad Lad? Do you need to get out of moderator mode on your PC? Is that what the problem is, Bad Lad? If you want to exit moderator mode on Twitch on the PC, in the bottom right-hand corner of the window, there's a little, like, door with an arrow icon. And if you hit that button, it'll take you back out to the regular channel. I'll keep in mind, you break anything, you're probably breaking my stream, and then I'm going to have some words. Just FYI.
Now I'm trying to figure out this crab steering thing on the Homer Terra variant I'm converting.
Aha.
The all-wheel steering, the first option works, and the front, just the front wheels turning work, but the crab steering, left and right they're not adjusting the rear wheels. They're not going the opposite direction like they're supposed to. They're staying almost like in all-wheel steering mode. So.
Ah. I would say
I'm trying to use the Ropa. I mean, I'm looking at the Ropa Tiger.
I would say instead look at like the Rubicon sprayer.
Oh, I never thought about that one.
Because it'll do the all-wheel and the front wheel, but also you could always check your Zarian. That does the all-wheel, front wheel crabs too. Oh yeah, he's like, wait a minute, I've got another mod like that. Oh yeah. Guy makes so many mods he doesn't even remember what mods he's got and what they do.
Well, I got 59. I got 59 mods in my mod folder at the moment. So, and surprisingly, my log is actually pretty much error free. So, but most of these are the Plex Draw, at Mission, the
Yeah.
Money Mod, all the basic ones like that. I said fill mass type adjustment, just
Yep.
everything you're going to use. But so I like having them in there to make sure that there's no conflict between my mod and these other mods that I know everybody uses all the time. So.
Yeah, things like power tools for the testing and stuff like
10
that.
10 advanced gameplay settings. I got all that in there now. I said, yeah, it's just like as long as if I have no loggers and is everything error free, then I know it's fine to go with all those mods. So.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. But when you're trying to sort something out like that, yeah, it's
Then he's
looking
like,
at.
oh yeah, I had another mod like that.
Oh yeah, I've got another mod that does crab steering. Oh yeah, maybe you should check that one. That's funny. Bad Lads up to 99. I don't even know how many I'm up to. It at this point though. It's getting to that stage where I've got 84, but it's getting to that stage now where a lot of the mods are starting to become the productions from Dave. So before you know it, I'm gonna have probably close to 200 mods, but 100 plus of them are gonna be Dave and his productions. Well, now you've just given away the name of the person you said you would not name. They're never back down. That's how it gets sometimes. Alright, that's the end of my soda for the day. Now it's just water. I'm limiting myself to a soda and a coffee, or 2 sodas. After that, it's just going to be juice and water. 175. If they're error free and they've been checked, that's that's fine. You have 3 contracts for spraying. If you borrow the equipment for... Yes, you can, Don B. And welcome into chat this morning, Don. Yeah, that's actually a common thing to do. If you've got a big spraying contract and you borrow the equipment for that one, you can use it for any contracted spraying contract, if that's what it's for. And then when you're done, just make sure you turn in that contract last that you borrowed the equipment on. The other thing you can do, too, is if there's 2 separate contracts that will give you the same equipment, and one will let you borrow it for cheaper, you can do it for the cheaper one, do both contracts, and then turn them in, and you've used that cheaper equipment, so you actually save a little bit of money. It's the same with harvesting, plowing, cultivating, any of the contracts. Actually, cultivating, that's one of the ones I would recommend doing it to, because you can borrow the equipment for the biggest cultivating contract on the map and use it for all of the other ones, so you can get through them real quick and then go back and just turn in that one last. Well, by darn it, Bodine, I guess you do. It's January and snowing and you're 22 and your AL helper is wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Nice, Mr. Mark. Yeah, it'd be nice if you could, like, if they wore equipment, like gear appropriate to the season, but I just think it's cool at least that now there's a lot more variety to what you're going to see when you hire your helpers. Yep. Oh, believe me, I am the same way, Sogwick. I'll get onto like the in-game mod hub or someplace else, and before you know it, it's download, download, download because oh, that one looks cool. Oh, that one looks cool, and you put them into your game, and you never really take them out, even though you've checked it out. You've gone, oh well, that's cool. There's no issues in my log, but you never really use it. You just kind of downloaded it at one point because oh, it's cool, and before you know it, you've got so many mods that you never ever use. I've been pretty cognizant of trying to keep myself in check on 22 and going in and going, I don't use this mod. It's in my list, but I don't ever use it, so delete it. And I've been really, really good about trying to keep myself in line. I give it probably another month before I'm up to 400 mods because I've gone, oh, that's cool. I didn't even know what a log file was until I met Dave last August, and they started talking about log files, and I looked at mine and I went, oh, geez, I've got a problem. Because I started playing County. I had like 500 mods. Learned what a log file was, started looking through it, and went, oh, I've got a problem. And before you know it, I pared myself down to like 200 mods going, yeah, that's, yep, not doing that again.
Well, that's talking about a lot of mods. Back in FS15, I originally had an FS15 backup folder on my backup drive. It was originally over over a terabyte in size.
Wow.
With over 1,000 mods in one backup folder. This was mods that I've either fixed for people or whatever, or did myself, either new mods or converted mods from, and after, like you said, after a while, they just build up over time. And a lot of times I just forget about them because I put them in the backup folder because I did it for somebody and I don't need it anymore. So I put the one I'm not using over there as a backup, just in case you never know when you're going to need it.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
oh, yeah.
or want to reference something into it. And that's what happened to me. I end up getting, I have a 4 terabyte external hard drive. At least probably 2 to 2.5 terabytes of that is all farm sim related from anything from 13 to now.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things. Like I'm really trying to like moderate myself and keep myself in check because I was exactly that. Like, oh, this looks cool, and then you never use half of them. You download all these mods and then never use them, and it's like, all right, I am really gonna make sure I pay attention this time around. If I'm not using a mod, it's gone. If I have no intention of using the mod and I downloaded it because it looked cool, it's gone. If it looked cool and I'm never gonna use it anyway, it's gone. I just trying to keep myself in check. Otherwise, I will be right back there in no time flat, going like, oh, now I've got 400 mods again.
Well, that's also the difference between a streamer and a modder, because a streamer wants to keep his mods down to a certain amount so that it won't affect his streaming, because you want to keep it as highest quality possible and the highest. But for a modder is you keep these files that you do because you never know when you want to reference something or like that. So it's good. So yeah, that's the biggest difference. And I know a lot of people that are like that. They only download the ones they need instead of what they like to use. Just like for example, Jab using all the older solid equipment. And which is within that range. That's because he asked me to convert a pull behind harvester for him, and because it was an older style, I said, and I had no problem doing it for him. Like I said, but like he said, it keeps it in style, and this is what I like. I said, because each person's completely different when it comes to the streaming. So
yeah, and it's one of those things. Yeah, the same thing with the Kindle, but I do a lot of like I'll pull down mods to help people figure them out. If I don't have it or whatever, I'll go grab it, pull it down, look at it, figure it out. If I'm not going to use it, I'll delete it. If I am going to use it, fine, that's not a big deal. But I have been trying to keep myself to a degree, and then I have a separate folder of mods that I'm either going to work on for myself or somebody else, or I'm helping Dave with something or whatever. I'll put those mods aside and I'll keep my actual game folder neat and tidy. You know what I mean? Especially with the mod folder switcher, because it's easy. All right, go to test something, switch my mod folder, go in, do my testing, switch back, play my game.
Yeah, that's why I love that. I've been using that for a long time. I said the same thing. I got, like, each time I download a map, I got a folder on my external drive where I put the map, the mods that belong to it, and then I have my selection of what I call cheating mods that I put in, or of my own mods that I use, like my cat pack, the cat more back, stuff like that. I'll copy into it. It said because I liked it in 19, because you just gotta, every time there was an update or want to do it, I just click import your favorites folder.
Yep.
Which is what I liked, and I was the same way as it, because I try to keep that separate from my modding folder. This way, I don't have to worry about an extra 200 plus mods in the folder.
There you see the cat. He decided to jump up and say hi. Brief kitty cam. Alright, we will complete that one. Grab that one there. Now we should be able to head up into the corner, finish up the fields up there, and then on our way back down, grab some more mods so we can get the fertilizing ones all done. Phew, it's suddenly getting really warm in the house. The heat must have kicked in, because I am roasting all of a sudden. I am right here, no sense in coming back, so I might as well do this one. I don't have any windows in my closet, Bad Bake. And as you know, it's fairly chilly here in the state of Maine, and I'm not going to heat the outdoors. The name generator in the channel points, Georgia, is for you to pick the name of a factory. Just double check with me first, and I should probably add it to the name generator. I will probably do this. I will probably do that. But just double check with me which factory you might want to rename, in case I've already renamed it for somebody else, or I don't own it. And then you can pick the name of a greenhouse or a factory or some production, or like a cow barn or a sheep barn or something like that. I'll name it, as long as it's PG, whatever name you choose. I have several on my list already that are claimed, but I have a whole bunch of other ones that I haven't actually named yet, so... Field 27's right there, so I might as well get that one while I'm here. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. There we go. Hopefully not. Yeah, mine's, I actually have to order another 100 gallons here soon, because I only ordered 100 the other day, and I want to get closer to topping off my tank before the price shoots up. I paid just under $3 a gallon. So, I mean, pricey, but not as bad as it can be, I guess. I guess that is one thing that, yeah, thankfully here too, mine's in my basement, so I don't have to get K1 for like a mobile home or something. Because that stuff's getting quite pricey. Let me guess, you just keep putting in anti-gel additive? Or do you have it enclosed with like a heat lamp? Oh, bad lad, bad lad, bad lad. You, sir, are just too much. I have access to this land. What do you mean I don't have access to this land? I just picked up the mod. It's right here. See? See? Well, fine, then I'm going to cancel that contract. And I'll turn it in. I don't care. Be that way. It usually doesn't care if you're too wide. I say keyword usually. Because as long as the cab of my vehicle is on the field, it doesn't matter if I hang off. It's all where your character is in relation to the field. And if your character, who's sitting in the cab of the vehicle, is in the middle, then it doesn't matter. Good morning, Tigris. Ooh. That's no fun, Tigris. Yeah, it's like 18 down southwest, but -4 is no fun. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Bad Bake. I don't care what I've got for a tank. I'm paying you. So, what's it matter? I live in Oxford County. It's, I'm probably about a half hour from the New Hampshire border. Half hour north of Portland. Tigris is up in the county, up near Caribou. Bad Bake's down on the coast. Fern Dog, who I haven't seen in a few days, is also down on the coast. I did catch Fern Dog yesterday. Where did I catch Fern Dog? Reyes' stream, maybe? Where did I catch Fern Dog yesterday? Might have been Reyes. Evil Reyes. I don't remember. Maybe now it'll let me do 26. Honor 10 is also here in Maine. You check, you're down to number 3 zone with a large skyscraper on it. It will not delete. I wonder if maybe that particular one didn't get set right. None of your skyscrapers will delete. Do you have the most recent update of the of Uncharted, Papa? Only one way to skin a cat. Alright, they're never back down. Appreciate the lurk. We'll catch you in the next one, I hope. Or maybe even in a little while if I'm still streaming.
Okay, I figured out the craft steering thing. It was set right. I had to adjust a couple of things there to bring it, the information down. But no, I forgot when even in craft steering mode, you can actually still turn the vehicle normally.
Ah.
You push left or right, so it'll actually turn the wheels so that into almost an all-wheel steering mode, so you can turn. Then when you line it straight back up, then it'll be back in crab steering mode where it'll actually slide over one side. So.
Yep. Alright, they're never back down. Don't get yourself into too much trouble over there in Giants Editor. Let me know, Tuzlo, if you run into any issues. We can always pop over and check it. I've got it. I don't have the most recent update installed, but I do have the map installed, so I can always pop over and get the most recent update and such.
Never back down is another buddy of mine from the UK. So it's like if he has any issues, I'm more than likely I'll probably get a message through Steam anyway. So.
Yep. Yep. That is one thing I never really even gave any thought to when it's like, I'll try streaming, what the heck, you know? And now it's like, oh, well, you know, there's a lot of people here in Maine and all over the place, and before you know it, it's like, wow, a lot more reach than I thought. It's 2 above with a 13 winds increased. Hoping your truck has been... Hopefully there, Tigris. That's never any fun. You have version 1.2. I think that's the version I've got, and I was able to delete buildings just fine. There may be an issue with that one specific building, though, so it's... let's find out what Tuzlo says in a minute, Papa, and if need be, I'll just hop off of here real quick and jump over, and we'll take a look at it.
Which building is he talking about?
He said... On zone number 3, there's a large skyscraper, and he can't get it to delete. He said he does own zone 3, where he says the building is located. Oshawa, Ontario, just east of Toronto. I would guess when you're looking at the map, Tuzlo, he's thinking map section number 3 would be my guess is what he calls zone 3.
They're not numbered though.
Well, I would be assuming count over 1, 2, 3. That's an assumption on my part, but perhaps he can narrow things down for us. Yep, 3rd on the top row. So what I was thinking, start from one side. I'm assuming you started from the left side, counted over 3?
It's the same on both sides, so it doesn't matter which side.
Oh, well, I didn't know how it was broken down.
It's the same on both sides. I just seen that.
Is animals easier to do? Yes. Most of the animal pens now, especially the ones that come with buildings, are automatically watered, so you don't have to deal with the watering of animals every day. The food is fairly easy to do. As far as that side goes, depending on what type of animal you're doing, pigs, of course, is the most complicated animal because they take the most amount of foods. But, I mean, things like chickens and stuff go fairly easy because they don't require a lot of food. Eggs are pretty broken. They give a huge amount of income for very little effort.
They took that down in the update. They're not as good as they used to be.
They're still fairly good price. Still fairly good pricing considering you put in just a little bit of food and you get, you know, quite a bit of eggs. What do you mean is wool still broken, bad lad? I didn't realize there's anything wrong with wool. Do you want to update? I need just a little smidge left of spritz here. Thank you. Oh, it just takes longer, that's all. It's not broken. They just slowed down the production of it. If anything, I would say in 19 it was broken. From the left side of the map, Papa is saying the first two neither of the first two buildings will delete for him.
Okay, I'm going in there now. I got a save game that I can do that on.
Top row in the mountains. All right, Papa X-Man will check that out in just a minute here, so we will see. Tuzlo saying the first two deleted for him, but the third would not.
Okay.
Yeah, JD might have just not set something correctly, or who knows. Maybe he forgot the bot with property, you know, setting or something. Probably one of those things that you wouldn't even really think too much about.
Yeah, the third building in does not delete. I'm trying to test them all since I got enough money.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll have to have JD look at that one.
Yeah, maybe he missed the heading where it says bought with property or something, so it's not letting you. You know, I'm sure it's probably something simple. Missing large scale logging right now. Thursday needs to get you so you can get back to what you love. Oh yeah, when FDR releases their stuff. All right, there, Tuzlo. Mm-hmm. Lots and lots of contracts. that. There's that one as well.
I don't think I can make that work because I have to work until 2:30.
No, she's on the phone there, bad lad. Somebody called her and is trying to schedule an appointment of some kind, is my guess.
No, I don't think I can make that work either. I've got 2 kids. Both of them are in school at
Yep.
the moment.
She's on the phone trying to schedule some doctor's appointment, would be my guess.
The oldest one gets out at like 2:30 most days, and then, well, actually Wednesdays are these days. What time did you say?
All right, let's go buy another pallet of fertilizer.
Give me just 1 second.
There might be enough room on 35.
Alright, we'll take it Wednesdays free.
Rescheduling appointment. Good morning, whoever just joined us.
Okay,
Yo.
What's up, Casket?
thank you.
Oh, redoing subtitles.
Nice.
I hear you're back on Twitch now.
Yeah, I caved and chat pressured me. They demanded it.
Chat demanded it. They miss Troll Casket, don't they?
That and a few other things, yeah.
7 days to die integration, so they can
Yep,
kill you
that, well,
constantly.
yeah. What can I say? My people love to torture the crap out of me.
Hey. I live in Maine, cattle, in the United States. I suppose I should specify most people outside the U.S. don't know what Maine is.
I think most people in the U.S. don't know what Maine is.
No, probably not. I have been
I gotta
asked
agree
if
with
it's
that
part of Canada, so Maine is... Your Bad Bake understands. He's been asked the same question. Isn't that a part of Canada? No, we're
We don't
not.
want you.
No, it's not part of Canada.
Don't feel bad. A lot of people don't know Newfoundland exists. So
Newfoundland, where's that?
exactly.
Yep.
So so far it's just that one building. I've deleted everything.
Except
I'm
for
going to
that
the last
one.
2 parking lines 2 get deleted.
Yeah, he probably just missed something in the XML that it's bought with the property for deletion. Would probably be my guess. When you're not in demolish mode, does it highlight that you can sell it? Like, would it highlight blue?
No, you have to do it in demolish mode.
If you're not in demolish, you should still be able to click on it, like you'd be able to rename buildings and things like that when you're in the production menu.
I'll go back over and look once I get to this one.
Because you can highlight things that you'd be able to sell without being in demolish mode, but you have to be, like, you have to own it still. So I'm wondering if it is highlightable, just maybe that it might point to what the actual issue is that JD has to look at. You've had people that know Maine is part of the U.S., but they thought Maine stopped at Bangor. Yup. How did they pronounce Bangor? Yes. Did they pronounce it Bangor, Maine? What's Bangor, Maine? We're strange folk up here. We are strange folk indeed. I would not doubt it. They're bad bake. Yep. I would not doubt it in the least. Instead of yep, Bangor, Maine. Alright, Bad Bake. Yeah, exactly. Believe it or not, especially up in Tigris's area, there is a lot of potatoes grown in Maine. That's like all they grow up north. And Tigris can attest, I'm sure, that you go down certain roads in up in the county, primarily Route 1, and everybody's got a farm stand on the side of the road selling potatoes. Pretty much, Tigris. Yep.
Well, up here in New Brunswick and PEI are the two biggest foods for potatoes, and well, you're right next door to New Brunswick.
Oh, Chris Oster lives in Bangor.
And PEI is that most of their good potatoes goes to the Lay's potato chip factories.
Yeah. Potatoes, blueberries, and toothpicks. Yep. And lobster. Yep. And lobster. Where's Impact? You don't see his message in chat? What do you mean, where's Impact? Bad lad. Do you mean, where is he located? He might be at work, you know? I don't think so. I haven't seen Impact at all. Chris Oster lives in Bangor. That's cool. See, another member of the Maine community. Kinda wondering what I did to drive off Fern Dog. Because he used to come hang out all the time. It happens, bad lad. It happens. Did I see your DM? I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, no. Nice, Bad Bake. Nice, yep.
It's broken. I'll have to have JD look at it. Right now, it's the only thing I can't delete.
Yeah, it happens. I'm sure JD will figure it out pretty quick.
No, well, but it's not going to be that.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's nothing major. Pallets, top fertilizer, buy.
Exactly. Too slow.
Buy. Yeah, only one building. That's actually, when you think about it, not too bad. Please tell me I bought the right... Okay, I did buy the right product in that tote. I'm like, please tell me I bought the right product in that tote. I didn't buy herbicide by mistake. It's just the size of the pallet, bad lad. Wrong menu, as always. If you look at the pallets, this is 2,000 for 3,200, so it's 1,600 per liter, or per thousand. This one here is 6,000 for $9,600, so you're getting a little bit better pricing with this one. That's all. Yep, Green Bay did win.
Yep, exactly.
So X-Man must be very happy. Well, it's a fertilizer mix if you look at it, Tuzlo.
I was more happy Dallas lost. Just to be honest. Yeah.
So it's just a chemical mix. So I'm assuming it's the assumption you're mixing it with water. So you're buying the concentrates. Yeah, I'm glad I found it because you're actually buying it at a fairly decent price that way. I think it actually works out to be the cheapest method of buying it currently.
Yeah, right now 2 buildings can. I went to the...
Not quite, Cyber. Because this one here is 1,600 per thousand. This one here is what, 30? It might be about the same price. I think it is actually about the same price. It's just you have less pallets to buy to go through. Yeah, it is the same price. Oh yeah, duh. My brain doesn't want to do math this morning. No, it is the same price. It's just a larger sized container, so you don't have to buy as many containers.
No, I was already... I already went to see T. Miller earlier. I said, how about those Cowboys?
Did you? Nice.
Well, he was harassing me pretty good yesterday. So
Oh, I know. He's one of those people, though, that I know he can take it and dish it out without getting, like, offended about it.
Now his thing is going, well, not always the team with the best record wins the Super Bowl. So.
I mean,
Which he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. Look at the Patriots, 18-1. That's a horrible record to have when the one game you lost was the biggest game of the year. First time
so there's
harvesting.
two buildings we can't, and I'll have to show JD which the other one is.
If harvesting cotton does take a while, KZ. It does certainly take a while. 8,000 extra acres of potatoes. That's a lot of extra potatoes. But 47,500 acres is also a lot of potatoes too. How big different with bread prices if you sell direct from bakery or make your own delivery when price is highest? If you do the automatic selling from the bakery, Markham, you're going to lose 11% off of the best price at the time of the sale. Eventually we'll get enough main coverage by viewers we can have our own detailed main live weather. Pretty well covered now. You're down on the coast. I'm southwest. We've got Chris Oster in Bangor, and we've got Tigris up in the county. It's fairly well covered. At least as far as where people live in Maine. The other thing to keep in mind with selling is it's going to sell whatever's been produced every hour. So you might only produce, for example, 100 liters in an hour, and then it's going to sell it at what the best price is available for that hour. And you'll get paid your price for that. Like if it were to sell right now, it would be this minus about 11 to 12%. And that's the price you'd get for that 1 hour. If you instead store them all and save them for the best possible price for the year, you're going to potentially make a lot more money, but then you have to handle and store all of those pallets for that one time of the year. So it's kind of what your preference is. Do you want to have to store all of the pallets and do it that way and then load them all up and bring them over for that one time of the year? Or do you want to just take the automatic income every hour for selling them, even though you're taking a small negative? And good morning, Mr. Potato Pringle. How are you? Phew, yeah, the heat kicked in big time today. Wow.
I was just figuring one way to piss somebody off with a map: make a 16x map with a small town in the center, make 4 large fields, and fill it with nothing but potatoes.
I'm doing pretty good. What would be worse is if you filled those 4 with sugarcane.
Oh God. Okay, never mind. You got me beat. That'd be hell.
Yeah, it would. I remember. Yes, he is, Jaren. That's who you hear in the background. That's what you do. You store crops for best price during the year and then sell it off. Yeah, it is the best way to do it if you want to get the maximum amount of yield for your money, for sure. If you want to get the max yield for your product, that's the way to do it. But like with me, especially like I was saying earlier on with the greenhouses, all I do is put water in. So if I've got those greenhouses selling off product every day, and I'm just reaping the benefits of that. What is it? Where are my harvest income? You know, if I'm just sitting here reaping the sold products, 27 grand for putting a little bit of water into the greenhouses every day, it's free money. It's not like I grew the crop, harvested the crop, tried to turn the crop into flour, flour into bread, and now I'm trying to sell that bread for the best possible product. In that case, I would definitely sit there. I would pile up the bread throughout the year, wait for the best price, and go sell it all at once. Same thing with like the spinnery. If I'm bringing a bunch of wool and cotton to the spinnery for fabric, and then I'm turning around and bringing that fabric to the tailor to turn into clothes, I'm going to hold on to those clothes and sell them once on the best price of the year versus trying to automatically sell them. I mean, some other people might just choose to sell them as they sell them and do it that way. There's no right or wrong way to do it. It's whatever your preference is. Whatever you feel like is the most efficient use of your time. I mean, at the end of the day, you're the one playing the game. We can only offer up our suggestions. Back, some potatoes can be used. Exactly. Potatoes can be used for your seed. So if you can harvest potatoes and save a bunch of them, then it's your free seed for the following year. That's one of my plans, is I want to be able to get some potato harvesting contracts and hold on to some of those potatoes for doing the seeding contracts the following year, because then you can make out a lot better money. Jaren is saying he's seeing issues with the 994 loader, saying something about a child node.
Well, yeah, I think I got an update to do that. You know, what it was when I put the audio file in, the calling the new audio file for the loader from in-game.
Yep.
The in-game the XML for the Lua is calling an attacher node and another one from inside the XML. So I had to bring it over to the call it from within the mod, and then I did that, but I haven't uploaded the update to that. But I have known about that issue. Because that's one thing, if you're trying to use the in-game audio for any mod conversion, always make sure to double check the XML to make sure it's not calling any indexes within your mod. So
Yep. Storing production pallets can be a little bit of a pain. You're not wrong, KZ. And again, that's why I said it's all personal preference. If you don't want to store your bread because you don't consider it I mean, it doesn't give a huge amount of value, so you're probably not losing a lot, but a lot of it depends on the swing of the pricing. That might be, your choice. Team Miller coming in with a raid of 64. Good morning, Team Miller. Good morning, Raiders. How are we today? How's everyone doing? Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Bad Lad, for that Team Miller shout out. Did I complete that 51 contract? No, I didn't. Really? I must have missed like 5 feet of the field somewhere. Oh, big chunk right in the middle. There we go. That's better. Turn in 3 more fields. 1, 2, 3. Grab these last 3 of those. How's it going, Pompies? How are you? How was the rest of your stream there, T. Miller? Did he raid and run? I think he might have raided and run. No basketball today. You're right, Bad Lad. Nobody's done basketball today. How's it going, Zippies? That is good to hear there. Uh-oh. What did I get stuck on? There we go. I will be going till at least noontime, Texas Packers. It was good. Did some looking at the labor and electricity and stuff. Awesome, T. Miller. I'm going till at least noontime, but Billy's been experiencing some technical issues on his PC this morning. And his apparently he's a little frazzled dealing with it all. So if nobody else comes on between now and then, I'm going to continue on to keep coverage going. Other than that, we're just going to kind of keep going.
I had planned on going live early this afternoon, but it was going to start off with iRacing and then go to Farm Sim.
Aha.
I got to get some races in at Watkins Glen, man.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I'm actually trying to do something with the points this season, so I was 18th overall.
Gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, if Billy can't go, he was supposed to be 12-3. I'll just keep going unless somebody else comes in. Dave, Wheels, X-Man, if he feels like going live, anybody. It's, you know, I want to make sure everybody's got their chance to keep the streak alive, you know what I mean? We are on day 46, after all.
Yeah, I'd be fine with switching it up and going to Farm Sim, but I don't plan on stopping until 9 o'clock tonight, maybe.
I mean, that's whatever the case. I mean, as long as somebody in the SGA is streaming Farm Sim, the streak is alive and well. The raid doesn't matter. There are 2 stipulations to the streak, approved by the community and Dave. So the stipulations are, if I'm the only one live and I start experiencing technical difficulties, there is a 5-minute window for me to either fix my difficulties or somebody else to go live. The streak stays alive. The other stipulation is, even if I don't raid you, for example, Casket, and you're live playing Farm Sim, the streak is still alive because there's a member of the SGA covering Farm Sim. So very, you know, I mean, they're nothing major, but those are what we've gone on with stipulations, because there have been a couple of technical difficulties where streams have dropped, whatever, Twitch's end or somebody's internet just kind of cuts out. It happens, but those are what Dave and the community have kind of said, all right, yeah, you know, we'll give you a pass for those ones, because, I mean, can you really help it if all of a sudden Twitch kills the stream? It happened to me. I had 170 people watching the stream, and suddenly Twitch started acting up for like 20 minutes. I went down to 5 viewers, but the stream never actually ended. It was just, it was one day Twitch had it wasn't just Twitch either, like YouTube went down, a whole bunch of things went down. And it just so happened that I was streaming at the time when it happened. I was getting frustrated, like, no, the streak, Twitch is killing it. Like, exactly, like yesterday, Jab started having a bunch of issues, couldn't get them sorted out. Dave went live as a backup, and alright, Dave's live, Jab couldn't get his issues fixed, he ended up raiding over to Dave, and we still had coverage. So, yeah, I mean, if you get in some iRacing and you're live later, we'll raid you. Okay, you gotta pick up that slack now that you're back on Twitch.
You gotta what since I'm back on Twitch?
This is, you gotta pick up that slack, help carry the torch now that you're back on Twitch. I'll dump off 200 people on you and let you play some Farm Sim.
And then watch 175 leave. As soon as I open
How's
my
it
mouth.
going there, Rummy Stable? I mean, they might, but hey, whatever. Everybody's got their taste, and, you know, everybody likes their streamers. You never know who's going to be the next, as Jab says, you never know who's going to be your next favorite streamer.
Well, and because I had a guy come in last night, and he was like, you know, it's kind of refreshing. Everyone in the Farm Sim, or the majority of people who do Farm Sim, are all PG, family-friendly Disney, and you're not, so that's nice.
Yeah, well, and that's why, like, everybody's like, well, don't you have to be PG to be an SGA streamer? No. I mean, Casket's not. He just can behave himself if he's in, say, example, mine or Dave or X-Man stream, hanging out with us all.
You guys make it difficult, too.
MK, Mark G, I am sorry, I'm about to butcher your name. I'm going to call you MK. I have been playing Farm Sim since 19 came out, primarily on console, and then last year in August I came to PC, well, July. Met Dave and the SGA crew in August, and I have been on PC ever since. I have about 5,000 hours playing Farm Sim. But yeah, I mean, Casket, you run your mature banner, and that's it. Nothing says you can't be an SGA streamer if you're not PG.
Oh yeah, I am. Well, all right, you could say I'm the exception to the rule, but there is no rule, so that doesn't work.
Well, exactly. We have a generalized set of requirements, and as long as you're helpful and you know, that's pretty much it. Met the crew last summer through a dead man strolling raid on me, and remember people telling Dave to add me to a possible raid list. Just be warned, you're not PG. Well, I didn't even realize you stream Bad Bake, so I'll keep an eye open for you. It is a lot of hours, and thank you for that follow there, MK. Just let me know how you want me to pronounce your name. I'll try to keep it that way. I can't for the life of me make out where the breaks are supposed to be in your handle there. So for now, I'm just going to resort to calling you MK if that's okay. This has been asked a billion times already, but is there an advantage to playing with seasons on compared to off? Not really. Seasons on is a preference thing. If you have it off, it just lets you plant any time of the year and harvest any time of the year. You don't have to necessarily work or plant during certain times of the year like you do with seasons on, but there's no real benefit to it on or off. It's whatever your preference is. Well, if that's what you're comfortable with me going by, then that's what I'll continue to use, because that's the easiest way for me to look at it. I'm just looking at your name and going, okay, is it supposed to be like making Tomer or MK
Catch you later, team.
GTO or I don't know. What was that?
I said catch you later, Team Miller.
Oh, is T Miller? Yep, it's midnight there. You haven't. All right, there, T Miller. Catch you later. Have a good one, bud, and we'll catch you next time. Bing, bing, bing. Ooh, that is a good catch there, Bad Bake. MK has 207 in the name. Would you be potentially in Maine there, MK? Do we have another member of the Maine tribe joining us? I have a dog staring at me.
Like Manians or something? Or?
Maniacs.
Maniacs.
No, that's actually what we're referred to as maniacs. Yes, sir. So we've got another member in Maine. Yes. Whereabouts in Maine are you there, MK? We're trying to work on our Maine weather coverage. Well, we've got Tigris up in the county near Caribou. We've got Bad Bake down on the coast. I'm in southwest Maine over in Oxford County. Chris Oster's in Bangor. If Ferndog were here, he's over near Rockland area, I think. I know, it's Bangor, Maine. But I'm from Maine and I call it Bangor, damn it. Holton? Alright, there you go. Last stop on I-95 before you hit Canada. Literally, there's a sign saying Holton, last stop on 95 before Canadian border. Good morning, Dark Matters.
Well, at least I know where to build a wall now.
It's a giant sign on the side of the highway saying this is the last exit before the Canadian border. So if you don't want to be stuck in the border and customs, get off here. And Rummy's Tables in New Brunswick. There you go. See, it really is amazing when you sit back and look at it and go, okay, how many people are really in your area that you had no idea. You're in the South, anything above Virginia is basically Canada. Well, we were joking a short time ago that people have asked if Maine is part of Canada, so.
Well, we'll be willing to take Maine if U.S. don't want it. Something.
You just want the lobster, don't you?
No comment.
That's a yes. Anyone in Virginia by chance? There probably is, John Doe. There probably is. If not, I know a couple of my friends on the PlayStation from my PS4 days. They're in Virginia. Yeah. Yeah. If you need a guy that can get you some lobster, just ask Bad Bake. He does do lobster fishing. Tennessee? They're pretty close there. Way back, Maine was part of Massachusetts. You're not wrong there, Chris Oster. We used to be Massachusetts. And then Massachusetts, like, these people be crazy. That's probably where some of the Maine, Massachusetts, like, you know, we call them, well, mass holes, for lack of a better term. I know it's not fully PG, but hey. Yeah, the rivalry. Thank you, Bad Bake. And they call us maniacs. Yep, it's, Yep. North been called a lot worse. There you go. Charlottesville. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I went the wrong way. Oh, I don't have to spray field 42. Duh. You blame it all on Darius? Why? Because I live in Maine and it's supposed to snow up here, but you're getting it instead?
Yeah, always.
It's not my fault. I remember the ice storm of 98, Bad Bake. That was bad times. Put it this way, Maine got hit so hard there were people without power for like 3 months from the ice storm. If you were rural Maine, you were in bad shape. There wasn't a generator to be found in the Northeast, and I mean, people were... Yeah, it was not fun. Luckily, we were... my father lived on the main like highway leading into town where the turnpike gets off, and he was even still 2 weeks before he got power back on a major artery leading into town because they couldn't clear the ice and the snow from the roads. What's going on there, Fummins? You get a whole house generator now? Yeah. Wonder, does this actually work for controlling that? Nope, doesn't. Most of your power lines are underground? Yeah. Unfortunately, that ice storm, we got like a quarter to half inch of ice all over the state. So trees came down everywhere. Power lines were just destroyed. It was not fun times.
Yeah, Fummins, I seen that earlier today. Would this come out? This is awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
What,
That'd be fun to put in.
What, the toll booth?
No, you have to see the video.
Oh.
I seen it earlier as a mod release on Facebook.
Ah, I gotcha. Did he put it in Streamer Talk or something?
Yep.
I have to check it out then.
No, it's actually in your chat, but I don't.
He did? I have to give it a look-see.
I gotta find that summit.
I'm doing pretty good there, TKE. How are you doing? Alright, game changer, huh?
It is.
Yeah. Bing bang bash. Terraforming, I don't know if this was around in 19 or not, but this is been at this for
A terraforming mod.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to look at that later. Yep. Alright, 78 I've still got to do. Must have missed a smidge somewhere. Is that all I missed that prevented me from finishing 78? No? What part of 78 did I miss then? Really? There we go.
Yeah, I think that mod's going to be interesting.
Could be. You combine field 73 or 76 to make it all sugar beets? Nice. That ought to be fun for you to harvest there, TKE. In the high mountains, you don't have properties set up on auto generators, being dark half the winter. Yeah, fortunately where I am, I'm on the hospital, well, not hospital grid, but I'm still on a main grid that doesn't lose power too frequently. This is actually terraforming, then giving product. Yeah, it looks interesting. Bad storm 2 years ago, took 3 days to get all the roads cleared. One guy was trying to clear the back road he lives on with an old farm hall. Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. People do whatever they can, right, Tigris? Especially here in Maine. It's a way to dig a hole for Dave's garbage dump. Yep. Yeah, no fun. When people ask if Maine is part of Canada, you should confuse them more by telling them Maine was part of Massachusetts. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong, Jaskar. And a good morning to you as well, Jaskar. How are you doing today? Yes, thank you for that there, Fummins. Yes, it does appear to be an alpha thing, so if you don't mind breaking, then my wife can't get open.
It can come off. I have it, like, started, but it won't come off.
I'm going to make a complete mess of myself here in a minute. My wife's drink. There you go.
Thank you.
Just working and lurking. I spilled some of it on myself. I can smell it now. Four big fields now instead of all the small ones. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Tigris. Or TK. Words. Use your words. Nothing wrong with that, Jaskar. We get stuck at the house for weeks every winter. Deep fridges, lots of deer hunting. Ah. Thank you for that there, Bad. I appreciate that stretch. You have been busy, huh, TK? That terraforming mod does look really cool. I'm hoping they can do something with it, because that's exactly what people like Michael have been asking about. Being able to use a bucket loader to dig up the ground and flatten things out and do that. I'm sure.
I'm the
sure,
same way.
TK.
I like that. I like to do that too.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really cool. Okay, let me go flatten this area, and you spend time during the winter when you can't do anything else, just flattening things out and doing landscaping. Like a farmer would. Okay, it's no longer planting season. Let's get the fields ready for next year. Let's take care of this ditch line and things like that. That would be really cool. Who knows? Maybe it becomes popular enough and doable enough that Giants makes a base game in 25. It's usually what ends up happening. I am 100% positive. That's why the productions are here, because they became so popular in 19 that Giants went ahead and made it base game. That's why we've got forestry. It was popular in what, 17 or 15?
Actually, 13. Actually, the first cuttable trees that was put in by modders was actually in 13. Toward the end of 13. Then 15 is when they actually put trees, actual cuttable trees in their maps.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
We're talking about that digging there. That idea first was put through something similar to it by the French crowd when they did Maltex and Daltex back in 15. But what it was the way they had it done. They had an actual thing that was already dug down, and then they had it filled with materials that you had to dig the material out. So basically,
like
some older
mining.
versions. Yeah, exactly, like the mining, but they had it set so that you once you dug it out, you could actually fill it with concrete, which would fill up like a fill plane of the concrete base and so on. So they had it like multiple ways of interacting
Ah,
with it. But then this actually so it started from that up to this that it has been worked on in the past, but it never got around anywhere. This is the first time I've ever seen it that it's actually physically working using because of what Giants did. Giants has it built into their base game where you can sculpt a lot better and do a lot more sculpting. So they're using that as I think as a base for what they're doing for digging, and I think this
yep.
like you said, may change Giants' mind in the next version of the game.
Well, and who knows? Like, there are a lot of things I'm sure that Giants is starting to put into the game as ways of testing what they can do in the future. I mean, the deer thing is really cool. Letting them run around, do whatever they want. They interact with you. They can kind of roam whatever. It's only a hop, skip, and a jump before you make it so that they recognize the fences, and you replace the model with cows, and say, here's your fence that you make an animal pen with, and that becomes the way animals work in 25. And then
Yeah,
they will freely do your field. So you could literally fence in this whole field and put in your feeding troughs and just fill it with cows.
yeah, well, it's like see the deer were actually supposed to be in the FS17 version, or no, it's FS19 version, but they never. I don't think they could get them working before the 19 came out, so they didn't bother. It was because if you ever found because somebody had cracked the base files,
Yeah,
and where the crows was too, and inside for the animals, the crows was there, and then you've seen deer, but the XML was basically empty, so you couldn't do nothing
yeah.
with them. So
Yeah, and again, this is all me speculating. I am by no means a member of Giants. I have no idea what their plans are. But it's not a stretch to think that you could take the deer, put the cows or the sheep or whatever on that skin, that model. You're just replacing the model, and then have them recognize the fences as a boundary, and then you can literally just start fencing in, especially with the way the fences work now, where you can just draw the fences in. How's it going, cattle? Um, and that becomes a new way of doing animals in the future. And I could be way off base too. Maybe they have something entirely different planned, but it could be a way of them testing it. You never know. I'd love to see it though. I think that would be really awesome because then, you could, all right, well, I own field 68. I want to turn it into a pasture, and then they eat the grass. You substitute with some additional TMR, whatever, blah blah, and that becomes your field. That would be fantastic. All right, I can fit however many cows now into this field. That I'm not limited to just a building with a small area on it. They'll never do that, Rod, because the minute they do, they lose the G rating. If you want something like that, you'd have to go over to Ranch Simulator. But if the Giants tried to do it, they'd lose their G rating. It's the same reason why there's no winery, even though there's grapes. It's the same reason there's no butcher shop, even though you raise all the animals, because the minute they did that, they lose their G rating. Even though we all know people raising cows are doing it for the sake of, a lot of them get slaughtered for beef cattle and stuff like that. It's just, they can't put it in the game because they lose the rating. Exactly. Even though we all know it's part of life, the rating companies would immediately sit back and go, okay, nope. Now your rating is going to be this up here, and it cuts into their market. Good morning, Farmer Becky. Welcome back. You didn't sleep very long, Becky.
It's like a lot of people ask us, do you think it's wrong to feed bacon to pigs?
Well, I mean, pigs will eat anything you put in front of them. They are cannibalistic. Same with chickens. I've had chickens cannibalize themselves in my yard. It's kind of like, what the heck happened to this chicken? But then you see them cannibalizing the chicken, and you're like, okay, let's go bury this before the chickens go nuts. Yeah, lobsters, crabs, they're the same way. Is Chloe keeping you up again, Becky? I told her to let you sleep. You know what you need to do, Becky, is tell her that if she doesn't let you sleep, she doesn't get any farm sim for the day. But, I mean, you're not wrong, more either. There's a lot of stuff they've added on the decoration side with the new tree types and the new build versions that I really enjoy actually landscaping and building and putting in buildings now. Way more than I did in 19. Well, I can tell you right now, Catalin, that I've got 2 children in the other room playing Farm Sim. One is 9 and one is 16. So.
And I have a 15-year-old playing it too, so.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it might not seem like it because we may not see them in the message boards or in the Twitch and stuff like that, but they're there, and that's why I keep my stream as at least PG-13, if not on the PG side, because of the fact that the younger crowd enjoys it. It's, you know. Yeah, see, I mean, Dark Matter, his 6-year-old's a huge fan. He's got multiple farms he's working on Uncharted. There are a lot of kids that play the game, and that's why Giants will never do something like the hunting, because they'd lose that G rating immediately. Actually, Catalin, I play FS because my 16-year-old used to pester me all the time about Farm Sim, and I used to tell him the graphics were horrible and the game was just farming, and who could enjoy that because he was playing on a tablet, and he now laughs at me because I've spent about 5,000 hours of my life playing Farm Sim, so he definitely won that round.
Yeah, my youngest was playing 13, and I thought it looked pretty cool. I waited to 15 to play it. I would never have known it because I was playing WoW all the time.
Yep. Yeah, I was into, actually, when I started into Farm Sim, I was playing a lot of other different simulation games, and like 4X style games, Civilizations and Stellaris and things like that, and city builders, what have you. But, you know, it just what happened one day. I'm on the PlayStation Now, which I had a free trial, so I'm trying all kinds of different games, and Farm Sim 17 was there, and I'm like, alright, I'll give it a try. My kid loves it. You know, maybe it'll give me something to talk to him about, do whatever. What the heck. And I did that, and I said, oh, they've got mods for this game. After I played it for a few minutes, I'm like, oh, this is pretty decent. It's better than I thought. They've got mods. Well, you can't do that on PlayStation Now, so immediately bought Farm Sim 19, and I'm still falling down that rabbit hole. Yeah, it's, you know, I mean, just look at all these people in chat. All of their kids are playing. They're still playing, you know. 51 years old, feels like you fit more in this style more than counter. Yes, yeah, I fit more into this because I used to do the first-person shooters, and I would get so frustrated with the game because it's like, how can you do any of this stuff? It's frustrating. Good morning there, Fuzzy Chicken. First Farm Sim game was SimCity 2000. There you go, Donkey. Yep. If there's 70 plus people that stream here on Twitch playing everything from... Yep. Bad lad. Excuse yourself. We know you're European, but geez, come on, man.
When that first-person shooter, though, pays off and you come out of that raid with all that juice, oh, it's so satisfying.
I didn't start playing Farm Sim until you started working at your current job at a farm. Yeah, it's pretty chill and relaxing, so I enjoy it, you know. George, you've been playing since 11? Wow. There's too many buttons. Yep. Ark is fun. I played a lot of Ark on console. I know when Ark 2 comes out, I'll be stuck in that one for a while, but you know.
I played Ark.
Yep. People don't know this, but Dave used to mod for Ark.
Well, I didn't know it.
Yeah, he actually made mods for Ark. Alright, let's take all of the silage baling contracts. That's biogas, silage. We'll go do some silage baling. That is silage to the biogas. Silage to the biogas, silage to the biogas. They're all up in that same area, so let's do it. Ah! Heavy equipment haul. Nice there, Sweden. He made like a kitchen mod that lets you can up all of your different berries and stuff like that. He had a bunch of different mods that he made. He had foods that you could literally, like, he had super tranks and stuff like that for knocking out dinosaurs and insta-taming them. First-person shooter strategy, simulator, military, building, survival, you name it. Yep. Well, part of me was I stopped playing so much first-person shooters because my oldest couldn't draw the line between video game and real life, and you know, when I'm getting phone calls from the school that my son's telling teachers I shoot people in the head, alright, yep, nope. Get off a boat, come home, fire up fishing North Atlantic, and pretend to be on a boat. You just like boats, don't you, Bad? Yep. Yeah, narco berries, stuff like that. Mostly new equipment for Volvo and Sandvik. Cool.
Yeah, so same thing over here. I mean, not everyone here does the variety, but I'll do it. But as soon as I go to something else other than Farm Sim, no one watches.
Yeah.
So it's rough. People say the hardest thing on Twitch to do is to be any kind of a variety streamer. So usually
it does, yeah, take a long time to build up that community of people that like the variety of games.
Yeah.
Especially when your variety of games may run the gamut between so many different things. Not many people that watch first-person shooters want to watch Farm Sim, and vice versa.
Yeah, you find that niche, you might be able to, ATS, ETS, Farm Sim, maybe iRacing, but, go from Farm Sim to 7 Days to Tarkov or PUBG, it usually doesn't go that way.
Yeah.
But I can't play just one game, because that's what kind of screwed me over on the opening here with all you guys with getting the early access, because I got burnt out on Farm Sim. Went and played Satisfactory and then 7 Days for a couple months, and then I come back, and then Dave's like, oh yeah, you could have had it, might have had it, but you weren't playing.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't streaming at the time. And Dave said afterwards, he goes, well, you weren't really around it. I'm like, no, hey, there's points where I can't stream. My back doesn't let me. It is what it is. So I'm glad early access worked out the way it did, and 96 hours turned into 46 days. And every time somebody says, well, it's going to end here, no, it's not. We'll find a way. We've all kind of at this point accepted we're going to keep it going as long as we can, because the viewers enjoy it, and we enjoy providing the content for the viewers. So, what the heck?
Yeah, it's come close.
It has, but, like we've all said, it'd be one thing, it'd be very easy to let it die if there was only 30 people, 40 people watching us stream after stream. But when you consistently have 150, 200, 300 people watching some of our streams, streamer after streamer, it's really kind of hard to say, you know what, we're just going to raid a nobody and call it the end of the streak. Because you're all just going to jump in on the next streamer anyway, so we might as well just keep it going. Player One Coffee is fantastic stuff, Chris Oster. I probably have a code somewhere around here. I need to set it up as a command, but I'm trying to get them to use a code that doesn't have my full name as the code. And I really enjoy their coffee. It's good stuff. They have so many different flavors. You stream for fun, so you're gonna stream. Yeah, I mean, if people are enjoying it, then that's the whole purpose. I'm streaming because I enjoy doing it. It's a therapy for me. Being able to sit here, chat, hang out, play video games, do everything. Good morning there, NBC. That, to me, is, it keeps my head from going into the dark places.
Did you have to work today, NBC? Kinda.
I'll have to, I tried to do that at one point, Bad Bake, and it was kind of acting up on me, so I'm gonna have to go in there at some point and try again. It wasn't letting me, customize my link. Pimpa Dead, thank you for that tier 1 sub. I do very much appreciate it. How are you doing today? Nice, Bad Bake. This is from the Cat Pack, Winston's Cat Pack. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream there, Pimp. It is based off the Crone Easy Cut Special. Just got Leroy and more chocolate raspberry. That chocolate raspberry sounds good, Fummins. I might have to try some of that. The mint chip isn't as good as I thought, but Texas Bread gave me a really good idea with it. And I think now I'm going to have to give that a try, and that's to take the mint ice cream and put in some chocolate syrup with it. Like you'd have on mint ice cream. Kip DZ Gaming, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Yeah, his bet should be getting settled with Big Daddy this evening there, Bodine. Farm Sim Therapy for you as well. Started playing out of nostalgia a few years ago. Now he owns 17 through 22 on PC and console. Yep, that's how it goes. Leroy Jenkins coffee is good, Bad Bake. I agree. I don't usually like coffee, and Leroy Jenkins is fantastic. Top 10 most played games: Gmod, Counter-Strike Go, War Thunder, Arma, DayZ, Prison Architect, Hunt Showdown, 15, Mech Warrior 2, Men of War. Yeah, nothing wrong with the variety there, Sogwick. Nope, consoles won't unfortunately have this mod, but it is pretty nice. Has your tool you're using been fixed? Yes, it has been fixed by Winston, so it doesn't have that collision anymore on it.
Yeah, the two files you sent me made it so much easier to fix my ears that I had in mind, and to figure out that
Awesome.
I had the alternate two wheels, or the two wheels on the outside should have been set as dummy, and then dynamically loaded wheels, and I didn't even have that at all, and that's what was going wrong with it. But and it helped me fix both this one and the SWAT throw as well. So
yeah. Georgia Assassin, thank you for that Prime sub. 2 months in a row now. I do appreciate it. Bad Bake continuing their gifted sub from Papa. Thank you, Bad Bake, for that. Kicking off a hype train. Holy cow, you guys. Hello, had to try it after you saw it. Use it first time. Never gonna It is a nice mower. I agree with Sweden, especially where I've got some really big ones. Good morning, Chloe Gaming. I told you to let your mom sleep. She needs some sleep every now and then, Chloe. Thank you for that 100 bits there, George Assassin. Bad Bake with 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Now I gotta run back up and chat. Thank you, Bad Bake, for that. I really do appreciate it. You are fantastic, as always. What was it? Used to love coffee and the smell of it. Got COVID a year ago. Now this. I'm sorry to hear that, more. I am very sorry to hear that. Wouldn't have known about. Well, I wouldn't have known about that coffee if it wasn't for Yosho. So Yosho has definitely turned me onto that, and it's fantastic. Funny thing is, eventually you have. I still don't know what to play with 250 games. It happens. Just to let everyone know, FSL practice will be starting up 7 p.m. Eastern, live. Yes, can't wait to see that there. NBC, you and Big Daddy going at it. Oh, poor Becky. Rodleaf, thank you for that tier 1 sub. And White-Eyed, how are you doing? Agony ZE, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? Wow, that is some expensive coffee there, Christo. Or Chris Oster. The stuff from Player 1 was it was fairly expensive, but it wasn't too bad. The shipping is kind of what did it in some, but it was only like $15 a package, I think. So it's pretty decent. White-Eyed, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, will the bet be live, NBC? Because that's what we all want to know. I know it's not 22 coverage, so we'll have to have somebody else doing that, but we'd like to see it live. 41 for 2 15-ounce bags. Yeah. Not a problem, White-Eyed. Long as I'm not going to get you in trouble at work, you're welcome to hang out and be distracted as much as you want. I just hate to get anybody in trouble at work for watching a, stream or being on their phone. Just because I'm that guy. Best game, Power Washing Simulator. Wow, 128 hours in Power Washing Simulator. That's impressive. That is impressive. I have 900 and almost 1,000 hours on Farm Sim 19. That's by far the most on Steam for me. After that, it drops down into the 300-ish range, I think, with Ark, which doesn't include all of my Ark that I played on console. You play Lawnmower Simulator? Yeah, I don't think I could get into Lawnmower Simulator the way it looked. It looked a little too repetitive. Maybe once they get some more content for it or something. But I was on the fence about picking that one up at one point.
You're mowing a lawn right now. I mean.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But this is a lot bigger than the rinky-dink little lawns from Lawnmower Simulator.
I know. I've seen the game.
Yes, I debated Lawnmower Simulator as I mow a lawn. Yes, exactly.
That's okay. I've played the PC building simulator, so.
What, Construction Simulator? Oh no, PC Building Simulator. Gotcha.
PC building simulator. You actually build PCs for contracts, though.
Yeah, Dave was saying he tried that one out. I actually enjoyed Construction Sim on the PlayStation 4 for a while. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, I played the construction sims games.
Yep. That's what Dave was saying. He said it was pretty addicting, the PC building one. Relaxing games are... I mean, they are just that. They're relaxing. So what more can you ask for? The Truck Simulator is good. I've played a lot of ATS, American Truck Simulator. I never really got into ETS because I don't have it yet, but Ship Graveyard was good. Huh, interesting. Well, welcome there, Spiral Stairs. Welcome. How are you today? Welcome into the channel. Level 3 Hype Train success. Thank you, everybody, for that. That happens there, Bad Bake. That happens. You can see why your dad plays FS17 so much. It's addicting. I don't know. And again, when my son used to talk about it, I was always like, no, that game can't be any good. It's just farming. He wins. He wins. You have seasons turned off on No Man. Your field says it needs to be rolled. You planted sorghum. Rolling will give you a 2.5% yield bonus. It has to be done directly after seeding before the crop starts to come out of the ground. There are a couple of different rollers you can use. They're found in this roller category. You've got the small one and the large one. And like I said, you do it directly after you've seeded. You'll roll the crop, which will give you a 2.5% yield bonus, regardless of whether seasons is on or off. You can still get those additional yield bonuses even though you have seasons turned off. The only change with turning seasons off is what it allows you to plant and when. With seasons off, you can plant whatever you want, whenever you want, and harvest it as long as it's harvestable. Spiral Stairs, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it.
Does withering turn off too?
With seasons off, I believe it does, but I'm not 100% on whether it turns off with seasons off.
Yeah, the only way to turn off withering is to turn off seasons.
Okay, yeah, so when you turn seasons off, the withering turns off, yep.
Because I don't use seasons for that reason.
Yeah. Billy will not be going today. He's having computer issues, and he's feeling a little exhausted, so if Dave doesn't come on or somebody else doesn't come on, I'll just keep going until 3 o'clock. Yep, Spiral says that withering is off when seasons is off. So, that's what I was assuming, but again, I haven't actually played with seasons off, so I don't know for sure.
Well, so, if somebody up and buys me a gaming PC, I'll start streaming myself,
Spin Tires, Mud Runner, Snow Runner, Gold Rush, Tank Car Mechanic, House Flipper, PC. Yep, Gold Rush. I actually have Gold Rush on the console and on the PC. As a matter of fact, when the ability to play, or when Gold Rush came to the console, and the ability to do the seasonal leaderboards came in a little while back, I did leaderboards and I crushed the PlayStation 4 leaderboards, and I only played about half of it.
I've played Gold Rush. I still have issues trying to dig the material with that loader. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, just go watch Split-in-2. Anything you need to know about it, watch Split-in-2. You will get everything you need to know.
Okay.
Gold Rush is pretty decent. I mean, again, it's just digging dirt out of the ground, running it through a wash plant, and getting the gold. So as far as like content, it's only got a few different places to dig, and you're just digging dirt over and over and over again. So as far as content, it's not going to have a ton of content for you. That's just the nature of it. But it is very chill. It does have a pretty not a huge following, but they're a pretty diehard following is what I'm looking for. And it's relaxing. You just sit there, you dig dirt, you put it in the wash plant. You dig dirt, you put it in the wash plant.
But at least they finally now, so from when I first started, it has improved since they started.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
they
it took
have
now
come a
it
long
took them a while
ways.
to
Yeah.
improve it, but yeah, it took them a while to improve it. But at least now it's a lot better off than when it first on
Yeah.
the go. That's why I'm the same way. Sometimes you just play it just to calm down, or just to take a break. So
Yep. Yeah. It's just. I mean, it's chill and relaxing. Something about it is just chill. And then obviously you grab your mats and you wash them through to get your gold, and you've got all the equipment. There's breakdowns and things like that. I mean, it's just fun. Yeah. I mean, if you've watched the TV show Gold Rush, play the game. It's pretty fun.
Shushin'.
Shh! Everybody, be quiet. Dave's here. Hide! Hide!
Dave left his headphones unplugged.
Uh-oh.
Dave's not here, man.
You're looking for a new simulator-type game to buy and play. Any suggestions? Well, I would try to give you a suggestion, but I have a feeling that Chloe's not going to let you go anywhere, Becky. If you want a map now, Sogwick, go grab Uncharted Pompey's Edition. It'll tide you over until Dave is done. Because it's got a lot of the same productions and stuff that is already going to be built into Wolf Creek. Yeah, Billy is having some PC issues and his head is a little done in, so he won't be streaming today.
Right. Not a problem.
So I told him if you need to take a day, just take a day. I'll keep going until somebody else wants to take over. Owen 28250, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Well, the end goal on Farm Sim more is whatever you want to set it to. It really is that simple. If your end goal is to own the entire map, that's your end goal. If your end goal is to own all of the production lines and have them running, that's your end goal. I was gonna say satisfactory, Becky, but one, I don't want you to lose 2 weeks of your life, and Chloe. But satisfactory is a good one.
I love playing that game.
I'm doing fantastic today there, Owen.
Who's next on the schedule?
I don't know. It was Billy until 3. After I don't know who after that.
Neither do I. Let me
check. Well, that's apparently a lot of Daves here, Sogwick.
Yeah, Darius.
This thing's jumping all over the place.
I could go for probably an hour.
Jababo's on at 3.
Dyson Sphere Project was a good one. I enjoyed that one there too, Markham.
If Jababo's internet's working, he's on at 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If not, it's Boom at 7 if Scurvy's still sick.
Yeah, I would bet Scurvy's still gonna be under the weather, but
I would think so too.
I mean, I can go from now until 1 if need be. I have to get off at 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I'm more than fine staying going if that's the case.
Well, you've been going for a while, haven't you? How long have you been going?
7 hours.
Oh, jeez.
I give you a break for 2 on the list.
For a reason, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I've been streaming like crazy, but it's not like
burn yourself out.
No, I'm good.
I just want to make sure that somebody can stream at 1 because I can't. After 1 o'clock, I have to leave. So.
Well, I'm always here.
Okay,
Me-
so if you want to take a break, Darius, I can go live. So just let me know.
We'll do.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm good. I'm settled in. I'm just doing my thing. So, doing contracts, hanging out with people. I mean, heck, at this point, I'm not too far off of hitting another 24-hour stream. So,
you got a lot longer to go. 24.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm very quickly approaching 1,500 followers, which I said would be another 24-hour stream. So having to do one, it's, you know. Can Dave bring in stone picking as a contract? I don't think so bad. There is a mod that allows you to do it, but as far as making it a contract, I don't know. BMats217, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this fine Monday in January? I am using a Logitech G29 more.
No,
how's it going,
Randy?
Randy?
I haven't tried that yet. We're gonna show Dave, and I gotta find that link for Dave so he can look at it.
Oh yeah, Dave.
Or Fummins, can you repost that link?
Check this out. This is that video.
Yeah. Bing bang bosh. Terraforming, I don't know if this was around in 19 or not.
I don't know if this is PG or not. I hope it is.
For the last 2 hours messing about, having a bit of monkeying around. You can do it with this as well. Hit Y. It's on GitHub. I'll leave a link and all that.
Look at what he's doing to the ground. He's getting stone out.
That's cool. Question is,
I think stone needs to be
is it a mod?
Yes.
Yeah. Video.
It's a mod. It's in alpha stage on GitHub right now.
Right. Put this back up again. So.
See, you can do
modes, your flatten, your smooth, and your lower your ground.
I wonder if it's got to be incorporated in the map he's.
I have no idea. He's on No Man's Land though.
Of this on the GitHub, pretty cool little mod. Dig your hole.
Yeah, well, see, what he's doing with the equipment is the same thing as you're using the in-game sculpting tools. So there's got to be something that he's using for this mod by incorporating the in-game sculpting tools with it. That's what it looks like from the video.
Yeah, it's a script on GitHub.
Right. On GitHub. I leave the link in the description anyway, so it's literally. Which one is it? I'll have a link, so literally it's this one here.
Terraform.
The LUA is 100%. All the bits of information. The base game stuff is there, so. And then whatever
base game shovels, the different mods that'll work with for the digging.
Bing bang bosh, digging holes.
Those are those Volvos we've seen.
Yeah. So, as I say, click on this boy. If you're not 100% sure, just click on the code, download your zip. We will stick it out here because I have it already downloaded.
You got my vote. Make it happen.
I mean, that looks really cool. I kind of want to play around with it, so I might check it out on another map. Like in Uncharted or something. That looks really cool. I mean, if it's just a Lua script, obviously it's attached to a certain piece of equipment, but there's in-game ones too. And yeah, it looks like it's just using the terraforming tools.
I'm wondering if it can detect what ground type you're digging in.
I don't know if it detects it, just looks like it gives stones, but all the same, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, but does it give stones anywhere he digs, or is it only in certain... Yeah.
I don't know. It's not a very big video. You see him fill up the thing and do a little bit of digging, and then he's, off showing the thing on GitHub, so...
Now, I'm on GitHub trying to find out where the download link is, but I seen he actually has 2 Lua files in there. One's called script.lua. It says save and load terraform config.xml, so it must save the information when you're terraforming the land into an XML file. And the other one's called just says
There's the actual GitHub straight link in my chat.
Initial COMMIT, however you pronounce that word. That's all. It seems like it's all there for Lua files. So.
Yep. Fruit trees besides the one you see in game. Fruit trees. No, they would be a mod, pimp. But I put the link to the GitHub directly in my chat there for you. It was in the bottom of the video, so. Yeah, like Jaskar's saying, if you could set that up and now your coal and your iron becomes a fill type on the, a type of terrain, and you're literally just digging a giant hole into the terrain, how cool would that be for an open pit mine? Dave's wheels are already turning, people. I can already see it. He got real quiet.
Dave's wheels are downloading right now.
Yeah, there's smoke signals going up. I can see it from over here in Central
Dave went,
Illinois.
wait a minute, it's a Lua script? There's a link? Okay, yeah. Dave's wheels are turning, folks. Like you said, if you can determine like certain types of terrain, give you certain things, yeah, mining and farm sim just got a whole lot different, folks.
Dave can just troll everyone and hide all the resources all over the map, so you just gotta dig random holes.
You say that, but he has said in the past that if we could do something like a voxel terrain and hide the products under the ground like that, he would do it in a heartbeat.
Not gonna be able to do voxel terrain.
Well, no, but you've mentioned a voxel type terrain where you could literally hide things into the ground and then just go looking for it. Obviously, It won't be voxel terrain. It would still be the in-ground terrain, in-game terrain tools. But like you said, if you could set certain ground types or whatever, I mean, even if it only just gives stone, there you go, Uncharted. You don't even have to put in the stone in the mining area. Just pick a spot, dig a big hole.
So I think it is using the in-game terraforming because under the textures folder they have the icons that you see when you're doing a text for flat and smooth and stuff like that. Those icons are actually here in mod. So.
Sweden says, "Don't give Dave too many ideas. We want the map before 2030."
Dave does a fine enough job as it is finding ideas on his own. He doesn't need our help.
No.
The reason Dave needs our help is to help find things that already do similar stuff so he can implement it better. That's what Dave needs our help for. He's got so many ideas in his head that, I mean, if Dave had a team of people, I can only imagine what kind of map making he would get done if he had a team of people being paid to make a game type of thing. I'd love to see Dave win the Powerball for that.
Yeah, right. Me too.
He would very well would, Sogwick. We have had many discussions in the back channels about, okay, we've got this covered for a game, we've got that covered for a game, we've got these ideas. Who can we get to try and do this? That got me a little bit. Thank you there, Rod Leaf, for that bang. Glad I wasn't in the middle of taking a sip when that happened.
Get it up my 994F loader.
Yeah.
According to this, the configuration on the bucket is actually just terraform nodes, collision nodes, then you get your settings, available nodes, lower, flat, and smooth. They will discharge normal, raise, flat, and smooth, and paint. That's all in the XML for the bucket.
When you save your game, the mod will create an XML config file. In that file, you could add fill type name and change it accordingly. Well, you probably have some more washing to do now there, Sockwick. Depending on the washing you were doing. Fummins, yeah. Not the good kind of washing. No, not at all.
Okay, there's a lot of luas in here.
Yeah, TK said, look at the Colossus Machines Terra Farm Shovel Lua. I mean, heck, I'll dedicate a section of land to just digging a big hole. That'd be awesome. Give me an excavator. Let me run to town with the thing, you know?
I have to edit my my 6015B excavator then.
Yep. Yeah, terraforming, landscaping, operation smooth, landscaping, brush, something or another node position. So basically, you're just setting it up as a the landscaping tools is essentially what somebody did. Unfortunately, probably not Sogwick, because they would immediately pop to the top of the terrain when you tried to load them. You're not wrong, Moore. I'm hoping they bring that back in precision farming, because that was one of those things that was really good for precision farming, was it started to show that on the mini map. You could better see it. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of people testing that mod right now. Good find on that video, by the way, Fummins. Thank you for that jump scare there, Rodleaf. Yes, please. Also, it would be nice if anything would show us mulched. And the bang as well. Thank you for that. There's a control Y, oh, Alt Y. There we go. Michael's awake. That bang is actually worse than the jump scare, I think. On his birthday even, Fummins, you gave him a gift. Poor Michael. He's just a youngin' apparently. He turned 25. Stream it, you want to see it. Kind of interested to try it out myself.
I'll be back later, guys. I gotta go get some smokes.
Yep. It does work on Uncharted, by the way. That I might be changing maps.
Well, it should work on this one too. The question is, can it work with the... I'm still trying to look at the Lua code to see if it will
do multiple types.
See where he has it, where we could do the type. But I'm not good at Lua. Somebody else. script.
Yeah, I'll help take a look at it later too.
Well, what I'm looking at is it has to detect the terrain ground type and give different materials for each ground, which it does detect.
Well, somebody was saying when it's saved, it would create an XML, I'm guessing in probably the mod settings or something or another, that you can then tell it what you're getting for material, so it might be in there that it's telling it. You know, once you start the game with it in, save, it generates that XML, and you might be able to go into that afterwards.
Right.
Question is, where does that XML go? Does it end up in your save file? Because then it would be harder for people to set things, unless you can set it as part of the Lua when it's generating that XML. Michael's claiming he's an adult. I don't know about that, Michael. Tuslo said he couldn't get it to work on Elm Creek, but it worked on Uncharted. That's interesting. Why would it work on Uncharted, but not on Elm Creek?
I know. See?
I don't think so, More. That's a good question, though. Oh, precision farming and stuff like that? Good evening there, Charles. It'd be nice if they had something in here that kind of told you your net worth or something like that. I might have to get my other vehicle back up here with the windrower. Pull some of these windrows back into the field so I can pick them up. That was something else somebody was talking about the other day. I don't know if it's doing it on your map too. I'll have to check, but like some of the grass fields don't seem to be regrowing after you've done contracts on them. At least on the base Elm Creek, like field 71 wasn't regrowing to a point where you'd get more contracts on it. Alright, I'll check it in a minute there, TK. Dr. Pepper on a tablet keyboard is terrible. Cybertaz, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? I think I got a little bit of it. You should make a mod just so you can correct people for spelling errors and time out people. No. No, I'm not making you a mod, Michael. You get a question. Fast forwarded enough time to grow soybeans. You only have 312 liters of bread. Does that sound right? It appears to me that when you're fast forwarding, are you sleeping, Amira? Or are you fast forwarding through the speeding up time? I'm doing pretty good today there, Cybertask.
For some reason, the bread and the flour do not advance when sleeping.
Well, yeah, it sounded like they were
weird
fast
because
forwarding.
everything else does.
not actually sleeping.
Oh, fast forwarding it will work. Sleeping is where it
How much
misses.
How much flour did you have in there, Amira? And do you have it set to storing? Because if you have it set to storing, I would check. You probably have pallets on the ground. Because when it outputs a pallet, until the pallet trigger fills up, it's just going to drop off 1,000 liters and start over again. Then when the pallet trigger fills up, it will start counting beyond 1,000 liters in the production itself. APG Schultze, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this fine Tuesday in January? Don't know about flour. You have 65,000 wheat in the mill that distributes, then 312 bread and no pallets. Do you have the flour? I'm assuming you've got the flour auto-distributing. Yes? Does have an XML and mod settings folders. Pretty bare bones. Not sure what it's supposed to be in there, though. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong, Amira. It is a Monday. I'm thinking Tuesday for some reason. Yep, it's Monday. See, I'm having a case of the Mondays. John Deere 7530 DR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? And yes, so you've got that doing, and it's producing flour. Is there any flour in your bakery currently, Amira? And how many days did you actually go through fast forwarding? Was it 1 day, 2 days? Just trying to get a full time frame of how long you were fast forwarding.
Do you have the factory activated?
Well, I'm getting to that part. I'm assuming yes, but you know, if there's not you've got enough to grow soybeans. Soybeans, I think soybeans is less than that, but it might be 8 months. Are you on 1 day months? I'm guessing. So 1 day months. And not that it matters. The production is based off of months, not days. One of the mods they use is the long reach, throws a Lua error. Yeah, I'm not surprised that some of those mods might have other errors in them. And it's one of those things I'm sure it would be thing, but you know. Oh, the store category? Yeah, that's a minor thing. Joke T30, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How you doing? You've got 23 liters of flour in the mill and 2,000 in the bakery. Okay, so it is producing flour. It is making its way to the bakery, which means it will be producing bread. The thing to keep in mind, bread does not produce very quickly. Do you have the bread set on storing, distributing, or selling? Storing. So again, once it hits every 1,000 liters, it will push a pallet out behind the bakery, onto the ground. You haven't pushed any pallets out. You should have a lot more flour though, if you've been producing for that long. 8 months would be a lot of flour. You'd be at, you would have gone through about 16,000 liters of flour, about 13,000 liters of flour a day for 8 months is a lot more than that. Good morning, Matt K. How are you doing today? I'm assuming the bakery's turned on. And what map are you on, Amira? Are you on Elm Creek? It says bread is running. Okay. You're on Elm Creek. Alright, so it's the base grain mill and the base bakery. Yeah, but in this case, the production's not full. She's having an issue where it's not spitting out the pallets like it should. How's it going,
Hey,
Wheels?
Wheels.
It seems like you should have more bread than that. But keep an eye on it. It might be, it might just be something funky going on. I don't know.
Hmm.
27 bales. Okay. That actually works out good. It means one trailer load of bales, not 28 not multiple trips. Even when factory is full and set to storing and will not output pallets at all. What factory, Matt K? Has it been the flour factory? Interesting. Yeah, because I've done a lot of testing with the flour and had no issues.
Was that on Uncharted?
Mm-mm. They're on Elm Creek. That was going to be my question, like, are they on Uncharted? Is it one of those, is it a custom production or something like that? But they're on Elm Creek, so it's going to be base productions. What I would suggest, Amira, is how fast were you trying to advance the game while you were going from day to day? Were you at like 360? Oh, 6,000 speed? That's part of your problem.
Yeah, that messes up time.
That'll mess up the timing of everything. That's the equivalent of sleeping through the night, and when you do that, it shuts the productions down. No, Uncharted is not on ModHub. It's on the SGA website, Sogwick. It's under JD Fan, Pleasant Valley, Uncharted, Pompey's Edition. No, if you want to get through the game without having your production shut down, Amira, sleeping will actually do the same thing. It's going to shut them down while you're sleeping. Your best bet is to fast forward at the in-game speed of 360. Yeah, it's going to take a long time to get there, but that will actually have your productions running while you're advancing time. And Trug Trip, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? There are some mods out there, Catalan, that allow you to go beyond at different rates of speed. But anything, if you're fast forwarding anything beyond the base, 360 speed, it's going to act like you're sleeping and they won't produce. Doing good this fine UK evening. Awesome, awesome. Glad to hear you're doing well. Things are doing fantastic for me today so far. We're just 7.5 hours into day, well, to this stream, but we're in day 46 of FS22 coverage by the SGA. Yeah, any of those mods that speed up time past the base game time rates are going to have issues with the productions. They probably will shut down and not operate beyond the base game speeds. Uh, 360, Catalan. Not a problem. Well, for every minute that goes by, 6 hours are going to go by in game. So 4 minutes. Dutch Eagle Modding, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you today? Well, I appreciate that, Truck Trip. If you have any questions, let us know. We don't mind answering them. I am on a modded map doing some additional playtesting for Mr. Dave, so some of these things are mods that are only available here. I'm curious what these big trees are you planted on the outside of the map, Dave, because I kind of want to plant some of them and I don't know what they are. Everything is doing fantastic here, Dutch Eagle. Thank you for those 17 biddies there, Matt. I do appreciate it. Excuse me. That's breakfast getting the best of me. Breakfast was amazing, but it's getting the best of me now. She puts too much cheese in there. I've never seen somebody lactose intolerant like she is put so much cheese in all of their food. Never seen it. Finally done with baling. 12 trailers worth of silage done. That's a lot of baling there, Sweden. That is a lot of baling.
I will say this is one clever mod.
Is it? Nice. Hey, I mean, it clearly shows some of the new things that are possible now with the way they're doing it, so... Too much cheese is such an oxymoron. Well, again, she's lactose intolerant. She can't even drink regular milk without having huge issues. And she puts a ton of cheese in everything.
Now, if I could just get it so terrain type change texture, it would be... Or the
terrain, the texture, the terrain texture changed product.
Yeah, but it can't even detect the products that are in my map other than gravel. And for it doesn't detect the in-game terrain text. So the modded ones, it only does, you know, gravel and the one.
Well, even if it still only gives stone, that's still a pretty cool thing to do, you know?
Yeah, you can dig holes.
Hey, it gives people another way of not having to pay for huge amounts of landscaping.
Somebody wanted
Is it best to start in easy mode? I would say yes there, Trug. Simply because you get a chance to experience the game without the constraints of some of the economic penalties and stuff like that. it's a good way to get your feet wet into the game, get comfortable with it, get used to it, and then you can change the difficulty as you want.
And then you could set it so that discharge mode is to, instead of giving you materials,
build up the ground.
I can set the discharge mode to smooth ground or flattened ground.
Yep.
So when I go over the top of an area,
that is pretty cool.
With a load of stone, rather than discharging, the thing will smooth it.
Yep. Sogwick. People making mods so you can dig the ground, and here he is, still can't add a bloody camera to an implement and be able to switch into it. Mechanical engineering degree. Well, just because somebody, you know, a lot of people are dependent on calculators and computers and stuff for math too. Not everybody can do math in their head like other people can. Some people can do it really quickly in their head. Other people just, you know, don't feel like doing it at the time. Especially when they do it for work all day. So I can't say as though I blame them. Not a problem, Trug. Mountain Valley. Well, I went to Edward Little, so I'm not too much better there, Bad Bake. You will soon pay Winston to figure it out for you. Nice. Time to make some shiny purple bales. I was using the same windrower from the Winston's Cat Pack for PC. It's his cat windrower based off of the Krone Swadrove from FS19. It's available on the SGA website as part of his cat pack. Exclamation SGA for the website. You will have to register and verify your email, but it's so we can keep the bots away. That Krone baler I was using has a built-in silage additive tank, which allows me to get a 5% bonus yield when I'm baling grass bales. Doesn't sound like much, but you know, 5% is 5%. So 116 should be my final total. No, MacGyver, we don't get paid. Yes, TC and me. Anytime you're picking up grass, it's going to give you the bonus. Yes, that is the Roland bale trailer, and yes, it will auto-load bales, Dark Matters. Yours hasn't been? Interesting. No, you can wrap any round or square bales as long as they are within a certain side, Becky. Making a change in Pompey's map I3D. If you delete a building and replace with your own, does that mess anything up? Potentially, depending on the building you're replacing it with, Papa. If it's
And
go ahead.
and if JD updates the map, it will revert back to.
Yes, that too. Yes. No, we don't have an auto pallet trailer, Amira. At least not yet. They're waiting for certain scripting.
Ooh.
Well, that's what we're here for, Trug. If you've got any questions, like I said, pop them in chat. We'll answer them. For an auto-load pallet trailer, there's a couple of good ones out there. I've heard some people speak pretty decent of the Crone Curtain Side trailer. I guess is working fairly well, but...
Poppy 55, which building are you deleting? Is it the one that he'll have that? If it's the one that you can't delete, JD, I just talked to him. He'll fix it when he gets home. So.
Yeah, the Stroutman's pretty decent. There's a few auto-load pallets out there, or pallet trailers out there.
Back in a minute.
Yep. But I don't actually use any right now myself. And as far as bale wrapping goes, this wrapper will do any of the 125 or 150 round grass bales and any of the 180 or 220 sized square bales. If you've got the bigger 180 round or 240 square, you'll need one of these two to be able to wrap them.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Dark Matters. That's the only way to fix the white lines, but it's not going to completely solve the white line issue without an actual full-on new save. Yeah, if you did do it, Papa, that's how you would do it. You would delete them out from the i3D, make sure everything's linked up properly in the XML work with the new one, but the minute JD updates the map, they're going to revert back. Not a problem, Trug. Thanks for stopping in, and we will catch you in the next stream. Not a problem. Shiny purple SGA bales. I like the shiny purple SGA bales. I just like this bale wrapper in general. Billy did a really good job with the logos. Yes, there is that one. Not all the buildings, Papa, but certainly all of the skyscrapers will be replaceable.
Except for the two I found, but yeah.
Well, I said will be. He'll fix those ones. But I think Papa's talking about all of the other buildings that aren't currently deletable. I might be able to answer your question there, Mr. Reaper. How are you doing today, sir? Yes, it is on the SGA website, Becky. He was earlier, NBC. The animal dealer. Reaper, you know better. No, it's not on consoles. How you doing today, bud? Can you join? No. Got him. Hey, Reaper. I got something for you to watch, sir. Go watch that video. Tell me your wheels don't, your head doesn't start turning on you. How's it going there, EJB? Well, he probably could TCM me if the console could support it. What is price listed as in the XML file? It would be up in the top of the XML file, Amira. It's going to be listed under the shop heading at the very top, and you'll see a price line up there. You can have all my mods except Wolf Creek. Grabby. If you really want them, I can zip them right up and send you a link in Dropbox or something like that, but you don't get Wolf Creek. Art546G, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? No, I won't, Amira. You tried that, remember? Has anyone made a decent large bale logging trailer with auto load? I don't know about any bale log trailers for auto loading, but there is a the Roland pack on the in-game mod hub. Yes, they are, Reaper. They're using the new landscaping tools to dig, flatten, and level the land. This is the Roland pack. It works fairly well. It's on the in-game mod hub for console and PC, and it will auto-load up to 28 square or round bales. No, Grabby. I would raffle one off, but not that yet. I'm currently broke. I need to wait for Twitch to pay me. Yes, it got updated right before Christmas break to give it console release and auto-loading on the two flatbed trailers. There's this one here, and then there's another one that's got the dolly under the front of the trailer, and both of them will auto-load up to 28 bales. Yeah, think of how much fun you can have on the landscaping now there, Reaper. Just grab you an excavator and start digging a big old hole. Crash to desktops. Gotta love those, Amira. Yeah, I don't know if it would probably be fun for a little bit, but I could see it definitely doing some funky things to the landscape if you're not careful. I'm sure I would still do 95% of my landscaping with the actual landscaping tool, but role-playing a gravel pit or something like that where you just dig a big hole and mess around, it could be a decent time. I don't think so, Matt. You could probably... They would have to be modified to add a trailer hitch to the back of them. It seems to work fine if you use controller, but not if you click or use a keyboard. Interesting. Yeah, create your own landfill. Yep. When you click on exit game, it freezes, then error closes the game. Something about reading memory. Any thoughts? Yeah, it's just a Giants bug right now that's... Oops! Well, that's probably frozen now, isn't it there, Bad Bake? It's probably, like I said, it's probably the Giants bug spiral. Right now they do still have an issue where when you exit the game, it will crash to desktop in a lot of cases. When you're trying to quit to the menu. Yeah, it's weird. Certain mods can cause it to happen. Not that I've been able to narrow down exactly which ones. But I've had it happen once in a while when I'm leaving a save game with no mods. I've had it happen most of the time when I leave the game with mods, but sometimes without mods it won't crash. Sometimes with mods when leaving multiplayer I'll be alright. Other times I won't. It's doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to it, really. It's been affecting my version with Giants almost since the beginning. I've completed some of them. The trailers, the tractors, the combines, the sheep. There should be a few more in here somewhere, I thought. Maybe I haven't completed any of the other types of collectibles. No, I wanted to go here. I need to get a bale spear for the telehandler. Grab one of those on the way over to the BGA with it. I want to make sure I turn those bales in a little bit at a time so they all complete properly without just dumping them in and having some of them not complete. Yeah, see, field 71 doesn't seem to be growing back properly. It should be grown, but it doesn't seem to grow back. That's weird. Wonder if that's just a Giants bug with grass contracts. Good morning, Juice. How are you today? Where did I get the baler from? That baler, the Krone Big Pack, was part of the recent update where they added the additional content to the game. It's the Krone Big Pack something or another baler. I guess the only Krone baler in there, but... It's cold? Yeah, it's pretty cold where I'm at right now. I think it's only supposed to get to about 20 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. Not a problem, Lone Wolf. As I run into my roller.
Yeah, that's it for me, guys.
All right there, Mr. Lewis. Appreciate you hanging out.
Yep, I'll talk to you in a couple days.
Yep.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
Bauer727, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? User has disconnected. Somebody did. That was probably Mr. Lewis.
All right, I see where they're saving the information. I could easily go into the XML file and change the fill type, but it needs to be done dynamic. I have a feeling that they will do it in this settings file, so it chooses eventually.
TK is saying main classes terraform.lua.
Yeah. And it sets the default ones in the Terraform config file. That's where you can change it, so instead of stone it does something, but it doesn't have a this texture equals that texture type thing that I can see right now. I've got the...
Oh, like if it were grass or...
Like if it's
sand
coal
or...
texture on the ground, fill the shovel with coal.
Oh, yeah. That would be cool, yeah.
If it's sand texture on the ground, fill the shovel with sand. However, I think that they'll probably be working because of the wording in their description. Tired of dumping products on your ground for different mining materials. I think it's probably coming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is an alpha script, but it's pretty cool that they're even able to do that, you know? Yes, Juice, they are talking about the dig mod from GitHub. The wheels have begun turning, as they say. Not in the comments on YouTube about their plan to include other textures, but they are waiting on something from Giants. Yeah, that's probably what they're waiting on, is some information about that stuff.
Yep.
It does look to be working for, I mean, granted, it's an alpha mod, so it might break some things here or there, but it shows promise, we'll say there, Juice.
It works good for what it's doing right now.
It's intriguing, to say the least. How is your mod coming along?
Who's
Juice. They were making a Now I can't even remember the name of it. It starts with an A. It's something 2700. Drawing a blank. Telehandler tools. Miscellaneous equipment? No. Harvester is done and in testing. That's awesome. We'll leave it in black. Oh, not quite to the store yet. There we go. Movable beet piler now. Awesome. They're doing a 7-point something meter potato harvester. It's based off the... I can't think of the name of the machine it's based off of, but it's a real potato harvester. Or a sugar beet harvester, one of those two. I think it's sugar beet. It's a 9-row. Something like that. Or 12-row or something. Potato. Thank you there, Bad Bake, for that potato.
It's a bad baked potato.
Oh, I had a nice big baked potato for New Year's Eve. Oh, it was so good. One of those big, baked potato.
Yeah.
They sell the big ones. Oh.
All right there, Farmer Becky. Did I not put that for? No, bad lad. I am not going for 24 hours today. Billy's just feeling a little under the weather, so I'm taking care of it for him today.
Oh, I think it's overworked.
12-row. Amity harvester. That's what it was. Amity 2700 harvester. 12-row. Uh-oh, Michael, what'd you do? His lure call stacks came back? Probably. Oh, I don't mind doing beats. I'm actually looking forward to seeing it, because I'd love to have a pull behind that was that big. It looks pretty awesome. Sorry to hear that, Michael. That's never fun. I really like this joystick for doing this. This is fun. Don't say that, Michael. My first child, I was not even, well, my first would have technically been 19, but... Ah. Oh, see, you'd have to say Facebook. I don't have Facebook.
Smart man.
Yeah, I got rid of Facebook. I got rid of all that stuff. The only thing I've got Twitter because I follow a lot of the SpaceX stuff. But that's basically all I follow.
Facebook, leading cause of stress in life. I got rid of it too.
Yep. No, all of them have the SGA logo on them, Impact. I don't know why they're upside down still. They should have been fixed, but... You're 38 and a grandpa juice. Wow. Contract complete. The rest of the bales are mine. Yeah. Yeah, in my case, my wife and I, our first child was unfortunately a miscarriage, but we were very young and we actually saw it more as a blessing than than anything bad. Life is life. It's going to throw you curveballs. But neither of us had, any real income. We were both in really bad... Apparently, I'm not going to pick up 6 bales with this thing.
How's it going?
How's it going, Wheels?
Hey, Wheels.
Hey, Wheels.
Yes, I am, Impact.
Are you out there, NBC?
He's working today, I know that.
Yeah, I'm too, kinda.
Yeah.
Oh, 1,200 ain't nothing, Michael. Yeah, 8 hours and 12 minutes now. Heck, Michael, back when I had my 03 F350 with the dual rear wheels, I was $2,500 just in tires every time I needed tires.
And Darius is going on 8 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're a streaming machine, man.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, let's not get started on the fact that I had, diesel injectors and stuff like that. It was not a cheap truck.
Is Darius a bot or a man? He's a streaming bot.
I'm a streaming robot. That's a lot of money on Christmas shopping. And we get it. It's definitely not the last thing you want to hear when you haven't budgeted for the repairs, but in the grand scheme of things, that's actually fairly cheap. So, it could be a lot worse, Michael. That's what I've heard there, Jeff. Kind of excited for it. Can't wait. Varga Thomas, 1993. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? I need to go get more water in a minute.
If I had to guess, NBC wanted to know something about FSL.
I believe it would be Jab at 3 p.m. bad as long as his internet cooperates. Well, that is handy, Michael. It could be a lot worse. Like I said, when I did the injectors in my in my truck because I was able to do it myself. They were fairly cheap. Uh-oh. Twitch is acting up, I think. You know, it was only $180 an injector because I'd pull the old one, bring it to the parts store, exchange it so I didn't have to pay the core charge, and then bring in the, just finish putting the truck back together when I got home. Thankfully, I only ever had 2 of them go out on me, but that's a lot cheaper than paying the garage that wanted to charge me $7,000 to replace the injectors in it. So, $400 and like 5 hours worth of labor versus $7,000. And he'd have had my truck for 2 days, which I don't get, but clearly he wasn't a very good mechanic if he was charging those kind of prices. Apparently NBC wants you to jump into Streamer 2. Whatever he's going to talk to you about, super secret, hush, 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 can't talk to the rest of us.
Roger.
To the gas bill coming summer when 502 gets loose in the Firebird with the price. Yep. I'm sure it's going to be pretty expensive with that kind of an engine. All right there, Michael. Might as well grab some more food for the chickens. I gotta set one of the buttons as a trigger for that, so I don't have to reach for the R key. Okay, took it all. That's good. There we go. Yeah, I can bet, Master Mika. I can almost afford that new piece of property that I want to put the... Let's sleep through quick. Into the 2nd of April. Alright, I've got to fertilize this field again quick. So might as well go take care of that, get that fully fertilized for yield purposes. Do I have a truck? Not anymore, Master Mika. The only vehicle we own is our Ford Explorer. I used to have the 03 F350 diesel. Then I traded that in. I ended up getting a 2017 F250. And when my back went out, I couldn't really work anymore. I got rid of it so I didn't have to worry about repossessions or anything like that. Lifted Suburban from 93, nice. They had issues with the 6-liter diesel if you didn't do the proper work to it when you wanted to add performance upgrades to it. If you left it bone stock, it had far fewer issues. And luckily, when I bought mine, it only had 95,000 miles on it. It was bone stock, it had never been chipped or programmed, and I was able to not have to deal with a lot of the additional headaches from people trying to chip it and tune them and things like that. They were known to have issues with the injectors going bad, head studs lifting and stuff like that if you tried to tune them without doing the proper work to it. Excuse me, car. As long as you left them stock, they were pretty decent engines. Granted, I did put a 4-inch turbo back exhaust on it with no muffler. So that's always a fun time. Yeah, I used to have a 85 Jeep Grand Wagoneer with a 316 V8 in it. That thing was fun in the snow. It was a tank. Used to have an 03 Ram with a Cummins. Wife was driving that, and the transfer case blew up on the highway. Ooh, that doesn't sound like a fun day. Chocolate covered raisins. Nice. Welcome back there, Farmer Becky. Yeah, unfortunately, I live in the Northeast, so salt damage and things like that are fairly common for me. Well, if Chloe had let you sleep, you wouldn't need the Monster energy drinks quite as badly. Poor Chloe wouldn't let Mama sleep. Ah, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, being in the Northeast, we deal with a lot of salt on the roads, which tends to have a very negative effect on vehicles. It happens, Becky. I understand. I was trying to tell her to be nice so you could get some sleep, though. And yes, Tuzlo, I am indeed in a closet. It's very spacious, can't you see? I'm sure a lot of people have that same exact thought, Becky. You would not be the first one to think it. Now the children are getting really noisy, so I'm going to have to go tell them to hush it up.
Yeah, I've had that thought.
What, telling the kids to hush it up?
Oh, Becky's thought.
Yeah. When am I coming out of the closet?
Yeah, you know. I'm trying to reform myself a little.
She doesn't like Tutuzlo. That's the same joke everybody thinks. When are you coming out of the closet? I'll be back in just a minute, though. What were you saying there, X-Man?
I said it also doesn't help that South Park did a whole episode of coming out of the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Tom Cruise finally came out.
Yep, Tom Cruise finally came out of the closet.
No, I'm gonna grab... I'll put this one in the fridge. And grab... Where is it? That one instead. Oh. And grab another water for the hydrates, because I just drank the last of my water. Oop, sorry there, Darius. I almost stepped on the kitty cat. There we go. Oh. No, they don't. They don't watch the streams. They just happen to catch them later on when my wife's scrolling through YouTube. How's it going there, Lynx? How you doing? And of course, you'd redeem a hydrate as soon as I get back, Bad. Thank you for that hydrate. Created a multiplayer, no mods, just base game, but you can't find this game in the list of available games. Created a multiplayer for the Xbox. He might be having an issue. Stars and Stripes, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. If you can't find him in the multiplayer game make sure you're checking which map he's on. He's Xbox or PC. That shouldn't matter because it's cross-compatible. You guys will be able to play together, no problems. But if you're on PC, you might have to check, and it's been a bit when looking at the multiplayers, whether or not... How's it going there, Danny? I'm doing well. You might have to check with the actual multiplayer settings you're searching for. What map he's on, whether it's crossplay compatible, password protected, things like that. Did he turn on the crossplay option? Things like that. How are you doing today, Danny?
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
With your greenhouses, does lettuce and strawberries have a different rate than everything else?
No.
Well, lettuce, strawberries, and stuff would have the base game rates, which do vary.
Strawberries and tomatoes have a higher rate. Lettuce and the ones I added are the...
Okay, because what it's going right now is I have 266 tomatoes, 133 of lettuce, 32 liters of strawberries, 266 mushroom, 266 pineapple, and 266 water.
Yeah, all mine are the same as lettuce. Strawberries and tomatoes always had different ones.
Yeah, tomatoes and strawberries were always different.
They faster.
That's part of the reason why the updates haven't been coming out until everything's accepted, Becky. Everybody's on the same version of the game, so that's not going to matter. Unless his friend hasn't updated, which he should have if it's on Xbox updated. But as far as the other things go, it's going to be a matter of where he literally just bought it. He might have to get the most recent version is probably the case then, Spiral. If he just bought it and he hasn't updated the game yet, then it might be that his game version isn't matching yours. And he might have to wait for the update to download. Thank you for suggesting that, Becky. That was I hadn't really thought of that as far as whether or not he's downloaded the update, because almost everybody could. You were phased out in your classes. Discord was making flashcards for history exam, was jamming to music. Forgot you were in Discord. Oops. Did you get in trouble, Danny? Why did my money go down? Should not have gone down. I didn't buy anything. Oops. Let me guess, they clipped it. Now they're not going to let you live it down, right? Seed and Invert costs. It dropped a good chunk of money. New vehicles? I don't know. Because I thought it was around 390. Maybe I was only at 360. I don't know. Not going to spend too much time thinking about it. Fertilizing contract, couple more baling contracts. Soybean and corn, no. Ha 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 ha. Oh, poor Danny. Nothing's ready to harvest yet because it's, you know, the middle of the winter time. I've got stuff that comes in that should offset loan payments from different sources, so. Hi, Pickles. What are you sniffing at, kitty? Did you find a treat over there or something? Pay attention. Two-wheel in it. Talking about potatoes, you're making cheesy beans on toast. There you go, bad bait. Or bad lad. Yeah, once in a while I can figure it out. Jesus, Pickles, you look fat. Yes, I'm talking to you, cat. Just and posted in chat, by the way, nice singing. Yeah, I'm hoping Jeb sorted his internet out, bad lad. Yes, Pickles, you're fatter than can be.
You fat shaming your cat?
She needs to be fat shamed. She's like 25 pounds. My son's cat name is Pickles. He named the cat, not I. Uh-oh. Beep, beep.
Darius's cat's name is Darius.
Yeah, my cat's name is Darius. And then we also have Kiston and Dahlia and Drake.
So he's not talking to himself when he...
It's one of the Maine Coon cats, but she's very short in stature, so she's actually very fat, too. There we go. That should be the last one of those. If something happens to Jab, you'd be able to jump in. Alright, Wheels. Yeah, if Jab can't go, then that's fine.
Yeah, I'd be happy to help out there.
Yeah, I was just filling in because Billy was having PC issues this morning. It kept shutting it. His PC kept just shutting off completely, and he didn't know what was going on. And between modding and other stuff, he was like, my head's just done in, can't figure it out. And I was like, all right, well, if you need to take time off, not a problem.
Said, don't burn himself out.
Yeah, it's like, hey, don't worry about it. Take the day off. I'll cover till somebody else wants to go, and when they're ready to go, then, you know, hey, whatever.
He was supposed to be when at 3 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, Jab was supposed to be at 3 Eastern. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be finished with what I'm doing. In case he's not around, I can handle that.
Sounds good, Becky. I'd pet
No
shame
problem.
your AM staff unless I know you'd probably can't. Yep. But yeah, no. In Billy's case, it was just one of those things that it's like, it's not a big deal. I'm already streaming, so I'll just keep streaming. And if somebody else wants to stream, they can take over. And if not, I'll just keep going till Jab or whatever.
Yeah, I probably should do a couple more things work-wise before I quit.
Quit for the day, yeah.
Before I start playing.
I don't know there, TKE.
Yeah, I'm already live with iRacing.
Oh, that don't count.
See, that's what I said, and he's like, nope, you're an SGA member.
Yeah, but it has to be FS22.
Yeah, that'll be
FS22.
That'll be a couple hours.
My wife said she left off with $1 Million Demon, TKE. American Demon, sorry.
So I'm not quite caught up yet.
So she's not fully caught up.
Oh, I definitely have no problem at sending if Casket ends up in Farm Sim, if you send in to him either. That's no problem.
Yeah, one way or the other, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm more than willing to turn it over to somebody else if they want to get a stream in and stuff. It just making sure the streak stays alive. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I was thinking American Demon seemed a little SSDD.
RSW 2021, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Tedder, tedder, tedder. They're all bailing 14, 15, 19. That is the 13 point something meter class. Whatever the big class one is. I like to commit sacrilege by having the John Deere corn header on the front of the class Lexion.
That is bad.
I think I'm going to replace that one with the John Deere header too, and run the really big headers on the class because it's got a bigger grain tank. You know, just to trigger those people that are really big into one brand. I've got a Zarian, I've got an 8R. They're real life headers, bad lad. They're not cheaty like your 50 meter header, whatever the heck it is. They're in-game headers. They don't go any faster than the in-game headers do.
Realisms.
Well, you can't call it cheaty if it really exists, right?
Right.
Just like that Amity 2700 sugar beet harvester that Juice is testing and making. It's a real sugar beet harvester. Amity 2700 12-row harvester.
Oh, it can be cheaty.
Now, I mean, if you set it to 1 million liter capacity, yeah, it's cheaty. But if it's got a realistic capacity on it,
put it in the store for $10,000. That's cheaty. There's lots of ways to make it cheaty.
But if it really exists,
it really exists, and the price is normal, and you're not sitting there
doing it at 30 miles an hour with a 1 million liter capacity, blah, blah. There's still ways for it to be cheaty, yes. But if it really exists, you can't say it's cheating at 12 rows wide because it really exists. You put one on the big Fendt headers on the smaller John Deere, can't turn down a sale. Hey, you know, do what works. You like harvesting at 26?
Anybody else ever have trouble with this chainsaw not working?
Nope. Thank you for those 25 bits there, Mr. Potato Pringle. I do very much appreciate it.
Mine stops working, and I don't even have any mod.
That's weird.
And then I can't cut the tree.
Huh. Did you turn it, Dave? Bad lad. Hey, that's what we're here for, Mr. Potato. We like to make people, we like to lift spirits. Like I said, the streaming and playing video games to me is a mode of therapy. It keeps me out of the darkness, and it keeps me happy. So if I can help brighten other people's day and help them get through their day too, that means I've done my job for the day.
No, I have to jump into a vehicle and jump back out, and then go back to the chainsaw to get it to work.
Interesting. I wonder if like power tools or something is messing with it.
Oh, I don't know. I just used the washer, but I don't know if I have super strength. Let me try.
It might, Bodine. You're welcome, Mr. Potato Pringle. TK's saying that make sure you have super strength turned on if you've got power tools, because it sometimes interferes with the power washer too.
I don't know. I'll try it once here. I did it before with power tools, but
yeah,
maybe he's saying maybe when it's toggled on, or
I don't know.
It might be when it's super strength's on, because I've been moving these limbs by hand.
Well, yeah,
I got
maybe what
super
it's trying to
strength
do is
on
pick
and-
up the tree instead of cut the tree.
Oh, I got super strength on, and I can use the power washer.
I don't know. I'm just trying to, you know.
Well, I know. I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
What
I'm
kind
trying
of
to help
sounds
him
make
out.
sense? It might be in TK's situation too, where if he's using like Billy's power washing wand versus the other one, you know.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah.
I use a super soaker.
I'm using just a regular putting game.
Yeah. Well, and that might be the difference, where Billy's is a handheld, and the super strength would get in the way. Yeah. See, he said he's using the wand, so now what it's trying to do is it's trying to pick up the vehicle instead of pressure wash, because it doesn't recognize the difference.
Mm-hmm.
The super soaker that was on the in-game on the SGA website got pulled down. If you want to find the super soaker, you'll have to go over to one of the third-party mod websites. I don't remember where Boom got it from.
And to be fair, I'm using the one that he fixed, but we decided it wouldn't go any further than that.
Yep. This is off of Winston's cat pack on the SGA website. Nakatis. Exclamation SGA. It is a PC only mod though. PG please there, Hallex.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep using it just because it's just a mod that was fixed to use, but we just
he
decided
can give it
releasing
away
it's
on his
bad.
own.
Yeah.
He can give it to anybody he wants, but he can't publicly post links to somebody else's.
Yeah.
Boom broke a rule.
Yep.
Without asking them permission.
So in this pack is the Swadro, the Easy Cut. There's the Big M500. You have the Cat Big X1180 Crone reskin as a Caterpillar. Couple of headers for it and trailers. You have the this is just a forage wagon. Reskinned baler, bale picker, a couple of the bale wrapper and balers. This is a pickup wagon with extensions on it, and a large tedder, which I will be going down to buy in a few moments. Not a problem, Alex. It's on my to-do list. I need to get a little PG thing for my thing. It's on the SGA website, exclamation SGA grant. It's listed under Winston's mods from the mod page. You will have to register and confirm your email before you can download, simply to help keep bots out and stuff like that. Fun, but it does have a learning curve, Alex. If you've got questions, pop them in chat. We don't mind answering. Larger, wider cotton harvester. The cotton harvesters in game are pretty realistic for their width. As a matter of, unfortunately, there's not a really large cotton harvester that I'm aware of in real life beyond what's in the game. You cut, yes, when you cut the grass, You can windrow it, bale it into silage bales, and then sell it as silage if you want to. Want me to tell you she can watch your stream on the computer while she farms, and she's ecstatic. Well, that is very good indeed there, Chloe. Silage is indeed very profitable, yes. Windrowing grass itself doesn't increase its value, chicken. But when you bale it, you can then wrap the bales, and after a month or so in game, they will convert from grass bales to silage bales. And the silage bales do sell for a lot of money. You just tidied up the farm by mowing a bit, want to make every penny possible. Yep, it does take a while to really get going. Oh, nice there, Grabby. I didn't know that. It is based off of a Krone Easy Cut mower, which does exist. I just can't remember where the actual link is to it. It is the Cat Mower Pack, Grant. If you go to the mod page, look for on the left-hand side, there will be FS22 mods. Click that. You can go down to Winston's name, and under Winston's name, you'll find it a little bit easier. And go ahead there, champ. Ask away. Big international harvester guy. Nice, Alex. Nothing wrong with that. How do you get manure in the game? Alright, if you want manure in the game, obviously you need to have pigs and or cows. And what you're gonna do... did you realize that there, Winston? Your tedder? I think the hookup is backwards.
That's the point.
No, this tongue.
Oh.
I think it's upside down. Either that or it's supposed to use a taller hitch, because when you hook it up, it does that.
It's upside down because your power takeoff is on the bottom.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like it's upside down because the power takeoff's on the bottom. And it takes forever for it to stop.
Just grab a wrench and unbolt it and turn it on and bolt it back on.
Yep. Alright, what I was about to say, though, is you need to have pigs or cows, and under silo extensions, you need to go to this manure heap extension. The manure heap extension needs to be placed near the barn, and once you place this down, you'll start to get manure from the cows or pigs into the manure heap extension. So when Winston gets back, we need to let him know that's upside down, because the PTO is there. This whole piece looks like it's flipped upside down when in the model.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. It strips the layer, changes the texture, and it digs a hole in it. You can change what texture it puts down in this setting.
Yeah, if you're using the straw mod, yes, there is a big build menu, Alex. If you're using a martyr harvester and it takes forever for it to stop, you would have to increase the braking capacity of the harvester, Becky. in the XML. Darius, did you chance mention a grass mower and tedder in one machine earlier in your stream? Yes, it needs to be updated, Gorak. Winston is working on it, but it will, well, no, not a mower and tedder in one, but it would be a mower and pickup in one. Thank you for that follow, Alex. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the channel.
I think it ended 2 versions ago.
Yep.
Mine did too. I quit. No.
Yeah, I doubt that, Dave. Nope. No, they do not care if you're driving. They will run you right over. Without a second thought. They're on splines, which means there's a path drawn on the ground that they are on and will never leave. And because of that, if you try to interrupt their movements, they will not like you.
You know what I noticed, Darius?
What's that?
That bridge piece you did?
Yeah?
It's the only piece of road that doesn't get the snow texture out.
I didn't change anything with it.
You exported and re-imported it. It probably is a snow flag that...
Oh, yeah, that could be. I tried to keep everything as similar as it was in the original.
Yeah, but if you export it, it changes. I'll have to see if I can figure out how to
it
do
could
that
be.
again.
Like I said, I never even thought about the snow because I set all of the flags back the way they had been on the original road section.
Right. Don't be like Antonio. Well, I'll try not to be like Antonio Brown. I don't know who Antonio Brown is.
Oh, you haven't seen what he did last night.
Yeah, he's a football player. He played on the Bucks. And apparently...
Oh, that's that guy that took off his shirt.
He took off his shirt, threw it in the crowd, and just walked off the field.
I think he had a metal break, but yeah.
Yeah, like...
Yep.
I'll keep my shirt on when I walk off the field. I promise you that.
Yeah, there were rumors that he was going to get benched by the coach or something like that, and don't know how true they are or not, but yeah, he just, middle of the third quarter, teams are on the field playing, and he took his equipment off on the bench. There's teammates trying to calm him down, and he just took his equipment off, started walking to the locker room, took his jersey off, threw it in the stands, and walked right across the end zone and everything through the field to play on his way to the locker room. Yeah, well, the Bucks were traveling too, and there were it was said he was immediately released at the end of the game by the team, and he wasn't even traveling back with the team. I only caught it because I woke up from my nap yesterday, and I'm like, oh yeah, it was a Sunday. There was football and stuff going on. What happened today in football? And I was looking at that going like, wait, what happened? Can Dave add to the IA traffic vehicles a big semi-cattle dumper with a bumper sticker you brake for no one? I don't think Dave's messed with adding vehicles to the AI traffic yet this time around.
No, it could be done, but you know what? There's much more important things. We mentioned that already.
Yep.
Function before fluff.
Yep. Let's get the map performing and out to everybody, and then we can add a lot of fluff later on. Can you show me where in the XML you need to chain the brakes when you get a quick chance? I can take a look and show you, yeah. Give me a minute to get this field done. And while I'm running back to the farm with this to grab my windrower, I can pop over and show you. I'll set a worker off on his way, and Pretty much, Bad Bake. Yep. Yep, I get paid all kinds of money to play sports, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's got to be all about me. Antonio Brown's been a diva most of his career, though. And how's it going, KW? I completely missed you saying hi in chat earlier and stuff, and bad streamer.
I think he's trying to get a Netflix special.
He'd have to kneel down for that. Then he can claim it was all he's a slave to the NFL and blah blah blah. I'm doing pretty good. Running this game on your MacBook Air runs surprisingly well, but wish you'd gotten a better model and it'd run even better. Yep. Wants that Nike deal.
That's why I don't want.
Yeah, most athletes, unfortunately, I say most, are way overpaid and way too much of a diva. I say most, but I mean, I guess if people are willing to pay them, I can't blame them for taking the money. Somebody came up to me and said, "Hey, for $100,000 a year, I'll pay you to play X video game for the entire year." I'm probably gonna say okay, even if I don't like the video game. You know, I can't say as though I wouldn't say yes to that. I don't watch soccer, otherwise I might, but yeah. So you can't figure out why you guys can't find each other's game. You have the DLCs. That shouldn't matter because he's the one hosting. Has he finished patching the game yet, Spiral? When he looks at the game, does it say what version his game is? It should be upper left corner of the game when he's in the game menu. At the main menu.
I just saw that clip. That is unreal. NFL guy just walks off the field.
And it was the third quarter. It's not like it was the end of the game or end of the half or something. He just off and off he went. It's like, huh?
It's funny. The security guard standing there. He watches him throw his shirt, looks back at him, and he's just like, "What's up with you?"
Yeah, just off he went.
And then he went to New York and recorded some music.
That's just weird, man.
Did he?
Yeah, from what someone was saying, I guess he's already posted out there, and one of the tracks is about what happened yesterday or something like that. So
Wow.
Wow.
Well, you can't get a Netflix special. Next best thing is get a recording contract.
You tried hosting him and you can't find it. You can't find him. In multiplayer, I'm guessing you guys have different game versions at the moment. If he hasn't finished downloading and installing the updates, then he probably can't find you. Then that's probably why. Have him quit out to the main menu of the Xbox and check to make sure it's up to date. John Deere X9. This one will be right here.
But even if they had different versions, should still be able to see each other. Just if they're missing mods or not compatible.
Well, if his friend has literally just bought and installed the game, it might not have the most up-to-date version, in which case you're not going to be able to find the same version of the game, because if one guy's at 1.2 and one guy's at 1.0, you won't see each other. That's why we've been slow on getting our patches, because they have to go out to all platforms at the same time. So yeah, have him check to make sure his Xbox version of the game is completely up to date. And where am I? Wheels. Do. No, it's not in wheels. Scrolling. Too many wheel configurations. I forgot that about the X9. That's the end of the wheels. Motor configurations. Alright, under motor configurations, Becky, you're going to find this brake force number. Make sure you increase this number, and that should help it stop when you're trying to stop your combine.
Yeah, I usually put mine at 200%. That usually makes it normal.
Oh, the brake force number?
Yeah, if you put it up to 200%, I think it performs like the base game.
Well, no, I'm talking the motor configuration in the XML.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about...
She's using a modded harvester, and it doesn't like to stop at all.
Oh, I thought you were using VCA. Okay, sorry.
Nope.
Probably because it goes 20 miles an hour when it's supposed to be going 6.
Yeah, I've got no idea. Not a problem, Chloe. You can also check... Oh, that's right, I've got a worker hired. In the vehicle control add-on, there is a low brake force. You can increase this, as well as that will help a little bit when you're just rolling around, the low brake force percentage. But try that brake number in the XML first. If you're on PC, when you're at the main menu where you've got career and multiplayer and all that stuff, upper left-hand corner, it's going to tell you 1.1.2.0 or whatever will be right there at the upper corner of the screen. FS22 Farming League. The Farm Sim League is competitive farm sim. Mostly European teams. There are quite a few members of the SGA trying to get it to catch on here in the States. But it's a year-long league where we'll do monthly competitions for points. And at the end of the year, the top team will take home a prize of, 200,000 euros? Something like that. 1202 is the most recent version. Okay, Bodine, thank you. But basically, there's a lot of teams like Trelleborg, Corona, Manitou, and all kinds of other teams that sponsor 4-man teams to play. It's actually 3-on-3. There's always a reserve player in case one guy can't go, but they're typically 4-man teams. And they'll split the prize pool at the end.
As far as SGA goes, we're going to start playing within the SGA again tonight. So, what we call practice, but anybody's welcome to join.
Basically, what it is you're bailing. So you've got a couple. You're on equal-sized pieces of land. Fields have weeds in them, things like that, and you're competing against the other team to cut down wheat for the straw, bale the straw, and put the bales into a bale barn. And you're scored based off of how quickly you can get the bales in the beginning, and whether or not you're putting them in the top or on a conveyor. how many points. There's a bunch of multipliers and stuff like that. They can change your bale points. But in the end, it's whichever team has got the highest number of points for the game will win. And then as far as the actual competitions per month, that I don't know how the actual points work on a month-to-month basis for things like how many points you get towards the end of the year. That was a report and issue.
All right, guys,
That
I'll be
harvester
back later.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the harvester she's using or not, Fireman. That's just the one that I went into because I can point out exactly where that brake force setting is in a harvester for her to be able to look at her harvester and go the same way. So I'm sure there are many updates coming. It's just one of the harvesters I happen to have in my mod folder. Interesting. Never thought there'd be a competitive farming simulator. There is. Gotta take off. Get ready for work. Have a great day. Alright, you have a good day too as well, Alex. I hope work goes well and goes quickly for you. And we'll catch you later. Thank you again for the follow. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of updates that are going to be flying fast and furious once Giants gets fully back to work too.
If anyone on chat's interested in learning more about FSL, like I said, SGA,
Yep.
we can get people in and show you how it works, and
Yeah,
go from
anybody
there.
interested in the FSL, check out Wheels and NBC. They're usually, and Big Daddy as well. They're big into the FSL. They'll be resuming their weekly practice sessions. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard this evening?
Yes.
And those are usually held here in Discord, !Discord for the SGA Discord if you want to join and become and find out when that's going to happen. I think NBC streams it, right?
I don't know if he will be.
I don't know if he's streaming tonight or not.
Well, he better be. It's him and Big Daddy are competing tonight to see if Big Daddy's going to end up getting a camera. They've got their first bale competition tonight.
And Big Daddy's practicing for it.
I'm sure he is. He doesn't want to have to get a camera.
I seen a post before. He said, well, 137, not bad for the first time back.
Well, if anyone registers on the SGA Discord, and we have a channel set up for it, so we can get anyone in that is interested if they show up at that time.
Oh, next Monday? Aha. I thought that was going to be this Monday.
Well, we are actually playing tonight.
Yeah, well, it is Monday, so maybe when he said next Monday, he meant today, but I don't know. I know they've got their bet going. Your version got cut off there, Spiral. You might have to put a space in there so it doesn't think it's a link.
Yeah, now that I think about it, it is next week for their competition, but we're going to start playing tonight. That's why what we were talking about earlier. So we will definitely be running some FSL tonight at 7. Whether if it's on stream or not, I can't say.
Yeah, so he does not have the latest version, I don't think, unless console's running the version numbers slightly different than PC, but they're still the same version files. Yeah, he doesn't have the most recent version. That's exactly what's happening. Have him try restarting his Xbox altogether. Somebody had said in chat that that might be causing the issue. Get over to where I can pick you up this time. There, get that pile of grass where I can pick it up. Well, this is gonna bug me. Leaving a big pile of grass on the edge of the road. There's a small brake problem with the harvester on console. That could be the one that Becky's using then that isn't braking properly and... And why DJ Goham was talking about getting it updated. Alright, yeah, so it sounds like there might just be a problem with that particular harvester with the braking. But it sounds like they're probably going to have a patch out, which means as soon as Giants gets back, they'll have... I'm sure they'll be having all kinds of stuff getting patched as soon as they get back.
They're not back today?
Somebody was saying the 10th is when they're back to full strength, so they're probably got some people in today, but not everybody until the 10th, but I can't remember what they said. Yeah.
Mackerel.
I can't remember what Kerminator had said. I know they had the Christmas or the holiday post about it, but I don't remember exactly what it had said. Next Monday is back to normal, according to Bodine. How's it going, Mr. JWB? There is an auto loader for bales on console, but not pallets. And that autoloader would be the Roland pack from the in-game mod hub. You doing good, Mr. JWB? That is good to hear indeed. Yep. Next Monday back to normal for all staff, according to the latest blog. And Mr. Bodine. Ken G. Bro, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Thank you for that hydrate. 1 second while I finish this field off. Thank you for that hydrate. Oh, it's already 2:13. Not a problem, Paul Pett. Let's go grab my baler. Singing Angela, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Jeez, every time I look up, that little sliver at the end of that purple line keeps getting smaller and smaller. I'll be at 1500 and arguing with my wife over the next 24-hour stream before I know it.
Oh, when are we getting the beard?
I think what's going to end up happening, because I'm having a hard time with getting the camera to function properly with the audio, is I'll probably just record it and then play it in a separate little small window of the next time I stream. Harvester's breaking much faster. She changed from 6 to 10. Awesome. Glad to hear it there, Chloe. But trying to use my Droid Cam, it doesn't seem to be capturing the audio properly for Streamlabs. And then I'm having a hard time getting my tablet to want to deal with Twitch, because I've got a garbage tablet. My wife's broken most of her tablets, and I don't want to have her laptop in harm's way with the beard dying. Because she would shoot me. So it's like I can get the camera part working, no problem, and I've got the little stand so I could get that done, but I can't guarantee that the audio is coming through properly, and every time I try to test it, I'm not getting any audio feedback, which doesn't do a whole lot of good to have that and then try to be like typing back and forth and stuff like that. So Krolj, or is that KW Rawl JS? I apologize if I've butchered your name, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Krolj? Yeah, I can't call you KW, that's not gonna work. I'll call you JS, unless you, please correct me on how to pronounce your name so I get it right in the future. I don't like getting names horribly bad. Makes me feel bad. So yeah, I might just record it, have my son record it or something, and then do it that way. Because I can't seem to get it to function. Corollas. Okay, Corollas it is. I will try to remember that in the future. I am doing pretty well. Then you need to... Oh, stop saying your name out loud? I'm sorry. I apologize that I've been getting your name wrong. How do you pronounce your name? Because Yeah. Happy New Year's to you as well there, Chrissy Maria. I hate mispronouncing people's names, so please let me know how I should pronounce your name so I can do it right in the future. Don't worry, hardly anyone gets Danish. Yeah. Danish. I'm guessing it's a hard K then, or isn't it? Symbol with the blah, blah, blah. Or chef? Oh, chef works. I can call you chef. On your Deddy, it's saying the mower pack has one issue. What is that?
Chicks file too big.
Danish. I'll be glad when Giants does get back to full swing. Tired of playing the same maps. Oh, if you're on PC, Tigris, we've got another one you can play. It's called the Pleasant Valley Uncharted Pompey's Edition. Oh, got vehicle add-on pack downloaded. She's pretty good at it so far. Awesome there, Chloe. No. Honestly, that map is almost making me go through downloading the full game again so you can play it. Went to your sister's house to celebrate Christmas for your birthday. We went to the casino and then had hot pot and ice cream cake at home. Back to your sister's for New Year's. That sounds like fun there, Chrissy. This is what I get for trying to Google Translate something. It takes a little getting used to, but once you do it enough, Becky, it won't be an issue at all. You're loving Uncharted, taking it slow and trying to be as realistic as possible. Nice, Dark Matters. Any idea? Just has a column that's named Issues, and on that mod it says 1 next to it highlighted in yellow.
Yeah,
What dedicated server you're using, Grant?
Click on it, it tells you what the issue is.
As I say, if you click on it, it should tell you what issue it has. Good, I'm glad you like it there. The Pog Lord, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing?
Yep. Nothing you're gonna do about that.
Yeah, file size is too big. It's just the way it is. I'm doing pretty good there, Pog Lord.
They decided to give you file. It'll work. Decided
For today's pronunciation tip, I'm gonna.
For some reason, to give you warnings, just to bug us. Because it would be too big if it was a console. But it's not, so we don't care. Too big.
Yep. Do you know when Wolf Creek will be released? Well, the map creator's here in chat, but I would guess probably a month or more.
Yes.
Not a problem, Grant.
And I'll tell you if it's going to be another month. Let's put it this way. Not in January.
Yep. Not a problem, Grant. Have a good one. We'll catch you later. It depends on how many new ideas he chases. Yeah. I think you're onto something, Grabby. I heard sometime in 2022.
That's not even definite right now.
You and your friend are looking forward because he likes playing Elm Creek, but you like Uncharted, so it's like both in one. Yes, it very much is. It plays very nicely. I've been loving it so far. We're just trying to make sure things are ironed out, and the biggest issue is adding in additional fruit types. Have been causing issues, and Dave doesn't want everybody restarting every five days when a new fruit type comes or something. That was the hope, is that with Uncharted being out, a lot of people would be able to play with the productions and play on Uncharted and give them something to help hold them over. Nice there, Dark Matters. It was me making the map. It'd take a year, so I'd be changing things and adding more as you go. That's one of the problems there, Venom Killer. You're not wrong. Is like, where do you draw the line? What do you call a good, comfortable point for release? Maybe March, says Mr. JWB. How's it going, Shy Wizard? How does this fine Monday find you? Yes, Wolf Creek will be out by 2025. You have an issue on Uncharted where you can't mine anything. Do you own the land, Poglord? Because you have to own the land in order to mine the product off of it. Your wrench on your harvester bar is lowering a bit fast. How can you slow that down? That is done through the wear rate, which would be right towards the bottom in front of the i3D section. You'd have a vehicle wear rate and a vehicle, like a dirtiness rate. The higher the number, the longer it will take. Back to work tomorrow, so trying to get things done. I feel that there, Shy Wizard. Working on cranberries right now. Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. You believe so? Well, first things first, check to make sure you've got the right land owned. Because that's very important. You need to own the land first and foremost. After that, now you know the problem. As you add stuff, it has to work with what you already have. Yep, that's the biggest problem.
Oh, I hurt now.
You hurt now? You done your racing?
I did one race and already my left leg and thigh were like, stop! It's been over a week, and it's amazing if you don't use them, certain muscles for X amount of time. So just one race and a few practice laps, but
yeah. Yeah.
So on to Wolf Creek it is.
There you go. Yeah, don't feel pressured, Shy Wizard. Just put Boom's projects at the back of the list. It would be in the XML, Becky. Or you can get the advanced gameplay settings has an option for turning it down too. Advanced gameplay settings.
I'm always excited when there's new fruit types, trust me.
Yep. Where do you put the manure pit? You need the manure pit extension, Nanak, and it should go nearby the cow barn or pig barn. It's kind of like placing a silo extension on the map. It will give you a warning if it's too far away to capture the manure. Make sure you're using the manure pit extension, though, and not the regular manure pit. They might be able to. I know initially when I was testing, they did not seem to share the manure pit, but that might have been a bug that's been fixed by Giants. I have not tested it since the updates. Is Dave going to give us blueberries? That would definitely be a new fruit type. I don't know, Tigris.
Neither do I.
Possibly, it's been talked about, but it's anybody's guess. I know why Tigris is asking. There's a lot of blueberries growing up near Tigris. There's actually a large blueberry farm up near Tigris. In Mars Hill.
I would love to add raspberry and blueberries, but I can't figure out the texturing on the...
Still waiting on alpacas.
And stuff, so...
See, all you'd have to really do is take, like, the olive trees and make them blue instead of green, and, yeah, they're blueberries. Okay, and the slurry one... the slurry one doesn't automatically fill for the extension, but I haven't messed with it. I've always just pulled the slurry directly out of the pens. There's also a large potato producer in Mars Hill, too. Mars Hill is a town here in Maine. Not far from Presque Isle. I had not heard about that one, Bad Bake. Sorry to hear that there, Chris, but yeah, that's never a fun thing. Oh, it's in Columbia Falls? Gotcha. Not familiar with Columbia Falls, that's probably why. Alright there, Pompies, you have yourself a good day.
See you later, Pompies.
Oh, where's Big Daddy when you need him?
Uh-oh.
Well, no. Corbett, come here. Lean in. Big Daddy loves this stuff right here. And my son is wearing his Moxie shirt because he loves Moxie too. Yep.
Dad Bake. Oh, Bad Bake. Sorry if I said that wrong.
No, it's Bad Bake. He's a lobster fisherman here in Maine. And Tigris is up in the county. If I was going to do a map, I'd do one based on the Presque Isle, Easton, Mars Hill area. Nice. Do a 16x. Yeah, lots of potatoes up there. Lots of taters. The Moxie Museum is really cool. Have you been to the Moxie Fest in Lisbon there, Bad Bake? The Moxie Festival? For the Moxie Parade? You have not. You're missing out then. That's a good time. Yeah, Lisbon Falls, home of Moxie. There we go. Got Moxie for his mixer, thinking all the kids would drink it. That backfired on him. Yep. You're not alone, Tigris. Me, my wife, we can't stand this stuff. My oldest son, my father-in-law, they absolutely love it. But me, I never developed a taste for it either. So you're not alone in that one. That doesn't feel like enough bales, but maybe it is. Eh, maybe it is. Yeah, it's like carbonated cough syrup. Well, that's how it started out. It was actually developed as a medicine. This is the Roland pack. It's off the in-game mod hub, Kidding Man. It is PC and console. There is this version as well as a dollied version. It will auto-load bales up to 28. Yep, Allen's coffee-flavored brandy. They sponsor a lot of races at the Oxford Plains Speedway. I happen to know where that is. I can hear it from my house. So now Bad Bake, Chris Oster, and Tigris know exactly where I live. Oh, I've got to go to the animal dealer with these. My bad. Wrong turn at Albuquerque. Ooh, I hadn't heard of them, Tigris. Knock, knock. Here to watch the beard dying. Well, I'll do some testing in a little bit and see if I can't get the audio to work properly. I know it wasn't working the other day when I was trying to get the audio working on my phone. Roland pack. Yes, that's the one. Was a joke saying you were going to show up. It's going to look like this in the in-game mod hub. It's just an R says Roland pack on it. It's some a series of trailers, animal trailer, and then these are the auto loads. They'll take up to 28 bales, square or round, but they'll only, if I've got square, I can't now add round bales to it, and vice versa. They're also, if you're doing the different sized bales, they have to all be the same size. Maine root beer? I have to try some. Farming Gnome, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? Not a problem kidding, man. Yeah, as soon as I heard these were auto loads, I gave them a try and said, wow, those are actually really nice. I like them. The 120, I don't know on that one. Alright, awesome there, ginger beer, blueberry soda. Nice! I'll have to check them out there, Bad Bake. That ginger beer sounds good. You now have 3 pallets of bread? Yeah, so what was happening was when you were fast forwarding through time, you were going too fast, and the game wasn't producing, it was counting it as sleeping. Thank you for those 17 bits, Amira. I do appreciate it. So I don't know if this will do the bundles of the 120 centimeter bales, or whatever they are. I'm not sure. I just know it works for the 125s and 150s with the rounds and these ones. You love those auto loaders. Just have one issue: when you auto load the bales, doesn't go far enough to the ground, and your round bales fall over. Yeah, when you unload them. Pallets of honey and eggs. You make a lot of pallets per year. The pallet physics were really getting bad when you were moving them. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't. Nikitas is saying it doesn't work for the smaller ones. Contracts complete. Bales sold. Boom, boom, boom. A lot of them did break, Amira, because they changed a lot of the pallets around. But now they're done. Now a lot of them have been updated. Sounds good. Keep having an issue when you plant. The weeds will skip the small stage and go straight into the medium. The only way you can totally prevent them is by weeding directly after seeding while they haven't grown yet, so it's hard to keep your lines. Another thing you can do, Texas, is use a plow every single time, and you won't get weeds after plowing. The weeds are showing up as medium instead of the small because of the equipment you're using, most likely. And the Stroutman, I believe, has been updated, yes.
Yeah, there's now a separate script for the Stroutman.
Yeah.
You download the trailer and then the script, which is also with it. It links, at least on Farm Simulator 22 mods website.
I'll have to check that out for sure, Tigris.
So there is a separate script for the bale or the trailer for the pallets now.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a number of trailers now on farmsim22mods.com that do the auto load with that script that has to go with it. I have not tried them all, but there's, I'd say, at least 5 or 6 options.
Thank you for that boop sticker there, Amira. I appreciate it. Who made the mod for more contracts? I don't remember more. It was, I want to say it was the more missions? Or extended missions? It was something missions, I think, on FS22modhub.com. Search mission and it should pop up. Basically what happens is every time you go to accept a mission, when you normally get to your maximum amount, the game hits a line in the script that says you can't do this, and the mod basically overwrites it just saying go right ahead and lets you take however many missions you want. That was me. That was me. I was in my harvester coming down the field and didn't pay attention, and before you know it, I was out in the middle of my crop with the, you know, crop destruction turned on. I've been under a rock just reading an article about how the hazard pay in Portland. What's going on with the hazard pay in Portland, Bad Bake? Holy cow, minimum wage is that high in Portland? Jeez. No wonder why all the businesses in Portland are going nuts. Entertainment on PV Uncharted FS22 is. I think that's going to be coming in a update pack, David. JD's been working on it. He has to export things like the baseball stadium and stuff as a placeable building. Good job, Amira. Good catch of that star there. Oh, I'm sure it's gonna really affect the economy in Portland. Bob Dang coming in tier 1 sub 2 months in a row. Thank you for that there, Bob Dang. I do appreciate it. You now have a Kraken egg. Multiple missions. That sounds like the right one more. I wouldn't blame them. Just started the game and seeing what it's like. Yep, it's it does need some additional buildings turned into placeables for that map, but it's in progress. I know JD's working on it. Adding factories in FS22, it's not hard to make them, but in order for them to work on the map, any additional fill types, like if you're going to make pallets, for example, they have to be registered in the map. They can't be registered in the factory like they were in 19. At least not currently. So that is causing some issues with what can be made into factories at the moment. Yes, it will just let you accept more, not produce more. If you want more available in your list, so that it shows more of them, you can go to the SGA website, and there's a limit breaker mod done by Dagenet that will allow it the list to show up to 40 mods and 40 missions instead of the base, what, 25?
Yeah.
And farming gnome. So what are the main crops people are farming? Do you have specific crops you only farm? Like Amira said, it depends on what you're doing and what you enjoy doing. This is single player wags. I'm doing some closed beta testing of a map. Alright, TKE, you take care and I'll catch you later. There is a refresh contracts mod that works well with it more. It lets you just refresh the contracts whenever you want to get them to pop back up more often. That's a good one to get as well. But as far as crops go, a lot of it depends what productions you might own. Do you want to grow crops to help those productions produce? Are you just after money from your crops and not doing the productions? Are you looking to do animals? Because maybe you want to grow the crops you need to feed the animals. So a lot of it's all dependent on the individual farmer and what it is they're trying to accomplish. Reason you ask is because you got a McCain's French fry factory that would be good for Wolf Creek, but it needs a bit of work as it doesn't put out waste like it's supposed to. Interesting. McCain's French fry factory. That would be kind of cool. Apparently Dave has one. That's right, it was in 19 Pleasant Valley, wasn't it?
Yep.
As I say, you've got factor for just about everything nowadays. If you play seasons, is also a factor since you can only... Yes, that is true too, Bob Dang. Depending on whether you're playing seasons, what time of year, you know, things like that will affect what crops you farm, stuff like that. There really is no right or wrong way to play farming, no. Do we have any word on Jababo yet?
I don't know.
Oh, there's a wrong way. Well, yeah, you can break your game, but a lot of the mods are in there. 1.2 was put up yesterday, which should have the waste type you could add to your factory. Turned off seasons for a bit, only having 2 fields makes it hard not to skip time. Yeah, it can. Unless you do things like contracts and stuff to, kill time. Amethyst said he was getting his internet fixed an hour ago, so I'm going to assume he's probably not, gonna necessarily make it at 3 o'clock for his scheduled time if his internet still isn't fixed yet.
Well, I mean, I'm definitely here, but I certainly don't mind you throwing it over to Casket either.
Oh,
he's on close. FS right now, so
yeah,
it's up to you either way. I don't mind him taking it.
Yes, I am.
He was an RG stream for a second. Gotcha. Why can't a field have grapes and olive instead of putting it in yourself? I think it's so that you can kind of make your orchards and stuff the way you want to. Well, Casket Man hasn't had the joy of SGA streaming since he's been on YouTube. So yeah, we'll kick it over to Casket here in a minute.
Yeah, that'd be
the
cool.
Viewers haven't had the joy of hearing Casket except for here.
Also, keep in mind, he's not PG.
Yeah, Casket's not PG.
Yeah.
That is the thing. There's a lot of younger folks in the crowd today, so.
Yeah, I'm like PG-13, sometimes rated R. I do swear.
He's just himself.
Yes.
Welcome back, Bad Lad. Yeah, I was going to say that's my only concern, really, is the fact that there's a lot of younger folk in the crowd today.
I'm not,
But I'm
not like the Sopranos, you know?
Yeah. Alright, we'll get these things. Shave the hair and beard off. Why would you do something like that, bad lad? Beards are lovely and majestic. The missus doesn't like it. She'll get used to it. What? Wait, what? Don't say that out loud, Amira. Then he's gonna try and do more stuff, and he's gonna break a bunch of things, and we're gonna have to fix it. Don't give him an ego or nothing.
Oh, I'm not even watching.
Oh no, Amira was saying shout out to Bad Lad for fixing Billy's cedar for them. It's like, don't say that. Any idea why advanced game settings mod isn't working for you? Do you have version 1.4, Becky? Your grandpa saw it and asked if I was Amish. No, I'm not Amish. I probably wouldn't be streaming if I was Amish. Of course, now all I can picture in my head is Letterkenny and the Amish folk from the Letterkenny TV show. Which is definitely not helping. You were watching Letterkenny this weekend. 1.4.00. There, Becky. Let me... Oh, somebody sent me a whisper. TKE, GitHub. What's this one here? Okay, there's that. Beretta had sent me the link for it. There is the link for the advanced gameplay settings GitHub, Becky. Make sure you get that version downloaded and try that. I know the original, like the 1.0 one, after the most recent patch, was not working anymore for me either. So I had to update. Since I updated, it's been working just fine. Alright. Let's close this. Let's go over here. As I said, we're going to raid over to Mr. Casket Man 20. Why is it not showing you live? Oh, I'm probably not following you since you jumped off of Twitch now.
And a little bonus for anyone that comes over and stays. It's Troll Casket Week.
Oh, it's Troll Casket Week. You guys are going to have fun with that. Yep, shout out Casket Man 20. Thank you, KW, for that.
What was that?
No, it's Troll Casket Week. We're going to raid you, but I was sitting here like, why am I not seeing Casket live? And then it's like, oh, Twitch is being Twitch, and I'm no longer following Casket because he wasn't on Twitch.
Oh.
So,
and that's why I couldn't hear you talk, because that alert came through, and that's loud in my ears, too.
Well, have a follow, sir.
Thank you.
No, he's on Twitch now, Amira, so we're going to raid on over to Casket. It's going well there, Surfing Cowboy. You're actually coming in right as we're getting ready to raid Casket. I hope you guys all stick around, hang out, join us over in Casket Stream. We'll continue hanging out over there. He's going to continue our coverage through day 46 now. You are welcome, Fuzzy Chicken, and thank you everybody again for coming and hanging out. I appreciate you all. I love you all very much. all the bits, the follows, the subs. You guys are awesome, as always. We're going to start that raid over to Casket. And we can have some fun playing Troll Casket. Troll Casket means we get to mess with Casket while he's farming.
Yeah, they've already started.
Well, have a good one, KW. Here comes a few more people to play Troll Casket.